Okay, thank you for everyone's patience. I think we're back up and running. So I think we have number 99, Christine. Is it
Gracer?
All right.
Gracer.
Thank you,
Everybody
Christine. Welcome to the Housing Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. I'm Christine Gracer. Thank you to the chairs and members of the Housing Committee for hanging in there. I'm a resident of Avon. I'm a member of the housing team for GIA, and I'm speaking in favor of fair share provisions in HB 6633. I'm pushing back on the notion that towns should have total control over affordable housing. 20 years ago, the Housing Committee was, as I recall, not a big deal. I've been in Connecticut for 40 years, and now I'd say housing is the hottest topic in the state. And why is that? It's because it's not working. The ultra local model is designed to keep people who aren't like us out of town. This is the case all over the country. I have a nice, warm, secure home that I own, but I personally know too many people who have to struggle with housing. We've hosted a kid whose mom lost her job so he could stay in our school system. When my husband worked as a public health official in Ridgefield 40 years ago, we certainly could not afford to live there. And I'm sorry to hear that while Ridgefield has grown dramatically, teachers, police, and home care providers still don't have an option to live where they work. And that's a big fail. My own town of Avon has historically thrown up numerous barriers to affordable housing. And when I looked at Avon's 2022 affordable housing plan, I don't see a lot of meat there that's going to create housing anytime soon. Towns really need to get ahead of the curve on housing, and if a version of fair share legislation helps take us there, I'm all for it. I also support sustainable housing provisions such as rent stabilization and fair eviction policies that are or should be in SB4. In terms of the CPI discussion, if you were given a choice of 2% or 10% plus the CPI for a dozen eggs, which one would you choose? Another thing is that I'm hearing various things that have been mentioned by landlords. A big problem is housing inspections. And most cities are understaffed for housing. I believe East Hartford just added a few, but generally speaking, that's a big problem. And to say, well, if your house, if your apartment is not up to snuff, that the city should take care of it, that's just not possible. And maybe the state should be throwing some money that way. I don't know. I was also hearing about the application thing, and couldn't we just solve this problem by having a centralized application form like they do for colleges where you pay the fee once and a third party does the background check? I don't know. I've been listening all day to this hearing, and
you could start wrapping up your testimony.
I am wrapping up. I'm tired of the red pill, blue pill rhetoric. I guess we could leave this to the market, but if you've ever read Octavia Butler's Parable of the Reaper, which is very prescient, you'll know where this goes. I hope we can work out solutions that work for both tenants and landlords. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, we have Alan St. George, who's been, I think, waiting patiently with us. Alan, are you prepared to testify? You're on mute, sir. Oh, you're still on mute.
How's that?
There you go. You have
okay. Anyways, thanks to Senator and the Housing Committee for making it in today in this very remarkable, nice winter day we've been having. I'm just going to read off what I put together and our community put together for our local town council. So I'm just going to hit the highlights. I just want you to hear what we've been seeing and what we've been running into here at the Lakeside community in Terryville, Plymouth, Connecticut. So it used to be a privately owned community by what was formerly known as Jensen Inc. And then these corporate buyouts by Sun Community. And this corporation is currently purchasing privately owned mobile home parks and other properties throughout the country. And upon the purchase of the Lakeside community, there was no general introduction whatsoever from Sun Community at each of the mobile park locations. It would have been nice if they came to us or had a meeting to say, here we are, this is Sun Community, let's review any changes, policies, services, and all that. None of that occurred. Everything was just simply written in forms. Here's the bill, pay it. So our question to our community, we always ask is, who are you? Because we never really met anybody from the corporation. What we have seen here at the community is a high decrease in services that were previously offered by the previous owner. These services are needed by individual owners here at Lakeside, as we have a diverse group of owners. The ages of the owners vary here, and it would be nice if some of these services were offered to residents again, who physically are unable to complete the maintenance tasks and are forced to hire independent contractors to complete these tasks to maintain the site appropriately. And we've also seen a decrease in the amount of employees that now help maintain the site, provide all the other services, trash pickup, yard waste, etc. So basically, we have seen an increase. When I bought here in 2019, the lot fee was $489. It went up to $515 the following year. It always goes up on your anniversary. The following year is $539. And I just got my letter saying it's going to go up to $578 starting in June. And the letter says, we believe it's a fair increase, we being Sun Communities, not residents. So what I did was I quickly took a look at the amount of lot fee and talking to several of the residents here on fixed income. And the cost of the lot fee is about 30 to 32% of their income. And that's probably going to change as the rates keep going up. So we have seen no major property changes, no significant improvements, no capital improvement projects since 2019. So basically, we've gotten no bang for our buck. I just want to have you guys take into account the consideration that the majority of these properties for mobile home parks are a 55 and older community and not open to the general population. So we have a very limited group that can afford to either buy or sell their houses. With the real estate market the way it is, the decline of property sales.
Start to wrap up for us, please.
Sure. What we're seeing now is a elevated cost in the lot fee, and it's pushing buyers away, and it's reducing our property values. I mean, I've lost my business as a home inspector. I'm now doing part-time jobs to try to make ends meet. I may have to be, I'm going to be forced to sell my house. And the problem we see here with Lakeside and Sun Community is there's no transparency whatsoever. There's no documentation. We have no idea of what the operating costs are for these facilities. So,
Thank you.
and the long story short, the rent commission, I think, could do a couple of things, and that would be.
I'm sorry, sir. We're past the 3 minutes. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for your input and time. Any questions for Mr. St. George? Seeing none, we appreciate your input. Thank you for being with us tonight. Moving on, we will hear from number 100, Aaron Chang. Aaron, we see you're on mute, Aaron. Okay, Aaron, you're not with us right now, so we're going to come back to you. 101, Asia Coley. Let's try to go back to Aaron. I see you trying to join, Aaron. Are you with us? You're on mute.
Yes, good evening. Yes, I'm with you guys. My name is Asia Coley. I'm a member of the 311 Blake Street Tenant Union. I am very much in favor of policies that promote housing stability. Connecticut is a state for families. I was born and raised in Connecticut in the same town in an apartment for 16 years. Now, as an adult with 2 children, I can now appreciate and understand that stability. Stability in a child's life is vital. Stability affects a child's performance, confidence, interpersonal skills, and more. When I think about no cap on rent increase, I think, what will parents do if there's a job loss, an income loss, or or unforeseen circumstances, for example, the pandemic? I have heard stories where people had to move back in with their parents or cramp their 3 children in a 1-bedroom in order to make ends meet. What about myself, who employer is still feeling the effects of the pandemic and is not able to give their employees their merit and annual increase? Affordable housing in Connecticut will keep families in Connecticut, children in their schools, and to keep cities and towns diverse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We're going to try Aaron Chang one more time.
Hi, can you hear me or no?
We can. You have 3
Oh,
minutes.
yeah. Okay,
Proceed.
thank you. Thank you so much, and sorry for the picture. Good evening, co-chairs Luxembourg and Moore, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I'm speaking in support of HB 5326 and against HB 6633. Many communities like mine in Connecticut have affordable housing properties for rent and to own that are currently not considered in the current 8-30G calculation. These below market housing options should be in our town's calculation in order to arrive at the true picture of housing affordability in our community. I'm in support of inclusion of the language as a step in the proposed language as a step in the right direction of increasing the percentage of affordable housing that our towns can use in their calculation. I oppose HB 6633 on the basis that it would replace local communities and zoning bodies with a comprehensive state-sanctioned proposal that excludes individual considerations of our 169 towns in the state. I support responsible ways of attaining affordable housing, but do not agree with forcing towns to zone within the parameters of such legislation. I encourage our representatives to look at the affordability and what is actually attainable, rather than to focus on adversarial battles and figure out how we can all work together. It seems to me that everyone that spoke today, and I did learn a lot from listening. I thought there were great speakers, during the day, that everyone supports affordable housing. We just have different approaches toward reaching that goal. In my approach, I believe that we need proper metrics for demanding housing as opposed to the one-size-fits-all mandates, with consideration as to where there are jobs in the states, access to transportation, limits of infrastructure, water table, sewage, other environmental considerations. And, one concern I have is that HB 6633 provides an opportunity for as of right multi-development. It appears that the housing planners are presuming to know better and where housing should be built instead of considering local demand. My understanding also is that except for Fairfield County, the population of Connecticut has declined. And I'm not certain why towns should be forced to build houses in communities where there is no additional potential demand to live. Again, HB 6633 proposes to override local planning and zoning decision-making and allows housing advocacy groups and lobbyists funded and backed by developers to insert them into our local zoning decision-making. I thank you very much for letting me testify today.
Any questions for Aaron from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Aaron. Moving on to Hannah.
Thank you.
Hannah Leckman, are you with us, Hannah? Number, I think 101 or 102, I'm sorry. Hannah Leckman. I don't see Hannah, but I do see our next guest, number 103, Brian O'Connor. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, co-chairs Luxembourg, Moore, and ranking members Sampson and Scott. I'm Brian O'Connor. I'm the Director of Public Policy for CCM. And I'm testifying today on three bills, 6633, House Bill 6777, and House Bill 5326. Looking at, the one that I want to focus my attention on is House Bill 6633. CCM has major concerns with this bill and believe that it could be one of the larger unfunded mandates that we've seen in quite a few years. And I think one of the concerns that we have is looking at the litigation at lines 251, where any interested party may bring an action in the Superior Court, as well as lines 254 through 257, which would force express agreements with developers. And I think that gives us a lot of pause as far as what we're trying to achieve here. You think 830G is divisive and has brought a lot of litigation. I think this would that would pale in comparison to what this bill would do if it were enacted as is. I think there's a lot of other situations that we are concerned with in as far as the definition of what is a realistic opportunity. Also defining, actually one of our bigger other concerns is looking at de facto zoning, default zoning. I think that's another major concern. And there's no appeal process. I think that's the other thing, that there's no recourse, there's no due process. And I think that would be an important element if this bill were to move forward. Looking at House Bill 5326, we think this is something that should be explored further as far as naturally occurring non-deed restricted housing. Many of our members, this might be an option for them and something that might actually reflect what is actually going on in our communities. Looking at 6777, I think, again, this is right now we're opposed to it based on the property tax abatement that we would have to provide for the 65-year-old or older who deed restricts their house. I think some of the questions we have is whether or not, it doesn't see, there's a listing with the assessor's office, but it doesn't say what that level will be for the appraised value for the home. So we would like that tightened up more so than it already is. I think the other part of it is looking at income. How do you verify that? And I think the administrative burden of that may be problematic in the sense of, hiring staff and also being able to determine what is their true income. You have a lot of trusts. Would you spell out that LLCs and trusts are not eligible to participate in the tax abatement? So those are some of the questions that we have regarding 6777. But we also believe that, working with the proponents of the bill, as well as those of the proponents of 5326, that we might be able to come up with a solution that works for the different stakeholders. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Brian. I guess I have one, and I see actually my co-chair has one too. Let me have her go first. Senator Moore.
You're such a gentleman. Thank you. So I heard you say, there's some parts of the bill on the tax abatement that you could work on. I would hope that you would reach out to the state rep who wrote the bill and see if there's something that you can work with her on to make it better and answer some of the questions that you have. But thank you for that support. Thank you, Representative.
Certainly
Buckman.
will. And I have had a conversation with her prior to the drafting of the bill.
Yeah, my question was if you could imagine a scenario where municipalities were made whole for that tax abatement as part of that bill, would that take care of? I understand you've got some concerns about administration and how it seems to me like how the property is valued is something that could be probably overcome with some work. And maybe there's a tiny administrative burden, but am I right that the biggest source of your objection is that the municipality loses the property tax revenue on that tax abatement and is not being made whole, and you don't see the bonus points towards an 830G moratorium as sort of generating enough benefit to the municipality to outweigh that lost tax revenue? Am I?
That's correct. I think the loss of revenue outweighs the benefits of getting those points and looking at the moratorium. The other question I had is if the town does recoup that money, let's say someone sells the home for a market rate, do we lose those points? So I think that's another concern that we may have is, do you lose those points and now suddenly you're not compliant or you went backwards? The other part of that is because of the municipal budgets being stretched, rising costs, everyone's facing that, inflation. The issue that we have is that our budgets are kind of flat funded right now, at least at the state level, and it's not keeping up. So I think if we were to recoup that money, we would rather have it be at our discretion as to how it's spent and not just tied to affordable housing.
I appreciate that. I don't have any further questions. We'll take that under advisement. Any additional questions from any other members? Thank you for your testimony, Brian. We appreciate you being with us, and we hope you'll continue to work with us and Representative Osborne.
Definitely will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this point, I would like to hand the reins of this hearing back to my favorite co-chair, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg. You're my favorite too. So now we'll move on to 104, Estela Jimenez. (105) Chelsea Ross.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Distinguished members of the committee, I'm Chelsea Ross, Deputy Director at the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're on a mission to promote equitable change in Connecticut housing policy. We're dedicated to ensuring that everyone in Connecticut has a safe, stable home that's affordable to them and an equitable community of their choice. We've submitted written testimony on several bills before you. I'll provide verbal comments in support of 6781 with amendments and components of SB 4 and 6780. We ask that you support the many proposed policy changes in 6781 that expand housing creation, protect tenants, and improve housing security. We support the bill's provisions strengthening pre-tenancy inspection processes, housing quality and safety measures, good cause tenant protections, and limiting the impact an eviction has on a tenant's ability to rent in the future. The bill includes two priorities of Partnership for Strong Communities and the Home Connecticut campaign: increased funding to the rental assistance program and funding to support housing inspection programs. RAP is the state's primary way of assisting low-income families to afford their housing. More than half of Connecticut families who rent their home are housing cost burdened, meaning they're forced to spend more than 30% of their gross monthly income on rent. Black families, undocumented families, seniors, people with disabilities disproportionately experience housing cost burden in our state. Many of them are forced to pay more than 50% of their income on rent. That leaves little for other necessities and puts them at high risk of eviction and homelessness. RAP vouchers are a vital tool to assist severely cost burdened renters and improve housing security. RAP currently serves approximately 5,600 households, and there's a closed waiting list of thousands that has not been open for years. Like federal Section 8, RAP is a pool of funds, not a set number of vouchers. So as rents continue to rise across the state, the allocation for RAP set in 2014 serves fewer and fewer households. So we're asking the committee to amend Section 37 of the bill to include an additional $72 million in both fiscal years to expand RAP. It's important to note the difference between vouchers going unused and vouchers not being able to be used. Given the increasingly tight rental market and lack of sufficient supply, many tenants who receive a RAP voucher are unable to find a home that is available and does not exceed the maximum allowable rent. In this case, the voucher may go unused by that tenant, but it will be instead be utilized by another family. As such, we ask the committee to include an additional $5 million to DOH for housing navigation and mobility services to assist voucher recipients with finding homes. This would reduce the likelihood that a family loses the opportunity to find housing stability through RAP. We also support measures in SB 4 and 6780 to ensure Connecticut families who rent their homes have predictability, stability, and affordability. We support the consideration of a comprehensive set of tenant protections, including rent regulation, winter month eviction moratorium, limits on screening fees, late charges, permitting walkthrough inspections, housing code enforcement, and informing tenants of their legal rights. Work to address our housing shortage and affordability crisis must be paired with policies to protect renters. Thank you for your time this evening.
Well, Chelsea, you got a lot in. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is number 106, Asiel Loblero. Imelda Barjas. (108), Patience Apatu. Let me just check. Jay, Jay Osborne, did we get to you or did we miss you? We missed you? I'll take you now, please. I apologize.
That's fine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. I had the opportunity last week as well. And the reason I'm speaking again is because it's very important to me to ensure that my neighbors have added protections in regards to no-fault evictions, and also for the opportunity to have stable and secure housing. And for that reason, I support SB 4 with amendments that would provide even greater protections against the no-fault evictions that I mentioned, as well as a 2.5% cap on rent increases. And as I shared previously, I'm a person with protections from no-fault evictions, being disabled, and I'm concerned that those protections don't exist for everybody. And as an example of why that's important, I moved into the apartment I live in now in July in 2020. And at the end of my first lease renewal, lease period approached, I received a written renewal offer with a modest rental increase, which I accepted and returned via email and also snail mail. And during the same time period, I had emailed the property manager a series of letters advocating for 5 of my neighbors who were wheelchair bound, and they depended on assistance in order to get in and out of bed and out of their wheelchairs. This went on, we had a broken door, by the way, that went on for about 7 months. That was impacting them significantly. So shortly after receiving my email, I received a response from the property manager informing me that my lease renewal offer, which I had already accepted and returned, was no longer valid, and that I had to vacate my apartment by the last day of my current lease. So although I'm a member of a protected class of tenants, which the property manager knew, as well as her legal advisors, and I reminded them of that, they still pursued an eviction against me rather aggressively. And fortunately, I won the eviction case that was brought against me this year, January 4th. But had it not been for the special protections afforded me, I might very well be homeless at the moment. So I've chosen to share this story to highlight the need for housing protections for all of the citizens in Connecticut, and not just for those of us with special classes. Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy for others. Well noted. Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. John Cole, number 108. I'm sorry, 109. Tom Swan is 110. Are you there, Mr. Swan?
Yes. Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, other members of the Housing Committee. My name's Tom Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. On behalf of our thousands of member families, I want to thank you for your thoughtful approach that you're taking to address the housing crisis in Connecticut. My coworkers have spoken in favor of other bills that have been heard in earlier hearings, and we appreciate how you are looking at the cross-section of issues underlying the crisis, especially around tenant protections and the availability of affordable housing. While we support the protections in SB 4 for tenants, I would like to focus my comments today on Section 21, which addresses energy costs and housing. This section is really smart, is a great investment, and addresses previous policies that have furthered inequality in Connecticut. We appreciated Governor Lamont acknowledging that efficiency and weatherization are instrumental in meeting Connecticut's energy needs and climate goals in a State of the State speech. The pilot included in this section addresses the challenge we face in a much more robust manner. The communities that this bill focuses on have traditionally not been able to access efficiency and weatherization programs, often due to issues like mold, lead, asbestos, despite these residents paying a disproportionate share of their income on energy and on energy efficiency programs. This is a basic issue of fairness. The bill also makes sense financially. By including remediation in the bill, it will also reduce Connecticut's healthcare costs while improving the health of these families. In addition, it will allow us to decrease or stretch our energy assistance dollars further while saving tenants and property owners money. It will also create good jobs, and we know that there are successful training programs for people in this field. The bill is the morally right thing to do, economically smart, and will play an essential part in us meeting our greenhouse gas goals. I would ask that you consider some possible modifications. We hope you will continue expanding eligibility to low-income property owners and to 1 to 4 unit properties. We also hope you offer protections to ensure that all of these properties continue to serve the population that is targeted, and that landlords can't take advantage of these property improvements and increase rent or flip to more affluent renters. Thank you for your dedication. We look forward to working with you to make this great proposal a reality.
Thank you, Tom. So we did put in the bill, I believe, they cannot be owner occupied, multifamily, prioritized by income, homeless. So we're taking those things into consideration. One thing you did mention that none of us has talked about the workforce, not the workforce, but the number of jobs we could create in the trades, and even in people who are learning the trades and doing some of this work. So that's another plus of it. So thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Swan.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Sure, you too. So I'm on 111 now, and that's Francesca Mav Aguila. Francesca, what did I do to your name?
It's okay, no problem. I'm used to it.
Don't be used to it. Say your name.
My name is Francesca Maviglia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Francesca. I'm a tenant in New Haven and a public health professional. I'm testifying in support of SB 4 and other policies that promote housing stability, including a cap on rent increases. I particularly want to address a narrative we heard from some landlords today that no-fault evictions are a measure of last resort. This claim simply does not hold up against the data. In 2017, no-fault evictions represented 20% of total evictions. In 2021, they had increased to more than 51% of evictions, according to the Connecticut Judicial Branch. I do not buy that landlords need to use no-fault evictions, since the statute currently allows evictions on 4 other grounds aside from lapse of lease. I have been talking to tenants in New Haven every week for more than a year as a volunteer organizer with the Connecticut Tenants Union, and what I've heard over and over are tenants being evicted despite not missing a single rent payment, or as retaliation for asking their landlord to fulfill basic maintenance duties. The reality is that landlords use no-fault evictions to be able to charge disproportionately higher rents to the next tenant, thus circumventing mechanisms that exist to prevent predatory rent increases like deferred rent commissions. This dynamic creates an artificially tight housing market, since no-fault evictions boost the number of tenants looking for housing, and landlords are able to inflate rent prices at skyrocketing rates. Earlier today, I heard Senator Sampson talk about free market transactions and use the example that if a gas station was charging $25 per gallon, while other stations only charge $3, then people would simply not buy from the $25 station. And that's all good, but our housing market today looks more like a scenario where a few major gas station chains controlling most of the market all suddenly raise the price to $25 per gallon simply because they can. Where does one go then? In New Haven, 3 landlords control the majority of low-income housing. Ocean Management owns over 1,400 units. Manny Management bought 1,300 units in the past 4 years alone. Pike International owned more than 1,000 units in 2011, and the number is definitely higher now. Not coincidentally, Mandy and Ocean are also the 2 top filers of evictions in the city. I'm sure that the free market enthusiasts on the committee are familiar with the writings of Adam Smith, who was in fact a supporter of government interventions to break monopolies. Because, and I quote from The Wealth of Nations, the monopolies, by keeping the market constantly understocked, by never fully supplying the effectual demand, sell their commodities much above the national price and raise their profits greatly above their natural rate. The price of monopoly is upon every occasion the highest which can be got. In today's market, landlords are able to ask for predatory prices for apartments that are rife with roaches and mice, black mold, where the heating doesn't work in the winter.
Ms. Francesca, could you start wrapping up, please?
Thank you, I'm wrapping up. I have knocked hundreds of doors over the past year, and it is not an exaggeration to say that tenants in our state are living in a war zone every day. Virtually every single tenant we spoke to supports a 2.5% cap on rents and an end to no-fault evictions, as shown by the hundreds who have testified until late night last week and will do the same today. Our coalition includes more than 120 organizations and is backed by the power of essential workers, faith leaders, healthcare providers, students, immigrant rights advocates, labor unions, and community leaders. We're happy to meet with you to discuss our suggestions for the policies that protect tenants, but what we will not do is sit here waiting to become homeless and letting the fabric of our communities be ripped apart by speculation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francisca. I don't see any, Representative Luxembourg.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that we have someone in the room that was number 25 on our list, Mark Gottesdiener, for when we're done with the current speaker.
Thank you. Any questions for Francesca? Thank you, Francesca. I'll do Mark next. Thank you.
He's approaching the microphone now. Go, yeah, hit that button for us.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving me the chance. I drove in because I couldn't connect with you guys. I could listen to all day to all this, and I know your job is not easy, not fun, and I understand that very well. 40 years ago, down the street, I saved a building, a historical building from the Savage Nomad Gang. It was the Bond Restaurant building 2 blocks away. At the same time, I lived down the street, and CBT Bank was redlining the neighborhood, and no one could get a loan. They had 26 million in the bank, and they made one $15,000 loan. So I was on the Gayle King show that year, 40 years ago, because we were the first ones in the country, Hartford area rallies together, Frog Hollow, to stop the redlining. So my ideas would be for the state to get more involved with the community banks to make sure they're doing financing. I own property 2 blocks away on Buckingham Street. I can build 27 apartments. I can't find financing. I could do affordable housing. I have a 12-unit next door to it. So there has to be some proactivity from this group to enforce the banks who have come into the state to give financing, to make things available. As a landlord, I've owned 85 apartments in Hartford. I only own a 12-unit now. I dealt with legal aid. I've been to housing court 40 times. Lapse of time, I had a gun put to my head. I had a baseball bat on Evergreen Avenue. A guy tried to kill me. I've seen it all. I'm a certified general appraiser. I've testified in 300 court committee cases. I've appraised lots of property, commercial and residential in the state. There has to be a free market. However, I don't know what happened in New Haven. Sounds like a totally opposite Hartford. I'm sorry to hear all the folks who are in New Haven. In Hartford, there's a fair rent commission. There's housing. I mean, I don't understand it, but that's not my issue right now. There needs to be, just like there's an act here, 206780 for tenants, there needs to be fairness in landlords. There needs to be a balance. And I drove here and I came here because I think there needs to be a balance between both sides. And I think the state needs to give financing. It needs to give carrots to people to do affordable housing. It needs to make it work. I was only raising my rent a few percent a year, but Section 8, I have 4 Section 8s. They gave me a very large increase what the fair market rent is, because my taxes went up $7,000. The insurance goes up 10, 15, 20%. The gas goes up 15, 20%. Everything has gone up due to the pandemic and the changes. And for tenants to expect a landlord to absorb a 2.5 or 4% is ridiculous. When the market gets free, things hopefully will slow down, but Eversource charged 50% more. I mean, we have to pay these bills, and who's going to pay them? So anyhow, I drove here because I think there should be some activity, proactivity from this group if possible. Get other people to step in. Don't put all the pressure and all the problems on the landlord. We're just trying to provide good housing. And again, that's why I got rid of most of my housing, because I don't need the aggravation. And if you're going to let big landlords come in, there's got to be ways to enforce that. I can't believe that the city of New Haven's not enforcing it. I'm amazed at what I heard. I have many other ideas, and I know time is limited for everyone. But it is important that when we have a bad tenant, a landlord can get rid of that tenant in a reasonable sense. And the last thing, I've had numerous tenants who lived in my buildings down the street. They lived for free all winter, and there was nothing I could do. And that is not fair to anybody.
Thank you, sir. There is a question for you. Representative Ware.
Not a question, just to thank you, Mr. Gottesdiener, for your commitment. Obviously, we missed you earlier in the day, so I'm sorry I'm not there to see you in person, but appreciate your commitment to having your voice heard. It means a lot. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I know it's not an easy task. I just want you to balance this whole thing in perspective. And there are people like myself that have been trying to do this for years. As I said, I've been doing this since 1979. I lived right down the street, and I know what it is on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Was the internet problem on our part or your part?
I don't know. I just had problems. I could hear you, and I was trying to talk, and I just couldn't. I don't know. It was just weird.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next is Olivia Ranks.
Thank you. And thank you to the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rankus from the town of North Stonington. I'm also a student at the University of Connecticut. I'm here today as a resident and concerned citizen to testify in support of several bills. I first would like to testify in support of HB 6778, an act establishing a proxy address pilot program for individuals experiencing homeless or housing insecurity. Lack of stable housing is definitely a barrier to the ability to obtain a job or housing and prevents a person from lifting themselves out of homelessness. I fully support legislators passing this out of committee so this need can be addressed. I also would like to testify in support of HB 6780, an act concerning tenants' rights, HB 6781, an act addressing housing affordability, for residents in the state, and SB 4, an act concerning Connecticut's present and future housing needs. I strongly support all of these bills, especially the inclusion of a moratorium on evictions during winter time, which is very important, especially considering we're still in the midst of a pandemic. I do think there are ways these bills could go further to ensure that the right of housing, which is a human right, is adequately protected, both for individuals who are seeking housing and individuals who already have housing and are in need of housing security. A person being a tenant does not decrease their right to housing protection and safe, adequate shelters. Evictions are at an all-time high, and rent and the cost of living are increasing while wages are not. Landlords have legal protections, and tenants need to have the same legal protections and rights as well, because the right to safe, stable shelter absolutely trumps the rights of landlords to earn a profit off of those shelters. Protections from evictions year-round need to be an absolute priority. Because of this, I would like to see HB 6780, HB 6781, and SB 4 further expand good cause eviction protections. I also strongly support in HB 6781 limiting the ability to use a record of an eviction as a means of denying someone housing. I think this could go further and prevent discrimination and denial of housing based on criminal records and credit scores as well. Finally, I am in strong support of the inclusion of rent caps in SB 4, but I believe they should be lower. I think they should be in the range of 2.5 to 3%. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions for you. Thank you. 113, Kimberly Hart. (114) Hannah Strager. Hi, Hannah.
Hi. My name is Hannah Schreier, and I'm an organizer with Cap the Rent CT. I'm testifying in support of SB 4, including a winter eviction moratorium, limits on application fees and late fees, and other policies that promote housing stability for tenants. So as you've heard tonight, it's really difficult to find a corner of the state that's not impacted by inflated rents, no-cause eviction, and poor housing conditions. The depth and the breadth of the movement you see before you speaks to the depth and the breadth of the housing crisis here. As others have mentioned, there are more than 120 community organizations, unions, churches signed onto our coalition fighting for rent caps and an end to no-cause eviction. 120 is a lot of people, and it's a lot of organizations. I've talked to elders like Georgia, who's on fixed income, who's actively being displaced from her community, medical students like Ryan, who's working 3 jobs to afford rising rent, homeowners like Lisa, whose adult children live with them permanently because they can't afford to move out. And as I put down deeper and deeper roots in Connecticut, I'm terrified that I won't be able to stay. And I've seen countless Fair Rent Commission hearings, many of them going hours and hours on a weeknight, when, while needed and necessary, they're not only a sustainable solution to the housing crisis. Corporate landlords like North Point hire expensive lawyers charging more than $1,000 an hour. Tenants represent themselves or have a tenant representative. Many have to call in from work or have their children help them translate. Is that not a picture of our current unequal housing system? One person who rarely shows spending thousands of dollars in a Fair Rent Commission hearing against hundreds of tenants who are trying to request a lower rent raise, even by $100. And like I said, this housing crisis touches every type of resident of Connecticut that you can imagine. PhD students, mothers, divinity students, engineers, economists, lawyers, home care workers. In the media coverage of the hearing last week and even tonight, many have framed the conversation around housing stability as renters versus landlords. But if you take a moment to listen to our stories, you'll see that that isn't quite true. Some of us are homeowners, some of us are renters, some of us are landlords. In a recent poll, 72% of Connecticut voters said they supported a 2.5% statewide cap on rent increases. We are the 72% that support rent caps in this state. And we've heard 2 narratives tonight. One is the possibility of fewer profits. And the other is the reality of eviction, homelessness, displacement, and health hazards from poor living conditions. I cannot understand how those hold equal weight. You've heard hundreds of stories. And because of how late that hearing went last week, around 100 didn't get to testify, and they jumped at the opportunity to tell their stories tonight. We want to be heard. And they're telling you, we're telling you that this is an emergency. I assume many of you are homeowners. We have many homeowners in our coalition. Do you appreciate the stability and predictability that a fixed rate mortgage guarantees you? Tenants deserve the same protections that homeowners and landlords enjoy because of government intervention. We shouldn't be second-class citizens, and the other members of our coalition who are homeowners and landlords agree.
Excuse me, Hannah, can you start wrapping up, please?
Yep, almost done. You've all gone into public service to serve your people, and your people are telling you in one united voice to show leadership and enact rent stabilization now. The coalition would love to meet with you all to discuss the details of this bill, including the question of the cap percentage that was raised earlier. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Hannah. Are there any questions for Hannah? Seeing none. Number 115, William Stevenson. Are you there? Hi,
I'm here.
Hi, William.
How you doing? Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I'm here in support of SB 4, and I am in support of all progressive changes with that. And I hope that this gets solved in a better way. I'm not going to go into details that I can only go into details of what I've been going through and bring up some stuff. First of all, I'd like to say that housing is a human right. I don't understand why that should be even a debate. We need food, water, and housing. Simple. America has came into a America has come. I don't know why in Connecticut we are profiting off of people as far as housing, but it is what it is. And I hope that if push comes to shove, that it does go away. I do hope that people will be able to get housing. But some things I wanted to bring up. I am a formerly incarcerated person, so a lot of the stuff that's going to be on this bill, especially when it comes down to affordable housing, we don't even have access to. There are thousands of us who will never be able to get housing due to the current laws, which we hope to get changed. So therefore, a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be saying isn't even really fighting for me. It's fighting for other people, and we're pushing from the bottom up. Some other things that I didn't hear that were mentioned, when landlords want 3 times the income. For me, that is basically discrimination against the middle class, it's discrimination against the poor. And that in itself, that policy is locking out of a lot of people from even being able to get housing, let alone even wanting to fill out an application. Credit checks. I know plenty of people. I live in Hartford. I live right down the, well, not necessarily down the street. I live right by the Capitol. And I can tell you that there are many people that do not deal with credit checks, that never have. Even me, when I had to fix my credit check, it took me almost a year to get even to the quote on some of these landlords want to be able to get into housing. Last year, my rent went up over 10% because it slowly went up three times. They want to increase it by another 12.5% in January. I went to the Hartford Fair Rent Commission and I was able to put a stop to that. So I can honestly tell you that any increase 10% or above, that's not going to happen. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen. I'm saying that most people are not going to be able to afford that. That's just plain and simple. I couldn't afford the extra $100 after just another 3 increases on top of that. So what I'm trying to say here is that I believe in rent caps. I believe in getting rid of credit checks. I believe in getting rid of the 3 times the income criteria. That's ridiculous. I know back in February 18, 2021, we helped a mother. She was being evicted over on the Avalon Apartments. I know that we went, and this was before they even, yeah, this was
Start
before
wrapping
they,
up, please.
yeah, this was before they even have Unite CT. And this landlord was successfully able to evict a mother out into the cold with her kids, even though the landlord owed over $250,000 in back taxes. So I'm asking for you to consider everything that I've said and look in a more progressive way. We are human beings and housing is a human right. And to be honest, it shouldn't even be debated. It should just be there for everybody. Nobody should be pushed out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, William. Are there any questions for William? Thank you. Moving on to 116, Roger Centuric.
Hello, good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg. My name is Roger Centuric, members of the Housing Committee. My name is Roger Centuric. I am the Communications and Policy Director at Connecticut Working Families. And I want to testify today in support of HB 6633, the Fair Housing Bill, the Fair Share Bill. We have heard today many testimonies explaining and giving a really clear sense that Connecticut is in a housing crisis. Rents are up, housing prices are up. For many families, the state is becoming completely unaffordable. Many people have shared their stories. The committee knows the figures regarding how many people are struggling to pay rent, how house prices have gone up. So I want to focus today on why this is happening and how we can solve it, because this is not happening in isolation. This is not an accident. This is the result of policy that Connecticut has implemented for decades. The baseline of this is that Connecticut is not building enough housing, period. Out of 50 states, Connecticut ranks 49th in new housing permits per capita. The only state that is building less and has done so for the last 6 years, it's Rhode Island, which is not a great example to follow. We are number 49 out of 50. It's not that we are not building affordable housing. It's we are not building any housing, period. And this is the result of policies conscious and implemented statewide by every single municipality trying to prevent any new housing construction. Affordable housing, it's the most critically important of this part, and this is what it's really hurting families the most. But it's not just affordable housing. We are not building any kind of housing, period. And it's clear that it's not lack of demand. Housing prices are going up, rents are going up, rental vacancy rates in the state are amongst the lowest in the country. New Haven metro area, I think it's actually the lowest, has the lowest vacancy rate anywhere in the nation. So obviously people want to live here. This is a wonderful state to live in. Our towns are beautiful. It's a really nice place. And we are not letting people move. And this has an impact. It has an impact in our economy. We keep hearing about how hard it is to find new workers. Well, new workers cannot find a place to live. Businesses cannot expand because they cannot find workers because we are not letting people live here. We talk about how employment has been stagnant in Connecticut for decades. Well, population has been stagnant for decades because we are not building new housing. No one is moving to the state because we are not letting anyone in. This has an impact in our families, in our pockets, in how we cannot afford to live here. This has an impact in our businesses. We are not growing the economy because we are not adding people. We have companies that are wonderful. We have towns, cities that are a pleasure to live in, and we have closed the gates and not letting anyone in. So HB 6633 will be a really important step moving the state in the right direction. It retains local control. Communities can still decide how housing gets built and where, but it pushes everyone in the state to do this, that we need to actually help ourselves to grow the economy and help families, working families across the state to actually make ends meet.
Roger, can you start wrapping up, please?
Mm-hmm. So yes, basically, I really want to encourage the committee to consider the bill. This is not just a matter of housing cost. It's a matter of economic growth. It's a matter of making the state more vibrant, more successful, more making sure that we thrive as state. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Representative Zulo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Roger. I hope you don't mind me calling you Roger, but as you testify from probably about a mile away from where I'm sitting right now, I appreciate that you lending your expertise to the debate tonight. And I just was hoping that you could elaborate just a little more on, I felt like you got rushed at the very end and you were making a good point. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to follow up on it, just about the housing opportunity.
So one of the things that keeps being said in the state, it's first, how millionaires are leaving the state. It's not true. Who's leaving the state the most, it's working families. And the working families, people that make less than $75,000 a year. And the main reason that we get in every single survey, it's because housing costs. The state is unaffordable. We don't have housing. People cannot live here because there is no affordable places to live. So we are hurting the workforce that we should be catering to. We should have families that want to live here. We should actually be able to grow the economy. And we are seeing it in our businesses. If you are you have a startup in Connecticut that wants to expand and wants to attract workers from other states, you know that first thing that you need to do is give a higher wage than if you were like in North Carolina or in Florida, because housing prices are higher here. You need to compensate for that. People are not going to move to an expensive estate for a wage that is the same as in other places. So we are also hurting our own businesses as well. We are not letting businesses grow and attract talent because we have to pay a premium that businesses cannot afford when they are starting. So it's a matter of social justice for sure. And I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of Connecticut Working Families Party, and it's definitely something that it's first on our mind, and we know how family, it's the people that we represent and people that, everyone that has spoken today that gets the most scored, but also has this impact in the economy. And we cannot talk about economic stagnation and how good jobs are hard to come by, and how at the same time, we have a housing shortage, we have a worker shortage, and we are not building anything. And I want to link this to something that has come up during the debate, and some members of the committee have also mentioned several times that this is not like a matter of free market. This is government intervention actively sabotaging housing. There is nothing market-based or like market related on having little town zoning commissions block development and not letting housing be built. This is definitely a decision that it's conscious by 169 towns essentially that are actually sabotaging the economy. And this is why the state and the General Assembly needs to take action. We need to push communities to do their fair share, not just in terms of affordable housing, but to help the economy grow.
Well, listen, I mean, I think there are a number of areas where you and I are going to disagree, but I appreciate you lending your perspective to the debate. And rather than monopolize the time on this very late hearing, I know where to find you. Like I said, you're about a mile down the road, so I'll connect with you offline, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to finish your thought because I thought it was an important point that you needed to make. So thank you for adding that to the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you. Bobby Darrell, 117. 118, Allison Sancaricho. 119, Dew Walker. I didn't have any problems pronouncing that, huh? Okay. 120, Sonia Julks.
I'm here.
Hi, Sonia. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good evening to you all, and thank you for your time for this long day. My name is Sonia Julks, and I'm the Connecticut State Director for the Corporation for Supportive Housing. We're a national nonprofit that seeks to provide housing solutions that serve as a platform to improve the lives of everyone in our community. At CSH, we seek to educate and advocate for those who are experiencing homelessness, but we also support the development of supportive housing units to provide permanent homes for those in our community that are most vulnerable. I want to thank you for the opportunity to express my support for House Bill 6638, the Fair Share Plan. I also, in my other role, have the pleasure to serve in my community as a majority leader for the Meriden City Council. As a municipal leader, my role has fiduciary and zoning capabilities and responsibilities. And so I am firmly aware of the housing that is needed within communities to help as we purposely try to develop housing that is needed for our community. And I think Meriden has done a great job and far exceeded our fair share assessments. However, in my 7 years, I've never received as many calls and requests to assist families with housing concerns. We're starting to already see tent cities and panhandling rise. And this is still while we still have some community rescue plan funds to help combat some of the effects of COVID. This week alone, I was contacted by a senior citizen who was devastated because she has a project-based voucher. And she had been told that after a long period of and many years of being homeless, that she suddenly had an apartment that was available to her. She's been living in abandoned buildings and outside throughout the years. However, I found her living in a backyard shed just last week, where she's been for the last 3 months in this weather with no water, no heat. This senior citizen is 66 years old. She's still working part-time. She makes $14 an hour, which earns her a little over $17,000 a year. However, she was denied housing because her income level was too high for the subsidy that she had, and she was completely devastated. So what's the solution for her when even housing for seniors is so limited throughout the state? Meriden is not alone in facing cases like this. Connecticut is grappling with housing challenges across the board. There's affordable housing crisis in every community, needs to be a part of the solution to protect residents like my resident here. This also should be created to help mobility of families of median income as well. Unfortunately, cities like Meriden have an unfair housing burden to help the neediest, while many surrounding towns purposely zone to delay development efforts that could grow all types of housing incomes. To address this, I am highly invested in legislative action to help solve our housing inventory crisis. How much longer can families wait for municipalities to do the right thing? We have serious statewide unmet need for housing. Even working families and those with subsidized vouchers are struggling to find housing stock because it just doesn't exist. And while I recognize that growth can create changes and resources and challenges for municipalities, the solution shouldn't be to limit housing growth. The Fair Share Bill recognizes and distributes our housing needs across the entire state, doesn't take away from unique municipal decision-making. Fair Share simply asks the state to find out what the need is, make sure that it's distributed across the entire region of the state, and then empower cities and towns to make a plan to meet our housing needs. Many people have testified today that we should be looking for job and economic growth in our state, but I ask, how can you have growth without housing? Where would this increase in the workforce live? How far away will workers have to travel to get to job opportunities around the state? To expect economic growth without population growth is not rational, and housing is connected to all of this. Towns should act on their own right to right years of inequitable practices in housing. The state government should do what it's been tasked to do to ensure access to equitable and quality housing to meet the basic needs of our residents. Fair Share seeks to improve housing options for all. Fair Share is the right policy for Connecticut, and I think it's a way for everyone in our state to grow and to prosper. I implore you to adopt House Bill 6633, an act concerning an assessment and fair share plans for municipalities and increase to affordable housing. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and wish you all a good evening.
Thank you, Sonia. Very nice testimony. Appreciate you. I don't see any questions for you there. Number 121, Alexis Harrison. 122 is Dahlia Romanoff.
Hi, good evening, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dahlia Romanow, and I am an attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, a civil rights organization dedicated to ensuring that all of Connecticut's residents have access to the housing of their choice. I'm also a resident of West Hartford. I'm also a renter. I am testifying tonight in support of HB 6781 with amendment to section 11 and additional language on eviction records, and in support of SB 4, including a winter eviction moratorium, limits on application and late fees, and amended to include a rent cap of 2.5% with limits on increases between tenancies and expanded good cause protections. I first want to highlight that the tenant protections in both of these bills are a racial justice issue. So while only 24% of white households in Connecticut rent their homes, 61% of Black households rent their homes, and 66% of Latinx households rent. Eviction filings in Connecticut also disproportionately affect people of color and women. From 2017 to 2021, Black renters in Connecticut were more than 3 times more likely than white renters to have an eviction filed against them. Latinx renters were more than 2 times more likely. Black and Latina women faced the highest rates of eviction of any group in this study. So specifically going to HB 6781, I'm testifying in support of section 11, which protects tenants from being denied rental housing based on eviction records. Right now in Connecticut, a permanent public record is created as soon as a landlord starts an eviction court case. And just the existence of this eviction filing, regardless of outcome and regardless of why the eviction was filed, can permanently lower the chances that a renter's application for new housing will be approved. We at the Fair Housing Center support this bill with amendments to better protect renters, which I have detailed in my written testimony. Regarding SB 4, we support the winter eviction moratorium. I think we can all just look outside and see why tenants should not be forcibly removed from their homes, potentially pushed into homelessness in the winter. Limits on applications and late fees. These fees are only contributing to the instability and economic distress of tenants who are already struggling to afford their rent. And then on rent caps, so many others before me have offered powerful testimony on why we need a statewide rent cap in Connecticut. I just want to emphasize that we need to have limits on rent increases between tenants and expansion of good cause protections in any rent caps legislation. Without these additional protections, the stability that a rent caps bill would provide would be significantly decreased to the point of being meaningless in some situations. And I also just want to say, as a tenant, as a renter, I have lived in 5 apartments in the past 7 years. I'm very familiar with the stress and instability caused by having to move, even when that move is voluntary. I lived in rent stabilized housing for 3 years in New York City, and I can say that my experience of having that housing and knowing that my rent would not be increased beyond a certain amount gave me a greater sense of stability than anywhere else I have ever lived. Now that I've returned to my home state of Connecticut, I do constantly fear that my rent will be increased beyond what I can afford and force me to move again. Or beyond, as someone who frankly is a white woman with a relatively high salary. Sure.
Can you start to wrap up, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
To a point where I would have to decide whether I wanted to move and lose money from that, or stay and not be able to save up the money that I'm hoping to use to buy a house. So just quickly to conclude, tenants should not be second-class citizens. Tenants in this state who are disproportionately people of color and others who have been systemically denied access to the opportunity and wealth and property ownership that white citizens like myself do have access to throughout our history, deserve the same stability and predictability that homeowners and landlords enjoy because they have access to fixed rate mortgages. I urge you to pass both of these bills with the amendments that I referenced in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dahlia. I don't see any questions for you. 123 is Kevin Dillon. One 124 is Mokia Ho. I'm sorry, it was 124. 125 is Edward Getz. 126, David Kinsey. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Housing Committee. My name is David Kinsey. I live and work in Princeton, New Jersey. I am honored to testify in strong support of HB 6633 at the request of my client, Open Communities Alliance. I was retained for advice based on my New Jersey experience on developing a fair share housing system for Connecticut. HB 6633 is the result. I have more than 40 years of policy and planning experience with New Jersey's Mount Laurel Doctrine on fair share housing. As a state agency public official, as a special master, expert, and mediator for the courts, and as a planner in private practice for nonprofit housing advocates, for-profit builders, and municipal clients. I've also taught planning and affordable housing policy at Princeton University since 1998. In collaboration with Open Communities Alliance, I reviewed Connecticut's housing needs and law and prepared a fair share model that assesses statewide and regional affordable housing need and allocates that need fairly to each region's towns. My 2021 report explains the steps and data used in the model and presents the fair share allocated to each of Connecticut's 169 towns. The report, model, and all the data used in the calculations are publicly available at the Open Communities Alliance website. Fair share housing systems work. Let me repeat that. Fair share housing systems work. During 1980 to 2014, about 70,000 affordable housing units were built in New Jersey due to its fair share housing system. Since 2015, more than 340 New Jersey towns have adopted and are now implementing new fair share housing plans slated to produce more than 50,000 additional affordable housing units. Fair share has not impeded growth in New Jersey. In fact, since 2015, annual statewide new housing construction has increased by 36%. The share of multifamily housing construction, facilitated by zoning changes to implement fair share agreements, has increased from 39% in 2010 to 69% last year in 2022. At least 4 factors explain this New Jersey success. First, specific numeric fair share housing responsibilities assigned to towns. Second, flexible compliance options with emphasis on local planning. Third, incentives for compliance. And fourth, an enforcement mechanism in place. Fair share has helped the growth of the New Jersey economy by expanding housing opportunities throughout the state for families, seniors, and individuals with special needs. In inclusionary developments, the market rate multifamily housing often addresses the needs of missing middle income families. Based on the positive New Jersey experience, the system proposed by HB 6633 is pragmatic, feasible, and highly appropriate for Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Zulo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony today. I represent the town of East Haven, which is the 99th Assembly District in Connecticut. And I'm just curious, have you ever visited East Haven?
I have certainly, I guess, driven through it as my travels throughout Connecticut.
Okay. And so I'm on the Open Communities website. And according to this analysis, it's telling me that East Haven would be allocated to create 1,404 units under the municipal fair share plan. Would that sound correct according to you, if it's on your website?
If it's you said on the website, that may well be. Let me just double check my records, if I may.
Sure. While you do that, I'll just note that New Canaan is slotted to create 1,775. And so what I'm just concerned because East Haven's right now at about 9.3% on the Connecticut Affordable Housing Appeals list as far as meeting the current standard. So what I'm concerned about as far as fair share is you've had a town like East Haven that has worked for years to meet one standard, and now we're proposing to move the goalposts and require that a town with very little space and very few resources, which is a middle-class community, in a blue-collar community with huge disadvantages economically, to create almost as many housing units as New Canaan. So I'm curious as to how that math works out.
The math works out by first identifying the need for housing in what we refer to as housing regions. So first regional need is determined, and then it is allocated fairly using the four factors specified in the model. And that results in an allocation to each town. It's capped to make sure that no town need grow more than a certain amount over the projection period. And that's the methodology. So it's an effort to allocate fairly regional need to individual towns.
But you've never actually visited East Haven. You've driven through it, but you've never visited it, right?
I have not walked the streets of New Haven, to my knowledge.
Not New Haven, East Haven.
East Haven.
So this is my question. Not my question. This is my invitation. I will personally invite you to come to East Haven. I'll even make you dinner. I'm a well-known cook. You'll love it.
Great.
And I invite you to come here and identify for me where I can fit 1,404 new housing units in my community. Because I promise you, you cannot find the space. It's physically impossible unless you're going to start tearing down buildings, creating large skyscrapers, or jamming houses onto lots that wouldn't be able to support them. Our infrastructure just can't support it. And beyond that, the next question is, where are you going to find the developers who are going to do this? Because there are no subsidies or grants to do this right now. So if they're not going to do it, are you asking the town of East Haven to do it? That's not a rhetorical, that's an actual question. Are you asking the town to do it if developers won't?
Certainly. In my experience, if zoning changes in a way that is favorable for different types of development than existing zoning, developers will respond. Private sector developers will respond. Secondly, there are indeed various forms of housing subsidy available throughout Connecticut. Connecticut, like every state in the nation, has an allocation of low-income housing tax credits, federal low-income housing tax credits that are allocated on a competitive basis throughout the state. So Connecticut is not without housing subsidies that can help build some of the needed affordable housing throughout Connecticut.
I'm just racking my brain trying to figure out how we could be at almost 9.3% on the affordable housing appeals list and come up with 1,400 units to be allocated to little old East Haven, which is barely 2 miles east to west on the shoreline, at the junction of 91, 95. I cannot fathom it. And this is where I start to worry that when you start to extrapolate from data and you don't actually go and visit these communities and give these towns the discretion to make the decisions that are going to affect them, you end up with disparate, unequal results like what you're recommending. Because again, I promise you, if you come to East Haven, I promise you, you will see that that is not a feasible option for our community. And this is not a community that's not close to the affordable housing number, at least the goal is set a number of years ago. We're really close and we continue to add numbers, but this just doesn't seem right. I guess I'll just follow. I don't want to monopolize too much time, but I will connect with you offline. Although I seem a little animated, the invitation is sincere. I would welcome you to East Haven to take a look at our town, because I think if nothing else, what this shows is that there needs to be a personal element to this. There needs to be an element of local input, local control. Because again, if you came here and you talked to me and you talked to our zoning boards, you would see that 1,404 units cannot possibly fit into the little stamp that is East Haven, Connecticut. So I appreciate it. I'll connect with you offline because I will invite you to my community.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Are there any other? Senator Sampson.
Thanks so much, Madam Chairman. David, thanks for being here. I was just poking around on the website too and looking at the towns that I represent, but that's not a conversation I will drag you through here, although it is a worthwhile conversation. I wanted to talk to you specifically because we've heard a lot of testimony today, and most of it's been rather technical, kind of about the nuts and bolts of these bills and what's the best method to achieve more affordable housing in places that don't currently have it. And I guess I want to just speak with you about the philosophy or ideology that's associated with this kind of thing for a moment, because I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because it seems to me that you have to automatically accept that we have a affordable housing shortage in this state, which I think there's some debate there. I mean, we've had conversation and testimony saying that there's about 3,000 homeless people in Connecticut, which is a terrible tragedy. But I don't know that that amounts to proof that there's a housing shortage. And we are well known as a state that has an outward migration, partly due to economic policy in the state. So starting from that framework, and even assuming that we do have a housing shortage, what do you say to people that suggest that I moved to town X and I'm a property owner there, and my neighbors and I bought in this town because we like this community and we like our housing values and we like our residential neighborhood the way it is. And they're obviously rebelling against some central planning that suggests that they've got to change their rules in their community to produce more and different type housing. That's their concern is obviously that it's going to change the scope of their community, what they recognize as their neighborhood, and it may affect their property values. I guess I want to ask where you fall on the perspective of, do those people have any say? Do those people have any rights to make that determination, since they are the property owners and they are electing their own planning and zoning commission in their own town? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Senator, you've asked a number of questions. First on is there a housing shortage? I believe you heard testimony today that certainly more than 50% of Connecticut renters are spending more than 30% of their income for housing. That's the national standard for being unaffordable. So the question is there sufficient affordable housing for the full range of household at different income levels in Connecticut? And my analysis is that there is not.
But before we go on in that issue, because since we're going to take these items, let's take them one by one. So under that scenario, the suggestion is that we need to build new and different buildings because the buildings that are currently housing tenants are too expensive for them. Is that what you're suggesting?
It's simply an observation that the way the housing system works today, that there is insufficient housing available at different price levels, either for sale or for rent, such that the vast majority can pay no more than 30% of their income. That's simply the observation. Then the question is, what kinds of approaches can be used to increase the supply of housing in general, as well as of housing that would be affordable to those households that make in the lower 2/5 of households by income is the target group, 2/5 of families. And so for those, they are already eligible for all kinds of housing programs, affordable housing programs, but there's still not enough housing at those income levels. What the fair share system would propose is to identify a certain amount of housing need by region, allocate it fairly to towns, and then provide towns with various incentives and options for coming up with a local plan to address their fair share. And that's what HB 6633 would do. The local plan would be prepared at the local level, as local planning currently takes place in Connecticut. And so, yes, your constituents that you identified, to the extent they participate in decision-making in their town, would continue to participate in decision-making in their town. And just as zoning and planning in Connecticut are governed by state law, they would continue to be governed by state law.
Well, I appreciate that answer. And I won't go back through the analysis of why we need new housing units to replace housing units that already exist. But I do want to address your contention that somehow nothing's changing, and that the planning and zoning folks still have control. They don't. In your own testimony, you mentioned a number of things, carrots and sticks. I think we've been saying all day long, but you said an enforcement mechanism in place. To me, that's the biggest change that bill brings to the table, 6633, is that now the central planners are not just throwing advice and recommendations around. They're actually going to use the force of the state government to impose themselves and their will on towns and their elected representatives. And I just asked this question out of the gate, and I'd still like an answer to it, which is just the basic premise. Do you agree or disagree that the people who live in those towns and have duly elected representatives doing their planning and zoning for them based on their choices, do they have a say or not? Or is it up to this state government to create a policy that has an enforcement mechanism in place to make them do what the central planners believe? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Certainly, citizens have a responsibility and opportunities to participate in local decision-making. That's been my experience in New Jersey. And in New Jersey, in my view, the fair system works and has worked splendidly. And that's why I have no hesitation in recommending a fair share system for Connecticut as well.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, but I don't know that you ever came around to letting me know whether or not those people have a right to make their own determinations, and that they have a point when they start to say that the central planners and the bureaucrats and the politicians telling them how to revamp their town is really not their business. But well, I guess we'll move on, and I'll find someone else who will give me a straight answer on that. Thank you.
Well, Senator Sampson, I think he answered his best because, so I don't want to say a straight answer like he wanted a more direct answer, but you know, Sonia Jeltz was on, she would have been a good person to ask that. She does that type of work. So I thank you for your expertise, Mr. Kinsey. I don't see any other questions for it. Thank you. Next is 127, Teresa Eckel.
Eichel. Thank you so much. I'm number 127 out of 275, and it's 9:30. So I appreciate all of you being willing to hear me. I am a resident of Preston, Connecticut. My name is Teresa Eichel, and I actually just wanted to speak on SB 4, an act concerning Connecticut's present and future housing needs. I really just wanted to share a personal experience. It was 2011, and I just moved back to Hartford. I was still being treated for cancer, and I'd been in treatment for about 9 months at that point, and another 9 months to go. So my income was pretty low, and I had a lot of debt from not being able to work full time. So I found an apartment in the West End of Hartford. I lived there for just under 2 years. At one point in the middle of May, I came home to find notices of like liens and court actions against a landlord from like literally every company you could think of, gas, water, etc. For months, he had been taking our rent and not paying any bills. Nobody in the building knew what was going to happen next, but we were all afraid of being evicted, which was definitely possible, we were told, even though we were all current in our rent. Nobody would tell us anything. The company that took over the building made sure that we continued to pay our rent, even though they wouldn't tell us what the plan was. And the thing is, once you're evicted, it's impossible to find another place, even if the eviction wasn't your fault. So I packed up everything. I put it in storage because I was just about to leave to sing abroad for an opera contract. So when I got back, it took me months to find another place that I could afford. My next landlord was very honest, good guy, but that apartment definitely could have benefited from the home energy labeling that is in front of the Environment Committee right now, because that place was freezing in the winter and the utility bills were insane. So my point is this: renters need protections. There are, honestly, I know there are many good landlords. Until I purchased, we purchased our house in Preston, I was a renter my whole life. So I know there are good landlords, but there are some really unscrupulous ones too, and more protections just need to be in place. Having a corrupt landlord means you could lose your housing, which can easily cause a cascade of devastating consequences. I was very lucky. I still had a job. I was able to stay with family while I looked for another place, but not everybody is so lucky. So I support SB4 because it will provide increased protections for renters and because it will improve the quality of housing stock in environmental justice communities. Just as a sort of a sidebar, Connecticut has excellent weatherization programs that landlords can take advantage of, and I support any efforts to encourage landlords to do that. So that is just a little personal story about renting in Connecticut. I really support more protections for renters. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Cycle. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Caroline Markowitz, 128.
Good evening, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Caroline Markowitz, and I'm a third-year student in the Housing Clinic at Yale Law School, which has long represented Open Communities Alliance. I was also born and raised in Greenwich. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6633 to create a fair share system. Similar to others who have recently testified, I'm in support of fair share because I believe that it will help Connecticut break out of the vicious cycle of housing scarcity and economic stagnation that we are caught in. It is true that most of Connecticut is declining in population, but I strongly believe that this is not because our state is not a desirable place to live. It is precisely because there's not enough housing, particularly affordable rental housing, in the state to support economic growth. Only by compelling all Connecticut towns to plan for a reasonable amount of growth through the fair share planning process will Connecticut be able to attract new businesses and jobs that will cause the concerning population trends to reverse. Arguments about lack of demand for new housing ignore the skyrocketing cost of housing in the state, and even more fundamentally, they get the problem exactly wrong. Economic stagnation does not create a lack of housing development, but housing scarcity, largely caused by restrictive zoning, causes economic stagnation. For example, since the time I left Greenwich to go to college in New York, my neighboring city, Stamford, has built over 9,000 new units of housing. As a result, many large businesses have moved to Stamford, bringing attractive jobs. Many of my peers who are also born and raised in Connecticut are therefore choosing to remain in or move back to the state, working and living in Stamford, instead of finding housing and opportunity outside the state. The story of Stamford's growth shows that more housing supply can increase population. This should not be just limited to Stamford, though. By increasing housing production, and particularly affordable housing production, beyond places like Stamford, we can help spread these positive effects throughout the state. If both central cities and suburbs build new housing, employers will be even more likely to relocate here. Moreover, it will allow even more young professionals to move to or back to Connecticut, specifically those who would like to live in towns like Greenwich, where they were raised, but where restrictive zoning practices have led to astronomical home prices that prevent them from living close to their own families and communities. Fair share will make it possible again for young people to settle down and start their own families in the same places where their parents did. As a result, it will increase the tax base, the vibrancy of Connecticut towns, and the overall economic condition of the state. Fair share is good for the future of Connecticut. I therefore urge the committee to pass House Bill 6633. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. I don't see any questions for you, Caroline. Thank you. William Sutter. He would be number 129.
Hey there. Hello, Representative
William.
Luxembourg. Hello, yeah, hi, thank you. Hi, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for all your time on what has become a very long day and night. My name is William Sutter, and I am a resident, homeowner, and landlord in New Haven. And I'm testifying in support of SB 4, including all eviction moratoria and any aggressive limits on application fees and late fees, and any other policies that promote housing stability for tenants. When I purchased my home, like most buyers, I took out a mortgage, which means I borrowed money from a bank and then spent that money on a house. And in this transaction, my net worth remained completely unchanged because the value of the house offsets the debt I owe to the bank. And the mortgage payments I have aren't really a cost to me, but are really just rebalancing accounts in which I give the bank back money that wasn't really mine to begin with. And I get to keep living in my house. Now, no part of that relationship is really affected in any way by whether or not I have tenants in my home. And when I purchased my house, I was appalled to learn how much higher my rent had been compared to the cost of owning and maintaining a home, and how little my landlord, as many other landlords, had done to actually justify that rent. My tenants enjoy the benefit of living in a desirable neighborhood and the protection of well-maintained and well-insured property, but they don't actually get to own my house. So they should be responsible for the costs associated with the benefits they do enjoy, like property taxes to live in a particular area and insurance premiums to defray risks associated with disasters, but they don't need to contribute to my mortgage payments because, like I said, they don't own my house. I therefore propose that rent for any tenant be limited to the sum of property taxes plus insurance premiums plus some nominal maintenance fee that could be 1 to 3% of a home's appraised value, and no rent increases be permissible other than those that are naturally occurring due to the fluctuation of the home's appraised value. The reason I support this is because it is, as has been brought up multiple times today and this evening, driving people away from the state, making it the ability to afford housing in the state is making it hard to work here. I am a business owner in New Haven, and a major point in negotiating hiring a new manager for my business was trying to convince him that it was reasonable to find housing here compared to finding housing where he currently lives in Providence. And that was a major sticking point for him. Now, we were able to convince him, but I think my attitude and passion for this issue and being able to find affordable housing was an important part of that. One moment. Furthermore, the money tenants could save on rent could enable them to then buy their own home, and homeowners tend to invest more in their community and their physical real estate, just generally improving the quality of living in the state for their own renters, themselves, and other members of their community.
Excuse me, Mr. Suter.
Yes.
Could you start wrapping up, please?
Yes, I'm done now. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. Any questions? I see the hands up. I'm not sure who went up first. Representative Ware.
I'll defer to the senior representatives. Pauletta to go first.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pauletta.
Senior representative. Last I checked, I was a few years younger and had more hair, but I'll take that with a grain of salt, no problem. Thank you, William, for your testimony. Last week when we heard a lot about the rent caps and some of the ideas that you were proposing, we heard from landlords that were adversely impacted by the COVID pandemic, adversely impacted by rising costs of living. And I just have a couple questions for you. Number one, you said you're a landlord. So do you own multiple properties, or are you renting out rooms in your house that you own?
I own a 2-family home and I'm renting one of the units. I'm living in the other unit.
Okay, so your portfolio consists of one unit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So it would be a little difficult to understand what a landlord that let's just say has taken out an additional mortgage on their home to become a housing provider and invest in a piece of property, rent the property, maintain the property, and then be faced with record inflation, rising cost of living, energy costs, property tax increases that are predominantly driven by unfunded mandates from the state. So, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to, you don't believe that rents should go up at all. So are you in some way suggesting that a landlord should lose money on their property, since you only indicated 2 markers that would dictate raising the rent? Would you think that the solution to creating more housing across the state of Connecticut would be to have a landlord lose money on a parcel of property that they invest in?
That is a great question. And I am not proposing that landlords should lose money on properties they've invested in. I think the amount of rent that a landlord could collect should be directly pegged to the appraised value of a home, which would result in rent increases over time, and also rise with inflation and defray rising costs, as well as property taxes. I think it should be proportional to property taxes, insurance, and reflect increasing maintenance costs as a property value increases.
So last year in the town of Watertown, actually in the city of Waterbury, because that'll put it into better perspective since you're from New Haven, revaluation came out and home properties went up almost 30%. So 30% raise on a rent would be acceptable?
I similarly had a major revaluation and increase. I think talking about 30% on a number that is already much more affordable is more acceptable. Right now, the typical rent in my neighborhood in New Haven is several times higher than what the cost of holding a property is. So if you're reducing the rent initially down to a value that is more in line with the cost of holding a property, then having a rent increase like that is a big percentage of a small number is a small number.
So then we would renege an existing contract with a landlord and tenant. The government would intervene and actually have the rent lowered, and then it could subsequently be raised if the revaluation yielded a higher property value. Am I understanding you correctly?
I would suggest for a practical implementation of this to have, instead of suddenly lowering all rents across the board, prohibiting rent increases until this kind of scheme is in line with, as property values increase, until they climb to be in line with current rent values, as opposed to suddenly grabbing a bunch of rental income away from landlords.
Okay. I appreciate what you're saying, but I couldn't disagree with you more. This is very dangerous precedent that you're suggesting. And in fact, it's actually a breach of government into not only a private contract between a landlord and a tenant, but also we're trying to regulate a market that we should not be regulating. For the very fact of what you said, that if we just left everything to property values and inflation and revaluations, the rents would be going up 30, 40, 50%. If we index it to CPI, people would have seen a drastic increase over COVID. So folks like you would have been back here testifying, saying that that bill wasn't fair. This is a major issue. We are trying to create a solution to a problem But what we're going to do is, as I've said over and over here, and it's very fearful to me, is we're going to hurt the people we're intending to help. I agree that there are pockets of places in Connecticut where it's unaffordable to live, and there might be some bad actor landlords out there. I am not disagreeing with you. The problem is we have two entirely different paths as to how to create more affordable housing and how to lower rents. History shows us that when there is more competition in the marketplace, prices will go down. That's not my opinion. That's not a Democrat opinion. That's not a Republican opinion. That is economics 101. Increase the housing stock and landlords will be fighting for good tenants to rent their apartments. The government breaching a contract is not, in my opinion, the way to solve this crisis. But I will defer over to the younger Representative Ware.
Representative Ware.
Thank you. Thank you. I was only referring to our tenure in the legislature. At any rate, Mr. Suter, thank you for your testimony, your thoughts. I appreciate some considerations as we're as this committee is contemplating solutions and trying to listen and hear all sides. I appreciate the fact that you brought forth some suggestions. I wanted to ask, you shared with my colleague that you have a two-family. Do you have a conventional mortgage? On the property?
I do.
Okay. So in our testimony, and some of this was, I recalled from previous history, and some of this was new to me, but in our past few weeks of hearing testimony, we've heard from housing providers with properties similar in size to you. We've heard from housing providers who have 1,000 units under management, 50, all shapes and sizes. And it was brought, and I was reminded last week that on some of these larger commercial properties where you're not owner occupied, that a lot of those rates are variable, or they don't enjoy a 30-year, 15 or 30-year fixed like I may. I'm not sure yours, but I certainly can state that I enjoy a fixed rate on my mortgage, and so some of these housing providers have a variable rate or one that matures in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, but it's not 30, and so they have to. I was reminded that they have to adjust for that, and so when you enter into a lease on 1 year and the mortgage changes, the rate may change. 2 years ago it was down under 3%, maybe 4%. Now we're talking 6, 7, 8%. So I just wanted to point that out, that is testimony that we have heard from others. And then the only other thing that caught my ear, and I just wanted to see if you've contemplated this as in your agreement with your tenants, is you talked about consideration for the property tax increase or decrease, and then nominal maintenance. And I just want to see if you had considered provisions. What happens if you have a major repair, like a roof, or some sort of event that maybe not covered by insurance, but that requires major repairs? Is that something that you have an agreement with your tenants as a contingency? Through you, Madam Chair.
So the nominal maintenance is intended to be an amortized overall recurring maintenance catch-all bin. So a roof repair is something that I will have been budgeting for the past, say, 10 to 15, 30 even years, however frequently I will need to repair the roof. I assume a disaster would be covered by insurance, but roofs do need to get repaired frequently, and that's kind of worked into the nominal maintenance allotment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Representative Stulo.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a little connectivity issue. Just to follow up, earlier I heard can you just restate? I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. The values or the things that you believe that rent increases or rent should be pegged to. You mentioned a couple of things, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yes, happily. So the property taxes, insurance, and nominal maintenance fee as a percentage of the total value of the home.
I appreciate that. So then do you believe that housing providers should make a profit at all?
To the extent that the maintenance fee includes any administrative overhead, I think that should be where any sort of monetary gain from owning a home should come in. In that, like, I have to do some amount of facilitating contractors, phone calls, filing paperwork, etc. My maintenance fee should cover my time in that.
Okay. But you don't believe that people should make a living off housing. I just want to I want to understand where we're coming from perspectives, because there are generations of people. We had somebody testify in a hearing a couple of weeks ago, in fact, who said that, they didn't have the opportunity or the means to go to college, but acquiring property by, working very hard was a means for them to make their way in life. They acquired property and they've been able to make a living and retire by renting property. So I want to understand, do you believe that that should be a pathway to wealth, or do you believe that people should not be able to profit from housing?
I do believe that people should not be able to profit from owning a home that they do not live in or maintain themselves.
That they don't live in or maintain themselves.
Or even that they do live in. But simply owning a property is not adding value.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we're going to agree about the fact that there's a housing crisis, and we're going to agree about the fact that there are steps that need to be taken. But what you're talking about is upending, generations of economic philosophy and pathways to making a living, wealth, and retirement. And I don't want to say wealth as in millions of dollars, but people making a living that people have been able to enjoy, that they're no longer going to be able to enjoy. I mean, you're talking about people who maybe haven't had the opportunity to go to college, but have worked, I hate to say it, their butts off, waiting tables, bartending, whatever it is, and they scrap together the money to acquire a property. They either live in it or they rent it out, and they build a living doing this. And then you're telling me that you want to eliminate that entire sector of our economy because people shouldn't be able to profit from property?
Most ways to save for retirement and prepare for retirement don't involve real estate ownership. Their 401ks, IRAs, etc., are all tools of investment in preparing for retirement. I think owning the function of property is to provide a shelter for residents, and not as a dividend earning income source. I think the ways to earn income off of owning a property are to maintain the property, increase the value by investing in improvements. But I think simply holding the deed to the land is not adding value to our economy.
So I would disagree with you in the sense that the primary means that generations in this country have acquired wealth and managed to retire is by acquiring property and then either selling it or renting it. When you talk about people having a nest egg, it is literally the fact that they have a house and they have managed to pay it off. Literally, there's the analogy of burning the mortgage. When they make the final mortgage payment, they throw the mortgage into the fireplace because they've acquired that wealth. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. You're proposing eliminating that entire sector of the economy by saying that nobody can rent property for profit.
I do agree with that statement, but I would also like to add a caveat that it is not eliminating the ability to profit on real estate ownership. As you mentioned, you can buy a property and then sell it for a greatly increased value several years later. It's rental income that I'm specifically opposed to.
So you can't, what you're saying is you don't mind if people make a profit on it when they sell it years later, but during the entire 20 or 30 years that they own it, they cannot profit from it at all.
Correct.
So if I buy a stock today in the stock market, I have to hold it. I can't derive anything from it. And I have to wait and hope that it appreciates, because someday it might. But the odds are there's a chance it could go down too, right?
Correct.
So what you're telling me is that not only do you want to eliminate an entire sector of the economy, but you want to make people invest in property on the speculation that it will go up, which is the entire cause of the 2008 housing crisis, which is that everybody thought property would go up forever. only to find out that it doesn't. So you might end up with people losing money, right?
Well, so two different points here. One is that if you buy a stock that doesn't yield dividends, you're betting on it going up and risking it going down as a form of savings. And I think that's a pretty common situation. And my proposal is not to encourage people to speculatively invest in housing, but rather trying to encourage more people to become owners rather than renters by reducing rents across the board. And with the savings that you make from reduced rent, as a renter, you might find it easier to afford a down payment on a house, which you aren't buying as an investment, but rather as a shelter. If it goes up and you sell it down the road for a gain, that's great for you. But your primary function of buying a home is not as an investment strategy.
I appreciate the perspective. I'm just flabbergasted by the notion that we would eliminate pathways to wealth that millions of people have gone down. Millions of people who didn't have advantages such as the ability to go to college, didn't have advantages that so many other people have had. But it's the one way that some people have been able to really acquire wealth, make a living, and retire. And there's the proposition that we would eliminate it. I'm just flabbergasted by it. We're going to disagree on it. I respect the fact that you're here today and offering your perspective. I really do. We're just going to disagree about it. So I don't want to monopolize any more time, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Senator Sampson, and then Representative Pauletta for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Souter. You've just attracted some attention, it looks like. And I think that's partly because you're very intelligent, obviously, and you've done your homework, and that stands out. And I guess I think it's because myself and my colleagues, I guess maybe we're curious about this perspective, and you're very well spoken and articulate on the subject. So I am a little late to the conversation, though. Is what we're talking about a hypothetical, or are we talking about your actual? I heard you own a 2-family house and you rent out 1 unit. Is this your practice? You only charge the rent based on the factors you mentioned, which is the property tax and insurance. Is that right?
Currently, I am splitting the difference halfway between that cost and the market value of rent in the neighborhood, with a commitment to not increase rent until the neighborhood rent meets the value that the calculation that I proposed.
So you're like a mini capitalist. I see. I'm just teasing you. It's a friendly conversation. I get it. So you do. And what's the reason why you're splitting it?
Similar to a point that was brought up early, I believe by Representative Pauletta, was that to suddenly change the game that much does have ripple effects, and the goal is to have a transitional period, like I mentioned earlier. So instead of suddenly introducing this policy, I would propose removing rent increases until rent prices were equal to the calculation I proposed. So again, to eliminate any sorts of economic shocks that would affect people who own homes and are generating rental income.
Well, I don't know that you're going to make any massive ripple in the marketplace by adjusting the rent you're charging on your 1 unit. But I understand your logic, and it's probably not so simple. Even if you ideologically don't believe in the profit motive for housing, it's not so easy to make that leap all in one single bound. So I get that. There's another whole host of expenses that were not mentioned in any of the previous conversation, though. Is this your first tenant that you've had?
No, this would be my 3rd tenant.
And did you have this policy with all of them?
With the 2 most recent tenants, yes.
Understood. And was there a vacancy in between?
I have not had a vacancy in between.
Yeah, I mean, that's a major factor that landlords have to deal with. Do you know that 40% of housing units are vacant at some point in a year, and the usual time frame is between 2 and 3 months? So when housing providers are factoring their numbers, they generally are operating on 9 or 10 months worth of revenue because that's what they can expect to average, because there's always hiccups. Anyone who's ever been a housing provider of any size can tell you that you're gonna go some period of time without a tenant for whatever reason. You have to make repairs. You haven't found the right person. Who knows? I don't want to take a lot of time too. I'm appreciating this conversation. Let me just ask you like the most important question that's been on my mind, listening to many people that are advocating for more restrictions and regulation on housing providers, which is, do you actually just not see the consequence of these policies? Because for me, it's pretty obvious that if you start telling housing providers that they are going to have to go through even more strict impediments than they have now in Connecticut, some of them are just going to choose a different path. Now, I've heard people say, well, who cares? That building's still there. Someone else will do it. I mean, I think that's a really crappy attitude, number one. But I don't know that that's even true. There are a lot of single family properties and multifamily properties that can certainly cease to be rental property. Single family houses can become owner occupied. 2 and 3 family houses can be owner occupied by big families. So I guess I just, that's the question. Can you not see that if you, require, maybe not something as drastic as what you're doing, but you severely limit the ability of housing providers to have a profit motive? And I can assure you there are housing providers that are struggling and failing right now without any of these additional policies. Can you see that we might actually damage the availability of housing?
I think to answer your question, I think I nor anyone can see the consequences of any particular policy. I think there are 2 ways it could go, and or 2 actually possibly overlapping worlds that result from this. One in which it becomes much more difficult to become a massive corporate landlord housing provider, but at the same time making, like you yourself mentioned, a lot of rentals will turn into owner-occupied buildings, probably by the people who are renting there, who want to be in that neighborhood and working in that neighborhood and living in that neighborhood, and it becomes easier to afford a house if you have more savings from not having to spend all of your income on rent. So I think I do see that these effects will happen to some extent, but I think there will be accommodating effects that fill the need appropriately.
I appreciate that, William. There's one other alternative that you did not come up with, and that is that ultimately that means that all property will end up owned by the government, and housing will be provided by the government because they're the only ones left to be doing it. It will start by increased subsidies to housing providers to keep them afloat. I mean, and those subsidies already exist. We hand them to tenants now who transfer them to housing providers. And ultimately it will expand to the point where the government is subsidizing the whole thing because it's failing without the government subsidies to keep it afloat. And after that, when there's no profit motive and there's no benefit, the government will be providing all the housing. You can watch other industries. The healthcare industry it's a government distribution system now for healthcare. There's no actual competition among health providers or insurance companies. And the result is that it's even more expensive and the quality may be declining. And I just fear for that in the housing arena. But thank you very much for the conversation. It was very enlightening speaking with you. And thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chairman.
Representative Paletta. All right, sir. Mr. Sutter, you created a lot of conversation at 10 o'clock at night with 200 people still to speak, but
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
you take care. Got to start something. Somebody's got to be the first. John Engel, 130. Kimberly Fiorello, 131.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I've been listening all day as well, and it really has been an interesting conversation. I will focus my remarks on 6633, and I do hope to receive a question in case I can't finish my thoughts on this. But my main remarks will be regarding the Fair Share Implementation Policy paper that came out most recently from the Open Communities Alliance. And I'd like to draw your attention to what jumped out at me regarding this report about Fair Share. And I'm focusing on Fair Share because this is the third time that this bill has come forward before the Connecticut State Legislature. The first time we saw it when I was up there, and it was just as detailed as it is now. The second time it came out as a kind of study, and now it's back in its fullest form. And I do hope to make a very clear argument that this bill should not make it out of this committee at all or ever. So on page 4 of this report, it does show that the Fair Share is focused on extremely housing burdened. And that's important. In fact, that is where our attention should be. And that's 30% of area median income. That's a family of 4 earning $30,000 a year, spending 50% of their income on housing costs. So the OCA has, or the Open Communities Alliance has identified that Connecticut has 135,000 of these folks who are extremely housing cost burdened. And we did note in earlier conversation that we have homeless, so people without homes, about 2,900. So the 135,000 are folks who have homes. They're living somewhere right now, but they are cost burdened. So these folks quite literally are people who need rental assistance. And the brilliant solution that is being offered by the Open Communities folks is to copy New Jersey, which brings us to page 5 of their report. So let's copy New Jersey, which has adopted a plan, Fair Share, since the 1970s. And it's important to note that no other state has copied their plan. The Federalist system we learn in this beautiful experiment of 49 other states. And no other state said, let's do what New Jersey is doing, except now that Connecticut is considering it. And if you look at their report, they talk about 70,000 deed restricted affordable units that were built over the last, 40 years. But these were on the backs of taxpayers in New Jersey. These are municipality subsidized units. That's taxpayers in the towns of New Jersey that paid for these 70,000 units. And the others came from market rate units. But then they also say, wow, we have agreements for 150,000 more units. Well, that's on the back of lawsuits that have been working their way through the court system for years and years. And now New Jersey has the promise of 150,000 more housing units. New Jersey ranks number 50, the worst by the Tax Foundation in 2022 for state business tax climate. This is not a policy that we want to copy. And truly a question for Mr. Kinsey, who was on before, is really why hasn't the New Jersey model been copied? But my greatest attention is to page 7 of this report. And here, I think it really comes down to what the Fair Share Plan is really going to do for our state. It says that they're going to build 120,000 new units. And the words exactly out of OCA is, if you infuse the Connecticut housing market with 120,000 new housing units, plus significant number of market rate units, the sharp increase in supply is likely to lower housing costs overall, especially for lowest income families. Actually, it's going to lower housing for all families. And so a real notice.
Cirillo, could you
Yes.
wrap up, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So a real notice to the people of Connecticut on this bill is everyone get ready for your greatest investment, your home, to lose value over the next 10 years, thanks to your government policy. But what's really interesting is the second point that's brought up here. It says housing market reshuffle. And that one says, quote, with new units, there will be a reshuffling in the housing market as households move to housing that better aligns with their incomes. No, not just their incomes, but better aligns with their aspirations, really. So it's going to be neighborhoods with trees, better schools, more safety. And what does that mean? An emptying out of the cities of Connecticut. And so what you will have here, and this is the headline, is this policy will usher in the
Your 3
worst.
minutes are up, ma'am. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you very much.
Senator Sampson has his hand up to ask you questions, and you'll be able to.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Are you saying you don't like this policy, Representative? I'm just kidding. Thanks so much for being here and for your testimony. Clearly, you're very passionate about this, and you've done your homework, I think, for several years on this subject. So, and your point is well taken about New Jersey is not exactly a utopia that we should be emulating for pretty much anything. But I would love for you to just finish your point about the emptying out of the cities. This is the exact conversation I had with Mr. Kinsey when he was on earlier, which is you're proposing in this type of fair share plan to take people who are already housed, because there's not 140,000 people on the street looking for housing. They're obviously housed somewhere, even if it's not the best circumstance for them. But the creation of this plan means that we're going to just move them into new housing somewhere. And I want to hear more about your concerns about that. I mean, I have my own, but I want to hear your perspective. And through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. So I'm really reacting very much to the words being used by this organization pushing this policy. And they themselves are saying that there will be this reshuffling. And so it's an acknowledgement, as you said, that there will be, we're actually moving people out of where they are without, I don't know, having asked them if they want to leave. I mean, you know, we're not all that different as humans. I mean, and so why do we stay where we are? Why do we build our lives there? There's a lot more related to your neighbors, your church, your community, and how much you've been invested there. And so I think that there are many folks who may not want to be leaving their cities, but would rather like to see their cities be improved. But this is not a policy that is going to be leading to the improvement of the cities. And the point I wanted to make is that, you know, we study social policy, and there are textbooks written about extremely bad social experiments that lead to, you know, blight and ruination. And that's what we're talking about here. This is a policy that will put, you know, into the history books, the kind of economic buffoonery that the Connecticut legislature engaged in. This bill should not make it out of this committee at all. And if I may continue, on page 9, it talks about the allocation factors, and they're very narrow. And, you know, building, it says these are sound planning policies, but anybody who is a town planner would know that you don't build your town plans on such narrow policies. But of course, their point is that, yes, we are looking at it in a narrow sense by median income and wealth, but we leave it all to the P and Zs of the local towns to decide where their allocations are to be built. But when you
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Does that respond to Senator Sampson's question?
No, I don't.
I don't think it
there was
does
more.
it? Senator Sampson, do you have another question? You're muted, and I didn't mute you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I appreciate the response, Representative, and good to see you. There are a lot of people waiting, so we'll move on, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. Next is Amy Boratko.
Boratko, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Hi. Oh, no problem.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senators Moore, Luxembourg, and members of the esteemed Housing Committee. My name is Amy Boratko. I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, where I've lived for almost 20 years. New Haven is my chosen home. I'm one of those people who has migrated to the city, and I love raising my children in the city and having them attend New Haven public schools. I'm testifying in support of policies that promote housing stability and in support of SB 4, particularly in favor of a winter eviction moratorium and limits on fees. But I believe that there could still be changes that could promote stability for tenants. I suggest a rent cap of 2.5 to 3%, a cap that covers apartments between tenants to deter evictions for the sake of rent hikes, and an expansion of good cause eviction protections. For the past 12 years, I have been fortunate to own my home with my spouse. We now enjoy housing stability, a raft of protections and predictable cost, only because we achieved a degree of wage stability and growth. At our most economically vulnerable for our first 8 years in the state, we rented in New Haven. I was a graduate student and a freelance educator and artist, and my husband was a substitute teacher and just beginning his career as a public school educator. Lack of predictable income made planning for rent increases with each lease renewal hard. Even careful budgeting and coupon clipping, which I did, were paltry tools compared to the fees and increases that we could face from a landlord. The choices were bad. Would we continue to live in the building managed by a large corporation with mold growing on the walls of the stairwells, or face a market with even pricier apartments? It felt like we were always in an unequal fight, one that we could lose very quickly. And I acknowledge that the housing challenges I faced were nothing compared to those faced by so many renters in my city and my state today. And having children means that I have another lens on how lack of protections and stable costs for renters affects the youngest Connecticut residents. Families in our school community face homelessness, forced to move to neighboring towns to live with family and friends, evictions happening in the dead of winter. I can think of 3 or 4 house fires and rental units and a call to help a family salvage belongings during that brutal cold snap a few weeks ago. Kids that can stay in their homes and parents who enjoy protection from skyrocketing rents, from winter evictions, and from out of control fees can thrive in school. Housing is a human right, and our state has the great opportunity to allow more residents greater protections to affordably stay in their homes and to curb landlords, especially large corporations with no vested interest in building and supporting communities, from profiting off of citizens of our state. This is my chosen home where I've put down roots to grow a family. And we can do that as well as participate in the civic, cultural, and economic life of the state, in no small part because of financial stability and housing stability. About a half hour ago, I heard that homeowners might not have enough of a voice. And I'm here to say that I'm a homeowner in the state. I love where I live and I love my neighbors. And my property is more valuable when all of my neighbors have housing stability. And SB4 is a step forward. Thank you so much for your time on this long night and for the hours to come that you'll hear testimony.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to move on to 133, Richard Lation. And then Alicia Jenkins. $135, Kathy Flaherty.
Good evening, Senator Moore and all the
I knew I
members.
could count on you.
I was this close to just going to bed and just saying I give up, but I was like, I can make it through. Thank you, Senator Moore, and all the members of the Housing Committee for your dedication to listening to all of us. I submitted written testimony on several bills, but I really just want to focus on a couple of them tonight. One is 6781. Especially the section on tenant records and the judicial branch records. I really pointed you in my written testimony to the written testimony of my legal aid colleague, Giovanna Shea, because she is literally last on your list. So I am not sure whether she's going to get to testify, but she wrote out in very clear detail how that bill should be amended to limit the look back period, not from the 5 years that your bill has, but to 3, because that's how long public records stay on the judicial branch website, and to shorten the period for people when evictions are withdrawn, they're dismissed, or the tenant wins. I am Kathy Flaherty. I'm the director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, but I've also been a legal aid housing lawyer for 25 years. I have never seen a market like this in all the years I've been a legal aid attorney. And a lot of the problems you're trying to address in the bills on your agenda are problems my clients have experienced. I'm representing them in a housing case. That eviction's going to get dismissed, but just the fact that it's been filed has made it impossible for them to find new housing. I have been representing tenants who have Section 8 vouchers who can't find new housing. Clients who paid fee after fee after fee. So I appreciate the work that the committee is doing to limit those screening fees and allow a tenant to give a recent report to a prospective landlord. Because I think landlords are just profiting off of those because they know they only have one unit available and they let 10 people apply for it. And they know they've only got one unit to rent. And so that has really been a concern of our tenants that we represent. I'm trying to think. The other thing that I just want to bring up, some of the things in Senate Bill 4, I would encourage you to include the rent cap in that proposal if you don't pass the other bill out of committee at your next meeting. But things like the standard lease, people think that's, why are you doing that? There's no requirement that anybody use it, but when you have a lot of out-of-state landlords coming in, they're sometimes using standard form leases from other states that include terms that are contrary to Connecticut law. So at least if there were a standard lease available, people would know that it complies with Connecticut laws. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm also happy to not. So my written testimony is available on the website.
Thank you, dear. Are there any questions? All right, Kathy, thanks for staying up with us. Feel like I'm the late show.
Good night. Take care, everybody.
136 Javier Gonzalez Villatoro. 137 Derek Vial. 138 Jen.
Derek's here. He
Derek's
just
there.
off. Derek, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Hi, Senator Moore.
Good evening, Derek.
I was there earlier. I was in my snow removal gear.
Well, I still have snow in front of our house, so obviously you didn't come down to Bridgeport.
I'm glad to. Any way I can help.
All right.
And I want to thank Rick O'Neill. He worked with my daughter to make sure that I could come to the committee and had everything, all the time straight and everything. He did a great job.
Thank you.
And I have to really thank everybody there for all the long hours you put into this issue. I've really seen a different side by keeping it on my phone all day when I was shoveling. And so that leads to my comments now, because I was going to focus mainly on the problems of small landlords. I'm a small landlord. But it seems after listening to all this testimony and also listening to some stories that I've heard, that there have been a lot of very high rent increases, and it's mainly due to outside landlords that bought property towards the end of the pandemic, out-of-state landlords. And that's not something that I or my small landlord friends would do. Well, our rents are higher, but not that much higher. So I'm thinking that, to kind of cut to the chase of all this, it might be the problem is supporting small Connecticut landlords better, because we live here. We plan to grow old here. We have our history here. Our families are here. Our memories are here. And we've learned the hard way that you have to partner with your tenants in order to have a successful business. And I don't know what those ways are. We have to really brainstorm that. But I mean, I would think some ways to make it easier for small landlords, which I could talk about a little bit, to do their job and to lower rents. But also to allow the creation of more small landlords, perhaps by making it easier through state programs for people to become small landlords. A little bit about myself. I've been a landlord for 25 years. I had to do that because I was going to marry a woman who had 4 children. And I needed to pay for 4 college educations. And that was one of the easiest businesses I could start. But I came from a place where right out of college, I met a former New Haven police officer, and he and I started a program in New Britain's largest and most dangerous housing project. It started as a tutoring program. And after years of direct experience, we realized why those programs fail. And it's because they have to address a whole variety of issues, including crime and housing. And at the end of the 10 years, I became convinced that tenant management, as advocated by former HUD Secretary Jack Kemp, was the way to go. There was a woman named Bertha Gilkey. She was on 60 Minutes in the 1980s. She was in a horrible housing project called Cochrane Gardens in St. Louis. And through her leadership in convincing HUD to have the tenants have direct control of the money so they could manage the project, they turned that project into what looked like luxury condos. And you know how they did that? They were able to identify the troublemakers and they gave them a chance to change, or they evicted them. And they got control of the place. And those people knew what was going on in the project. And so they were able to turn it around. And that's my point about small landlords. Like I've always felt the whole time I've been a landlord in Connecticut, that it's very difficult to evict somebody that is wrong, that's not paying rent or causing trouble in a way that they disturb and inconvenience and endanger other tenants.
Mr. Vale, we need you to start wrapping up, please.
I'm wrapped up. That's what I wanted to say. I think that we should do more to support small landlords in the state. And it seems like the problem really happened after COVID, when out-of-state people that are mainly motivated by profit, not by their residency in Connecticut, to raise rates and at a much higher rent than we would.
Thank you, sir. You do have someone who wants to ask you a question. Representative Paletta.
Thank you. Derek, you know, you speak my language. I couldn't agree with you more in what you said. From the out-of-state landlords, the bad actors, we absolutely should hold them accountable. And to the supporting the small landlords that invest back in the community. I won't take up too much time, but I will let you just expound a little bit, because we had someone who said before that owning property shouldn't contribute to one's retirement, but rather, and not make a profit off of it, but rather just hold it. And then one day when you sell it, you'll make a profit. I couldn't disagree more. And then when you come on and say you're a small mom and pop landlord, good actor, invest in your community, forge a relationship with your tenants.
Right.
That again, we know that if a good tenant and a good landlord are good actors and they're honest with one another, then the relationship works out great, like a good marriage, right?
Right.
So if you could just talk briefly, very briefly, I know we're here long, but about that small landlord and how they're improperly getting grouped in with that out-of-state landlord, unfairly getting grouped in here. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question, because small landlords are really a shadow social service program in Connecticut. And not because I'm a former social worker, you know. The reason is because a lot of people come to us that are recovering addicts, that have lost their job, that have got a divorce, so they're going through some kind of crisis and they need a break. And we can talk to them from a local perspective, look them face to face. And we also believe in giving Connecticut people another chance. But we have to judge that. I mean, like, we take a big risk. I mean, if somebody decides not to pay us rent, we could lose months of rent. It could be thousands of dollars worth of damage. We have to judge that. And we judge that face to face, which is something in an out-of-state landlord that takes an application online can't do. They don't live here. They don't have the same investment that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Number 38, Jen Freed. Number 39, Alexandra Walling.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, members of the Housing Committee. My name is Alexandra Walling. I am a tenant in Hartford, Connecticut, working as a postdoctoral scientist. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 4. I was here for 5 hours last week for House Bill 6588, but had to go to bed so I could make it to work on time. So glad I'm getting a chance to testify today. So I want to say I support the winter eviction moratorium. But what I really support are measures to cap rent increases year over year in the state of Connecticut at 2.5%, as you've heard many people speak about today. And what I really want to hone in on is my experience as a recent resident of Connecticut. I moved to Connecticut in August 2022 from New York City. And before that, I was living in California, two of the most expensive housing markets in the country. And I want to speak to some of those experiences about what might be coming for Connecticut if this committee doesn't take strong action to get housing prices under control for Connecticut tenants. In New York City, where I was a tenant for 5 years, the high housing prices didn't just drive me and my husband out of the city. They've also driven an epidemic of homelessness, causing untold human misery on city streets and imposing enormous financial burdens on the city government. From emergency rooms to emergency services to the overburdened shelter system. And before I lived in New York City, I was a college student in Monterey, California, where low housing stock and high housing prices caused me to resort to renting out somebody's garage, the cheapest housing I could find, which was such an unsafe living situation that I wound up being hospitalized as a result of health conditions I developed while living in a garage without heat or natural light. So many of the people I went to college with took their educations and left for lower cost of living states after graduation because of harrowing experiences with the rental market in California. What I fear is that Connecticut will head the way of New York and California. Since I've come to Connecticut and gotten involved in the state campaign to cap the rent, I've met tenants who are facing significant rent increases year after year that they cannot afford. Out of control rent prices will increase the number of Connecticut tenants and residents who are unhoused or precariously housed as well, leading to needless suffering and dependence on city and state resources. Can the state of Connecticut afford a growing homeless population? Connecticut can either choose to support a rent cap and genuinely stable, affordable housing for millions of tenants, or it can pay exorbitant costs in healthcare, emergency services, and the shelter system for the wave of homelessness and misery that is coming. I urge all of you not just to do the right thing, the moral thing, but also the prudent thing for the people of Connecticut, and to pass a version of State Bill 4 and House Bill 6588 that contains a rent cap at 2.5% and provisions for good cause eviction protections to prevent further misery and homelessness. And then, since I think I have a little bit of time left.
Ms. Walling, could you wrap up, please?
Yep, I'll wrap up. Thank you so much.
Alexandra,
Yep.
you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you. I got to the end of what I was going to say.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you. Let me just see. Is 121 here?
She's back. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi. How are
Good
you?
evening. Good. Thanks. How are you? I know it's been a long day, and thank you very much for your service and time tonight. May I proceed?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Alexis Harrison. I'm a member of the Fairfield Town Plan and Zoning Commission, and I'm also part of CT 169 Strong. We're a grassroots group dedicated to local control of our land, and proudly want to empower our 169 towns and cities. I'm here today to respectfully ask you to vote against HB 6633. Just for background on me, I became involved with zoning and housing policy in my town because I'm an environmentalist. Land is the most finite and unique thing that we have. It's a very important asset. And once you make a decision, it's permanent effects, and that affects the town's economic, ecological, and community health. More about Fairfield, we actually adopted our first affordable housing plan way back in 1988. It was one of the first such plans in Connecticut. I'm part of the TPC, as I mentioned, and we've been very committed to affordable housing. In 2021, we actually expanded our ADU regulations with input from housing advocates and other stakeholders. We're currently expanding or redoing our plan of conservation, plan of conservation and development, and we're obviously very cognizant of our infrastructure capacity, but we're also very aware that the affordable housing needs in Fairfield are real. But I don't think HB 6633 really solves this issue. It will erase basically single family zoning. It will really have adverse consequences on our communities, our infrastructure, and really our sensitive coastal communities like Fairfield. We know affordable housing is a very laudable goal, but Fair Share just does the opposite. I think it just serves as a blank check for developers to sidestep local planning and zoning communities in pursuit of profits. I don't think we should be emulating a law that's been a failure in New Jersey. And I just ask you to think about very important questions when you address this in committee. You know, towns like Fairfield have over 300 years of infrastructure vulnerability, such as sewer capacity. We have very old roads, bridges, and I'm not really sure how much we're really capable of supporting. You know, even our existing road network is stressed right now. You know, in terms of geography, I'm not sure where all these thousands of units would be constructed. You know, coastal towns like Fairfield are largely developed. There's not a lot of available land, to be honest with you. Municipal services, that would really put more mandates and more stresses on our communities. Fire, police, and other municipal services are not currently capable of handling extreme increase in residential units. If new affordable units are concentrated in one area of town, for instance, new fire stations may be needed to maintain, you know, reasonable response times. You know, more kids could be going to our schools, you know, obviously demanding that we build more schools. So again, this really puts a lot of burdens on our local communities. I think we have to look at the unintended consequences of Fair Share. I will wrap up right now, absolutely. You know, 830G is a law that we've had for over 30 years. It's been a failure. It hasn't worked. So I think this one size approach to housing is just not a path that we should continue. And I hope you guys bring all stakeholders together. You know, housing advocates are really important, but we also have environmentalists, engineers, a lot of other folks with great insights on ways to strive to create more affordability in Connecticut. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any. Representative Ware, is your hand up, sir?
Yes, it is. And thank you, Alexis, for your testimony. I wanted to just point out that I made the statement earlier that we, in all of this, you know, I live in a rural town out in Eastern Connecticut, and through a lot of the testimony that we've heard, you know, calling for more development, and which certainly, you know, if there is a need for housing, I recognize that. But what I have not heard from during all of this, and it was just surprising, is that we've not heard from anybody identifying as an environmentalist, bringing up some of these concerns. You know, as I stated, I have developed my own property. I've been part of a few subdivisions, and the requirements were very strict in terms of what I can, what I cannot do on my property, and the amount of review was significant. So it surprises me that we're not hearing more from an environmental side in this process, given aquifers and wetlands and all the things that I had to personally you know, prove and demonstrate to the town that my property was suitable to develop. So just an observation, and thank you for bringing that.
Yeah. And Representative Weir, may I just add something, if I may?
Sure.
Just
What is
really
your
quickly,
perspective
I know
on
it's
that?
really late, but I actually ran for the Town Plan and Zoning Commission in Fairfield because we're actually the first line defense when it comes to environmental protection. Zoning is more than just about affordable housing. We're kind of act like mini EPAs. And I think it's really important to remember that and bring environmentalists into this conversation. It's really important to have their voice. Climate change is the biggest issue that we are facing right now. And it's not political. It's not a left or right thing, Republican or Democrat. That's something that we all have to be good stewards of and really solve. So I don't know if more density and paving over, you know, precious land is really, you know, being a good steward. So I think we just have to be wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
Representative Ware. So, where was I? I believe I'm at 140, Robert Jackson. 141, Gabrielle Gassman. 142, Jonathan Snyder. 143, Len Scalfani. 143, Greta Blah.
Hi,
Hi, Greta.
Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Greta Blau, and I'm a resident of Hamden. I'm one of the co-founders of Hamden Tenants Union, and I'm part of the Cap the Rent Coalition. Please vote out HB 6588 and SB 4 with the following amendments as soon as possible. A winter eviction moratorium, limits on fees, 2.5% rent cap, even between tenants, and good cause eviction. My mega landlord, North Point Management, is located in New Jersey. They own apartment complexes in Waterbury, Middletown, Hamden, North Haven, Groton, Mansfield, Farmington, Newington, West Hartford, Tolland, New Britain, Southington, Hartford, and Vernon. I looked out my window this morning and saw that my neighbors were unable to go to work because the landlord had once again failed to plow and salt. I thought about the landlord's abusive and predatory towing policies and the rents being raised 20 to 30% in the past year. The fair rent commissions are arbitrary. My husband and I filed a complaint in February of 2022, and our case was heard 2 weeks ago, nearly a year later. Some members of this committee have asked why tenants fear complaining. The reality is that as tenant leaders, we are abused, slandered, attacked, and targeted for eviction. We live in substandard conditions, yet the landlords want to raise rents as high as they decide to, no matter the cost to the family living in the rental. They are not even willing to discuss this. They just oppose it. The landlords aren't willing to work with the committee and all of those who want to collaborate with this committee. We need good cause eviction language. Our landlords do not have to offer us a lease, and most likely they won't. If this does not pass and we become homeless, we will keep fighting. Like I said, we're more organized by the day. If we're homeless, we'll start a homeless people's union. We need to do better for the people of Connecticut. We want caps at 2.5%, which will allow a family to stay in an apartment and budget for the 12 years their children go to school, giving everyone's children a fighting chance at success. They all should have the chance, no matter where they live, whether they rent or own, whether they're rich or poor. I'm hoping that's what we all want. Please join and work with us and save our state and help our families. We are more than happy to meet with the committee. Please use us as a resource. Also, I've been to the Fair Rent Commission in Hamden many times with tenants and with our own case, so I'm glad to speak with anyone about that. And I also wanted to mention that a lot of these mega landlords have a lot of empty apartments. My complex has 449 units and 50 of those are vacant. And it leaves me questioning whether this is a strategy to raise rents. Thank you. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Greta. I don't see any questions for you.
What a surprise.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Magdalena Finn. That would have been number 145. So 146 is Adam Bona. I'm sorry, 140, that would have been 146. 147 is Deanna Shipman.
Hi,
Hi, Deanna.
how are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
A little tired, but that's okay. I'm sure you all are too as well. So I want to thank everybody on both sides for staying up late. That includes the people that will speak after me. I am a resident of Groton, Connecticut. I am a full-time real estate paralegal. I also work part-time remotely from home on nights and weekends because I like to work. A little bit of my background. My grandfather, after he retired from the Navy and retired from management at Electric Boat, started buying some old military housing in the Groton area. And he turned that into a very good business, offering not lower income, but low rent housing. And most of these duplexes are side by side. There's a few single homes. And my dad, when we moved to Connecticut from San Diego, when my dad retired from the Navy, my dad and uncle ran the business with them, yada, yada, yada. And my dad, out of the gracious of his heart, gave 10 units to me, 6 houses to me and my brother, and 1 was single. Each house has 2 units except for 1. 2021 was my first month as a landlord. We took over the properties from just my dad. And I sent on a nice letter saying, introducing myself and all that. Gave him my name, number to contact me, whatever. So I decided in January of this year to raise the rent. Now, I raised it no more than $50. And my average rental for a 2-bedroom with a front and backyard, because there's side-by-side duplexes, is $891. And the tenants I inherited have been with my family, some of them 20 years, but majority of them at least 6. Do I believe they're bad landlords? Yes. So I am opposed to HB4. One of them is the late payment fee. The tenants were always late, and it was kind of, my dad and uncle were very generous, but I think they get a 9-day grace period. So the rent, even though it's due the 1st, they have until the 10th. So I imposed, it did increase the late fee, and everybody that I inherited were on a month-to-month lease. So I made everybody sign a lease because that's for their protection as well. I used to be a tenant, so I get it. So oddly enough, once I increased the late fee, everybody has paid their rent on time, and they don't have to pay the late fee. So I'm opposed to capping that. Winter evictions, absolutely horrible idea. It's going to create what happened. It's going to just create a backlog. So when winter comes, your case still hasn't been heard. And I'm not saying my tenants will do it, but tenants will not pay. Some tenants will not pay because they can get away with it. During COVID, my dad and uncle are lucky. They only had a few tenants who literally went to work or got the extra money from unemployment, but literally did not pay rent because they didn't have to. They were compensated from Unite CT after a year and a half, but we pay taxes in the winter months. We pay real estate, sewer, and everything else. If they have a problem, I'm going to go fix it because that's my investment. I don't, if there's a mouse infestation, which there's never been one, but
Excuse me, we have to ask you to wrap up. We're at 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I just think it'll create a backlog, and I noticed on a bill that landlords to give tenants eviction language, like how their rights. I'm not a lawyer. I work for a lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. I shouldn't have to give tenants information about evictions when we have 211. We have legal aid. We have fair rent commissions that they can go to and get that information.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. So next,
Senator, it looks like Adam Bonoff, who you had just called, has joined us. If you wanted to
okay.
accommodate
Mr.
him.
Bonoff, are you there?
Okay. All right, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, honorable members of the Housing Committee. Wanted to testify on HB 6781, 6780, SB 4. I just want to point out that there are 40,000 units in New York City right now that are not available, that are offline, that, you know, landlords cannot afford to fix because of rent control. I mean, there are 40,000 units. I mean, let's think about that. There's 80,000 homeless in New York, but there's 40,000 units that are there because of rent control. If this really worked so well, why would we have this situation? Minnesota in St. Paul in 2021, they came out with rent control. In 2022, they repealed it because 30% of the housing was not getting built. So in 1 year, they turned around and reversed it. Boston and New York have both jockeyed back and forth. They've had rent control. They didn't have rent control. I know the housing advocates now are going to say the rent control we're going to do now is not like old rent control. This is the good rent control. I would venture to say that it's probably not the good rent control. I would venture to say that it makes sense to leave this alone, that the markets will correct. Okay, when landlords did not make money on rent during the moratorium for 2 years, they couldn't get paid. We came out of that, there was a shortage. Now we see an explosion in pricing. That will subside. The 20 years prior to that, everything was normal. You weren't hearing about all this problem that we're having with housing. Let the market work. Okay. Next thing I want to talk about, I had a tenant in a building. I had a 6-unit building in 2017. This man shot his son in the building. And the reason I bring this up is because I did everything I could in my power to get rid of this guy as quickly as I could. I had a building full of tenants that were asking me, can they get out of the lease? I've got to understand. And I did understand. I went to the police department. I did everything I could. I called a few different jurisdictions and they told me they could get me an expedited eviction. It might take 6-8 weeks. I had a decent relationship with this guy. So the son, by the way, didn't die. He was in the hospital. This guy was allowed to come back on bail. And he came into back into the building. All these people were just freaked out. And, I don't understand why we take the position that we're just worried about the one guy who's out there who, has a problem. Everybody else, has got to take the brunt of it. What I'm trying to say is, how can we have how can we get rid of lapse of time? Landlords need to be able to have that tool available. You get to the end of the lease. I mean, why should it be tougher to get rid of a tenant than it is to get rid of a spouse? I mean, why do we need to have such difficult kinds of things? Why is this the only contract that you're going to put on the table? This is the only contract that somebody can't get out of. Oh, and by the way, does this work the other way? Can I keep the guy in the
I'm
building?
going to ask you
keep him?
Mr. Bono, I'm going to ask you just to wrap up now, please.
All right. Well, I've kind of said my piece. Oh, last thing I want to say, horrible idea. The moratorium from December to March. I mean, it's just craziness. So somebody stops paying rent. I file an eviction in August.
Mr. Bono.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the next person. I don't see any questions for you.
Thank you.
I think Deanna Shipman spoke. Is Mark Asness there?
Yep.
148.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm sorry I couldn't stick it out with you in person, Representative Luxembourg. I tried. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, thank you. The rest of the Housing Committee, thank you for your time. I also want to give a shout out to Rick O'Neill, who's an amazing organizer. I don't know how he does it, but it runs pretty flawless. So he should be commended on his work today. I guess I'm speaking to you as a good landlord. because I hear a lot of the good landlord, bad landlord talk. My name is Mark Asmus. I'm a manufactured housing community owner in the state of Connecticut. I live here as well. I'm also president of the Connecticut Manufactured Housing Association. And in 2021, Governor Lamont appointed me to serve on the Mobile Manufactured Advisory Council. I am here to ask you to please oppose Senate Bill 4, including a prohibition on charging above actual cost for tenant screening, eviction moratorium during the winter months, and any other similar bills like it. While this legislation may be intended to provide some level of financial protections for mobile homeowners in mobile home communities, including rent control, passage of this type of legislation will have disastrous unintended consequences. First and foremost, let me just be clear, no landlord makes any money throwing people out of their home. That's a fallacy. That's a wide brush that's being portrayed, that landlords evict for the purposes of raising the rent. Landlords evict for two reasons: non-payment of rent and a serious nuisance. I myself have been personally threatened. People that have been on these testimonials are being evicted for the same reason. The number one reason for a lapse of time eviction is because another resident actually complains to us about somebody that's causing a problem, and that's why we cannot do away with that lapse of time. As to the eviction moratorium, it's going to have the exact opposite effect of what you're trying to accomplish, and it's going to create an unbelievable burden on the court system. Secondly, we believe that this is a constitutional issue under the contracts clause, where the state can't interfere in private contracts. Passage would invite investigation and constitutional challenges. Telling people that they don't have to pay rent for 4 months is an invitation for failure for both parties. For those residents that already pay late or in the arrears, will see this as an invitation not to pay in the hopes that the state will bail them out like they did for Unite CT. It will also, by the way, accelerate evictions prior to the deadline, causing the burden on the court system. Typically, good landlords try to work out with their residents on putting them in payment plans. Those will all go away, and we will file for immediate evictions. This bill will follow residents for years. As they're evicted, they'll never be able to make up the deficit for which is being encouraged. In mobile home parks, which we have the lowest rent anywhere in the state at an average of $500, or in an apartment on a rent of $1,000, how will they be able to pay $2,000 or $4,000 come April? If they couldn't pay the $500 in December, how could they possibly pay $2,000 in April? Landlords can't absorb this loss and be expected to pay their property taxes and their mortgages. Is the state putting a moratorium on the municipality's collection of taxes, or the banks their mortgages? Additionally, the cost of screening tenants is increasing. Beyond the hard cost of third-party reports, there's labor to process the applications, request additional information, follow fair housing guidelines. Moderately sized landlords like myself, I pay somebody $50,000 a year that does nothing but process applications. I process over 500 a year. In manufactured housing, however, since the resident owns their own home, we process 90% of the applications for third-party sales.
Please.
Say, yep.
Thank you.
Yep, allowing potential tenants to supply their own record puts other residents at risk, because those could be put harm in the community by supplying false information. Manufactured housing is the form of affordable housing. We make up less than 1% of all housing in the state, so it's crazy that these things are even being discussed in these panels. Furthermore, if you can see, only 1 or 2 residents from mobile home parks even spoke up in the 30+ hours of testimony. So I'd like to educate anybody on manufactured housing. If anybody has any questions, I would love to take them.
Well, Mark, I don't see any for you.
Well, Mr. Luxembourg does.
Senator, I saw that Representative Weir had a question, so I wanted to, through you.
Okay, Representative Ware.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Mr. Asmus, I just wanted to thank you as a constituent of mine from the district. I appreciate that seeing you both last week and this week presenting your testimony. Appreciate you being one of the good guys, and know that this committee will be given this careful consideration. So thank you for your testimony.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Take care.
You too.
149 is Beverly Dunn. 150 is Lucia Van Dypen.
Hi, I'm Lucia. Good evening, beloved public and beloved public servants. I'm changing my name to renounce my Eurocentric, racist, classist, oppressive legacy. So you can call me Lucia Z. I'm an aspiring mystic. I'm a teacher, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a minister, and I'm a mother. And I'd like to say that here today, I think I support anything that supports tenants and anything that limits the unbridled greed of landowners. It really comes down to human need or human greed. What side are you on? I'd like to hold our voiceless. I'm a minister of the voiceless. I'd like to hold the voiceless in the light tonight. As a teacher, I witnessed the horrific suffering of homeless children, my kids. I see them daily, my students, trying to learn, arriving cold, sometimes wet, sometimes not at all, oftentimes sleepy, hungry. Difficulties being a proficient student, which made them better candidates for the prison pipeline. And a minister of the homeless. If we don't intervene, you folks are in a beautiful position where you can actually prevent human suffering. That's amazing. That is so amazing. And I am praying that you make that your top priority. Our homeless have no climate control, no heating, no cooling, no running water, no plumbing, means no way to properly flush their human excrement. And some folks were denying whether we had a human housing shortage. I would invite you to go camping and live out there for several days, perhaps in the winter, and see how it feels. And then tell me whether you think there might be a problem. You know, maybe we need a model change. Maybe this owner-tenant thing really isn't working out. What if the Native Americans would have charged the white boys rent? We wouldn't be sitting here tonight, would we? Right? They would have been able to make it all work. Well, I'm really happy that we have governmental controls, because without that, the free market led to slavery, right? And we had to do something about that. And we have to do something about this housing shortage, this human right that's being denied, because private property has become a sacred something. It's not sacred. It's actually the curse of this nation that we started writing down our names on pieces of paper. So I believe that we need.
Can you start wrapping up?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will indeed. So my hope is that the tenants will actually determine the rate increase. I realize that there is inflation and we need to at one point raise some rents, but let's put it in the hands of the tenants and allow them to look at the maintenance that they've had, the dignity that they've been afforded, and then they go ahead and work together and possibly as profit sharers in the process.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Any Senator Moore, through you, any questions? I see Representative Paletta has his hand up.
Yeah, I do have a brief question, and this is a 10-second question. You just alluded to, ma'am, that you wanted the tenants to determine the rate increase in their rent. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, more fully, my beloved public servant, I don't remember your name, Paletta?
Joe.
Yes, okay. No, I think more fully, I think I'm expressing that I think there should be co-ops of housing, and so that the profits should be shared by everybody. So yeah, definitely the rent increases, but more so everything should be shared. And we all learned that in kindergarten. Remember kindergarten? You share, you give each other time to speak, you give each other room when there's, you make room for each other, right? You listen, you share, you don't bully, you don't charge rent because you put your name or your grandfather put some name on some piece of paper. And now suddenly someone else has to worry about whether they're going to make their rent or not. So we all know how to share. We just have to start doing it. Did you have any other questions?
Not a one.
Representative
Okay.
Pauletta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator,
Next is-
I see Len, Len S will call you so as not to mess up your name. I think you were here and I don't know if Senator Moore might be willing to call on you just because I saw you're actually on the Zoom and we had just called on you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I
Certainly,
had
sir.
difficulty getting on. I appreciate you bringing me back. Hello, representatives and Madam Chair. I want to thank you, first of all, for your time and allowing me to give my testimonial this evening. My wife and I are small mom and pop landlords, and we take great pride in taking care of our properties and our tenants. I oppose HB 6781. As a landlord, we need lapse of time to control the building. This bill appears to want to create a new protected class. Negative credit stays on the credit report for 7 years. Why not evictions? I oppose HB 6780, lapse of time. Protects all the other tenants in the building from problem tenants. I oppose HB 4, SB 4. Will the state of Connecticut pay my mortgage, building insurance, water bills, all landlord expenses during a 4-month period moratorium? This is the state of Connecticut taking my property away from me. Will the government pay for the rent for the tenant if they want the tenant to stay? What will happen if the bills surpass the landlord's ability to raise rents? This will prevent the landlords with old buildings, and there's many of those in Connecticut, that may need substantial work with cheap rents from doing any major work because of rent caps. I'll give you an example myself. A couple of years ago, we had on several properties, the state increased real estate taxes by 25% in one shot. Okay. How does the state justify that? That's what I don't understand. So that's 25% increase. If I can't raise rents the way they need to be raised, how can I provide affordable housing? Any kind of housing. I oppose SB 979. Housing will be made less affordable because obtaining this label will pass the cost on the tenants. I propose to make utility bills available on the internet for all to come and see and compare. This bill impacts the majority of urban housing in Connecticut, placing additional burdens on small mom and pop landlords like myself and my wife that provide affordable housing in our great state of Connecticut. I support HB 1113 with modifications. Complaints need to be heard within 30 days of filing. Must be a balance between landlord and tenants. Harsh and unconscionable needs to be well defined as a percentage and or numeric value tied to fair market rents. Decisions favoring the landlords must be retroactive.
Start wrapping up, please.
File date. Yep, I just have. So I thank you for your service to our state, to our country, and I thank you for allowing me to give my testimonial this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Scalfani.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? I don't see any questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, have a great evening.
Okay. Rep. Luxembourg, keep me honest. What number am I on?
I think it's Nicole Hampton 151.
Okay. Nicole, are you here? And 152 would be Julicia Lopez. And 153 would be Ethan Rodriguez Torrent.
Aye.
Hi, Ethan. I'm ready for your testimony.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone for taking the time for such a long public hearing, and also for all the people who testified and are still waiting to testify. I'm going to try to stick to a very strict 3 minutes. I'm here as a renter. All my adult life, I've been a renter. I grew up in Southbury, Connecticut, and I spent most of the last 15 years in New Haven. There's been a lot of different testimony about a lot of different bills. I'm basically here to support anything that increases the rights of tenants, decreases the abilities of landlords to push them out for reasons other than a non-payment of rent or a serious nuisance, and also kind of caps the ability of landlords to dramatically raise rent. So that would be SB 4 and a couple of the other bills that are floated out there tonight. In my own case, what I've found, my experience is that landlords evict for other reasons other than, as the gentleman couple previous to me said, non-paying of rent and a serious nuisance. The worst thing I ever did from my prospect of getting my lease renewed was improved the property I was living in. We had a landlord who was an out-of-state landlord. He lived in Boston. He was never around. We had to kind of push him every time we needed a maintenance concern addressed. And one year we had been living there for a couple of years, and one year we decided the blinds had been falling apart. It was a house with a lot of windows, which we love, but the blinds had been falling apart for years, and we were going to make a proposal to him, and we were going to replace all the blinds in the house. There's 20 windows. We were going to measure everything, get them custom cut, install them all ourselves, and all we just asked him for is to reduce rent by the actual cost of the materials. So he agreed. We did the work. Then we finished it in June, I think, of 2019, and July, he said, oh, that renewal I sent you, yeah, I'm actually going to retract that. I'd like to sell the house. I think we made it look a little bit too good. My experience with landlords in general has been that the property degrades, the money that you're paying in rent doesn't really go to maintenance. And if you actually do put in the work and take care of the property, that just gives them incentive to kick you out. And unfortunately, Connecticut has the lowest notice requirement for non-renewal of a lease or a month-to-month lease at 3 days, the lowest in the country. A landlord can give you 3 days to tell you that they're not going to renew your lease or that your month-to-month is not continuing. That to me is unconscionable. I don't know if any of you could even contemplate. I think most of you on this committee are probably homeowners. I have no idea if you could even contemplate having to move everything you own and find a new place to live within 3 days. So I'm just here to say, as a renter, I think renters do need more protection. I don't think we're evenly, I don't think we have any balance of power compared to landlords. And I'd appreciate anything that the legislature could do regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions for you.
I see Representative Luxembourg raising his hand.
Is he trying to tell me something? Representative Luxembourg, are you trying to communicate with me?
I apologize. Yes, I just wanted to very briefly thank Ethan for his testimony. You know, the notification on a lease renewal or a lease termination is something that this committee has been looking very seriously at. I think you're the first person perhaps that I've heard to testify that 3-day notice is the shortest in the country. So I think we're gonna ask our friends at OLR to confirm that. But that was very, very interesting and helpful information for us, and I think will be useful as we move forward. We just want to thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving on to 154, Brian Donahue.
Thank you, Senator Moore and Representative Luxembourg and legislators of the Housing Committee. I am Brian Donahue. I am a social worker of over 30 years, working with children and families, very troubled families. And what I've experienced in my career is that there's been multiple families living in a 2-bedroom apartment or a 1-bedroom apartment. It has exacerbated kids not going to school, domestic violence, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. So there has been an impact on the lack of affordable housing and people being evicted, landlords going after I'm not a landlord, I am not a renter. I own my own home. But people were to ask, how does this directly affect me? Well, it directly affects me because all the other costs of helping other people through taxes, when people leave Connecticut, I live in Rocky Hill, and we're a very white community. And what I have found is, and not just in my work as a social worker, but also as I started a group called Not Just Us, linking all the different communities in Connecticut, different social service programs, and trying to bring people together from rural, city, and town. There's a lot of issues that go around because of the fact that kids are sleeping on the floor. I've gone into people's homes, apartments, houses, where kids are sleeping on the floor, adults are sleeping on the floor. They can't afford the rent as one family. So there's multiple. There could be 2, 3 families living in there, and the crowding, and them not being able to get a room to study the children. And it affects as I say, the domestic violence, the mental health, people not being able to eat, having to make choices, the physical issues. So, I mean, I definitely support if we could get the rent caps back into Senate Bill 4. We need to do a lot more. I also am a son of a father who was a landlord. So I do understand that part too. I think that if we could take some of the ideas that we all learned today and last week and try to come together so that no landlord is feeling penalized, but also that we're enhancing the power that the tenants have, because a lot of them are very oppressed already. And just the raising of the rents is just going to cause further damage to an already oppressed and voiceless population.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you, Senator Moore.
Any questions for Mr. Donahue? Seeing none, I'll move to 155, Ruben Damberg Biggs. 156, Rolf Oben. 157, Joel McIver. (158) Benjamin Smith. I see you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm just going to be speaking on some of the issues of housing affordability in the state. The main disagreement with capping rent and other policies is that this will have a negative economic impact. Senator Sampson, I believe, was quoted as saying that it's the American system of free market-based principles that have given us the quality of life that we have. But many of the founding fathers and historic American economists did not share those free market principles, including Alexander Hamilton and Henry Carey. They believed in nationalized banking, taxing land rent, and public investment to support manufacturing. And a starting point for this debate is the theory of difference between value and price, which these classical economics analyzed. There's a difference between the sale price of goods and services and the actual cost of producing them. The difference is called an economic rent. A distinguishing factor is that no labor is needed to obtain that rent. And so in regards to real estate, 2 primary factors that raise real estate value and the price of rent for tenants, but do not reflect costs or labor undertaken by landlords, but still put money into their pockets, are public spending on infrastructure like roads, water and sewer piping, the proximity of good schools, and the other is a growing level of prosperity of the society and the general increase in population. The landlord and ultimately the bank holding the mortgage will pocket an increase in value generated by these activities, even though they did not contribute to it. We can see this with a particular Connecticut property I've looked into, that it was purchased in 1987 for $10.5 million, purchased in 2004 for $31 million, and purchased recently for $63 million. And do those increases represent necessary costs of production? This is an asset price inflation. And what is that? The point of all this is that the increasing price of real estate property means a greater and continued capital gain for landlords and more rent flow to banks. Real estate generates massive and reliable capital gains, which is taxed at much lower rates than income. According to some economists, if you compare the capital gain to the net investment after taxes, the return is not just a 5 or 6% typical rate of profit, but 100%, 200%, and even 300%. The economy's wealthiest layers take their total returns primarily in the form of capital gains. A landlord will buy property on credit, use the tenant's rent to pay the mortgage interest, depreciate the property for as long as possible for a big tax break, and depreciating even while the property is increasing in price, and exits with a capital gain. This merry-go-round will spin until the bubble pops. And why will this bubble pop? The increasing use of debt shows up on the liabilities side of the economy's balance sheet. The bubble will pop because the asset price inflation of bidding up property prices on credit does not reflect underlying value. That pulls money from workers, farmers, producers, and industry, which are the real creators of society's wealth. And they can spend less and less of their money on real goods and services because the price inflation is forcing more and more people into debt and more income into paying for expensive basic necessities. The debt burden becomes unsustainable. Do we really want a society where the way to double and triple and quadruple someone's money is by debt financed, debt creating land price or stock price gains instead of by actually producing something? So that's my testimony. Grateful for everyone for being here. Hats off to the committee members who are sticking through this all night. And I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Representative Pauletta has a question for you, sir.
Yes, Benjamin, thank you. One of the points you hit on in your testimony was that you said a property owner or a landlord does not contribute to roads and sewer and water. What exactly did you mean by that?
That primarily comes from the entire tax base. It's not a landlord individually who's building the road that increases the value or price of the property.
Right, but where would the municipality get the money to, let's just say, construct the road in front of a two-family home?
Well, classical economists advocated for things like taxing land rent and taxing natural resources as pulling out the.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. My question is, where would the municipality receive the funds to complete the said project?
That I do not have a question to or an answer to.
Okay.
It's something, can I just finish?
I'll give you the answer. It's very simple. They receive
It's not,
it.
but it's not simple. It's not necessarily simple.
Okay.
We're living in a highly financialized nation where tons of money is being sucked out from people's pockets in interest payments and debt burdens. And so the point is that, sorry, it's my first time testifying in something, and I'm
No
alone,
problem.
but
No problem.
it's happening in a wider system. So the municipality that you're referring to, in this current way things are structured with banking being the way Wall Street, for instance, is I think it has a predatory way of extracting money from the economy at large. I think something like a national bank can provide funds in order to do those things, but in this economy, I don't have an answer to that.
Okay. The very simple answer as to how a municipality receives funds to complete a said project is by their property taxes and or assistance coming in from the state or federal government, which indirectly is property taxes. So if you are making a statement that we're going to use the word housing provider here, does not contribute to any capital improvement project in the municipality in which their said unit resides in, and that is blatantly false, and it's a misrepresentation of the fact. As a landowner, I pay taxes. My taxes contribute to my community. They support schools, they support roads, they support public safety, they support public works. My money directly goes back into the economy. Furthermore, my state tax money, i.e. state income tax that we pay in abundance of here in Connecticut, goes to support many programs and funding for the entire state of Connecticut and population at large. So to say that someone that owns a property, particularly one that is rented for a profit, is not contributing to their community and not indirectly paying for a project that is taking place that may or may not increase their property value is false. And unfortunately, you are misinformed. So I would hope, while you believe in a national bank and all that, that's great. It's not for this committee nor at this time at 11:30 at night. I would just implore you to take a look at the grand list in each town and see exactly how much money housing providers contribute to the general fund of the said municipality. Thank you.
I can do that. Some economists who I've read who are far more intelligent than I am, far more articulate, I think would disagree with you. And so now 11:30 at night is not the time to be litigating this, but if there's something I can learn and if there's something you could learn, or if not, if we could just disagree, there could be a way for us to maybe hash something out. Or, I mean, you're a busy guy, I'm sure, but
no, I would love to speak to an economist that would be able to articulate to me that the monies that I pay in taxes do not contribute to my community. I would implore you, if you can, we can talk offline about this. If you can find me an economist that can tell me that, I would love to speak to that person and pick their brain.
I think the wording there is where we're not hitting it, but yeah. Read Michael Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm going to pass the chairmanship over to my co-chair for a little bit.
Thank you, Senator Moore.
Representative Luxembourg, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Next, we'll have number 159, Will Viederman.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg, and thank you to the members of the committee. My name is Will Viederman. I am the Housing Policy Manager at Elm City Communities, the Housing Authority of New Haven. I'm testifying this evening in support of House Bills 6633 and 6781 and Senate Bill 4. House Bill 6781 and Senate Bill 4 are very good bills full of strong ideas that will solve real problems. They help us get toward the Connecticut we want, one where everyone can afford their home, where tenants are not at risk of exploitation, and where people have meaningful opportunities to live in any of our 169 towns. We have a desperate shortage of housing at the moment, and until we can get that shortage resolved, it's vital that we protect tenants from eviction, regulate rent increases, increase housing code violation penalties, and fund the systems coordinating planning and housing support. But fundamentally, if Connecticut is going to fix its genuine housing affordability crisis, we are going to have to increase our housing supply. Vacancies are at an all-time low, as are sales inventories. Tenants are competing against each other for units, bidding up prices and leaving our poorest neighbors out. When tenants have a problem with their home or their landlord, they don't have an alternative. Leaving is not an option when there are no available units. Housing costs are so high in Connecticut because we have not built enough housing at all levels of the market. Over the past 10 years, we've increased the number of jobs in the state 5 times more than the number of homes, and that ratio is higher in the last couple of years. Until we build more housing, all the proposals in House Bill 6781 and Senate Bill 4 are simply mitigation. To build more, Connecticut needs meaningful zoning reforms. There's plenty of money to build homes for people, but there are too many laws preventing homes from being built. If Connecticut is going to reverse its devastating housing cost trends and begin to be an affordable place to live, this legislature must step in and refuse to tolerate towns banning everything but large lot single-family homes. Not only will statewide zoning reforms reduce housing costs, but they will help the state grow economically, and they are politically popular. The main obstacle to Connecticut's continued growth is the affordability of housing. If we don't build enough housing for new residents, the state cannot grow. House Bill 6781 and Senate Bill 4 will help solve real problems for residents of our state, but House Bill 6633 is the only bill proposed by the legislators this session that will actually begin to address the fundamental causes of Connecticut's housing crisis. If this legislature does not step in and meaningfully reform zoning in our state, we will condemn generations to continued exploitation, and we will condemn our state to stagnation. I hope this committee will pass Senate Bill 4, House Bill 6781, and House Bill 6633, and I hope this legislature will plan for the long term, ensuring a stable future for our state and real opportunities for growth. Thank you.
Thank you for that thoughtful testimony, Will. Any questions for Will from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate you staying up late and providing your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next is 160 Peter Fosick.
Hello. To start off, a point of order, Jill McIver, who was 157 in the testimony list, is on the call and hasn't been able to speak. So if we can make sure she does get that chance, that would be phenomenal. Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Peter Fosick. I'm a New Haven tenant and Divinity School student, and I'm here to testify in favor of SB 4, amended in alignment with a commitment to compassion rather than a capitulation to greed. The only reason that I've had stable housing while rents across the state have skyrocketed is that because as I'm a grad student at Yale, a $40 billion institution, and I have access to subsidized housing insulated from the predatory rental market faced by the rest of the state. But I've dealt with the struggle of housing insecurity personally in the past, and am fighting so that that unnecessary suffering is ended in Connecticut. On a similarly snowy day 13 years ago, in the wake of the housing market crash, my mother, sister, and I were forced to move from our home because our landlord had decided his rental property was a poor investment and wanted to sell. It didn't matter that despite my mom working multiple jobs, she was struggling to make ends meet while raising 2 young kids. It didn't matter that the only place we could go in the middle of February had dysfunctional heating and disintegrated insulation. We didn't matter. To those committed to the pursuit of profit at any price, people never matter. This hearing has made that much abundantly clear. Today, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. And yet, on top of calling doctors and insurance companies, I've spent my day here virtually on this hearing because the thousands of other working class people who are struggling with housing insecurity deserve and demand safe and stable places to live so that they can focus on all the other integral elements of their lives. How many people have had the courage to get up before this committee this afternoon and evening to share the stories of their heartbreaking struggles with rent hikes and no-fault evictions? How many did so last Tuesday? How many haven't had the chance? And how many times have these testimonies been answered with vague references to free markets and other trickle-down economic gibberish? And it is gibberish on economic grounds, as experts including Sarah White, Chelsea Connery, Ruthie Gorievich, Francesca Maviglia, Hannah Schreier, and others have highlighted far better than I'm able to. Today and last Tuesday, you've asked landlords about rising costs that affect their bottom line. What about how rising costs impact tenants' abilities to put food on our tables, to afford healthcare? These are the first and most fundamental questions that we have to ask. And the tenants brave enough to do so cannot and will not be silenced. The housing crisis is devastating on moral grounds. Profit cannot take priority over the safety and the well-being of the thousands of human beings facing evictions and untenable rent hikes leveled by predatory landlords. As constituents of this state, we will not stand for state law that places the value of passive wealth for a select few so blatantly over the lives of so many. This bill will cost nothing to the taxpayer. This bill will save lives. This bill is necessary, and it's necessary now. As our elected representatives, it is an imperative that you answer the call of your electorate and protect us from this crisis. Meet with our coalition, discuss the issue with us, cap the rent, and end no-cause evictions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and dedication, and also very, very sorry to learn of what your mother is going through in that diagnosis. And we certainly, I think I speak on behalf of the committee that we're wishing both you and her the best. Do members have any questions for Peter? Seeing none, your testimony is appreciated and under advisement.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on. I did note your comment that you had a colleague that was trying to get on and testify. We don't see her on the Zoom, but we will.
She's called in by phone number. I can read her phone number out for you if you'd like.
I don't think we have the capacity to handle that testimony at this time from a technological standpoint, but I will. I'm going to move on the list, and if she is able to Zoom in, we will circle back to her and give her a chance to speak. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to Jeff Miller at this time. Jeff Miller, are you there? Samantha Dynowski.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 4. This is a comprehensive bill that will address skyrocketing housing and energy costs, as well as the climate crisis. And we appreciate the efforts this committee is making to address all of these issues. I'm going to focus my testimony on section 21, which addresses energy costs and housing. My written testimony details the rates of energy burden in Connecticut and the causes of high energy burden. In short, low-income households, renters, and homes with older appliances are more likely to experience higher energy burden. These same households often do not have the control or resources to invest in their homes to make them more efficient and to lower their bills. Section 21 creates a grant program for tenant-occupied multifamily homes built before 1980 in low-income and environmental justice communities to improve the energy efficiency of such residences, including but not limited to insulation, storm doors and windows, improved roofing, the installation of heat pumps, solar power generating systems, and also to remediate common health and safety concerns that prevent those residences from accessing energy efficiency programs in our state, things like mold, asbestos, lead, radon. Reducing energy consumption equals saving money for residents, and it also delivers important climate benefits. With this bill, you will improve housing, you will lower energy consumption and lower energy bills. And I want to thank you very much for your attention to all of these important issues and consideration of our testimony.
Thank you for being with us and for your expert testimony. Any questions from committee members? I have one. Do you see that? How do you see the process working for applying for that funding? Is it a tenant approaches the owner of that property and they jointly apply for the funds, or how does it? I understand it's to create environmentally friendly and energy efficient improvements in certain properties, but can you walk me through like how it, how does it happen?
I think it's something that really needs to be worked out. There is a kind of a split incentive with our energy efficiency programs right now. You know, most tenants pay the bills for the energy costs. and the landlords own the property, so they have less of an incentive to do these kind of upgrades. But I think with a grant program like this, it would help provide that incentive for this to happen, and that the tenants would be able to benefit from it. But you ask a really good question. I think that really needs to be, some conversations need to happen to figure out how to do that. I think ideally, for whether it is the tenant or the, the homeowner would have to agree. They have to agree for any kind of upgrade like that, but that there be kind of a one-stop shop for this, so that it can be easy to access, and that the kind of efficiency upgrades and resiliency upgrades and energy generating upgrades that can be made can be done easily.
Yeah, I appreciate that testimony. I've long been frustrated as a policymaker and also as a property owner in how hard it is, for example, to get solar panels on a property that is not owner occupied. It is like nearly impossible in the way Connecticut's system is set up, and I just think of that's such a lost opportunity, and perhaps this language in this bill that you've been working on with our committee may unlock new opportunities to make some important improvements, save people money, and also improve the environment all at the same time. So we're very, very, very grateful and for your testimony. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this legislation.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Have a good night, all.
You too. Next is 163. I don't see any other questions, so we're just going to go to 163. Thomas Broderick, you have the floor, sir.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. I know it's a late one for you all, and we'll get later. My name is Thomas Broderick, and I'm from Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm here to support more homes in all of our communities and oppose attempts to weaken 830G. Specifically, I oppose HB 5326 and HB 6777, and strongly support the Fair Share Bill HB 6633. Connecticut has a housing crisis along 3 dimensions. We haven't built enough housing overall. We have not built enough varieties of housing, and we haven't built enough housing in the towns and cities with the most demand and geographic access to jobs and culture. As a Fairfield County educator and homeowner myself, I've seen the effects of the housing crisis firsthand. My wife and I love our home in Trumbull, but we would have preferred to stay closer to our jobs and continue living in Norwalk. Unfortunately, housing prices on the I-95 corridor pushed us further north, increasing our commutes, and taking us away from a city we'd come to call home. Similarly, my sister and her husband had to leave Stamford when the rent became too much, and regional housing prices seemed out of reach. These types of stories are all too common in Connecticut, especially if you live in Fairfield County. I'd like to say that our towns aren't built out, they're just outlying incremental change. Our current system, which involves towns imposing a centrally planned, one-size-fits-all exclusionary zoning code on every square foot of their land, it's anti-market, anti-worker, and anti-family. The cornerstone of the American dream is the ability to seek opportunity, but you can only do that if you actually have some place to live. Restrictive zoning is restricting our choices and our dreams, and we really should ignore the voices that are pushing for exclusion in Connecticut. We need more homes, affordable and otherwise, in all of our communities. The term fair share can sometimes make it sound like each town needs to eat its vegetables with dinner and do something unpleasant. But I really want to emphasize that building more homes isn't a punishment, and living near affordable apartments isn't a threat. Instead, they're both massive opportunities. Our suburban residents can continue to see new families as a threat, or they can envision the friends and neighbors they'll meet. But either way, they shouldn't have a veto over whether people choose to settle and where they build a flourishing life. Housing abundance will mean more chances for families at all income levels to own, more tenant strength, more affordable housing for those that need it, more grandparents that can downsize and age near loved ones, more of the region's young adults that can afford to settle near family, and more local customers, or more customers for local businesses. To conclude, the goal of housing legislation shouldn't be to help wealthy communities achieve housing moratoriums. The goal of housing legislation is to actually build real homes that real people can live in. And I want to say a better future really is possible. And I'm looking to this committee for its leadership. Please protect 830G, pass the Fair Share Bill, and welcome more families to our wonderful state. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, and thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful testimony, Thomas. We really appreciate hearing from you. Any questions for committee members? Seeing none, thank you for staying with us here. I'm going to actually go to Jonathan Snyder next, who I see it was 1:42. We called him earlier, but you're with us now, Jonathan. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much all to the members of the committee that have stayed up this late. It's been an adventure getting here. My name is Jonathan Snyder. I live in Madison, Connecticut. I am a former land use lawyer, also a former prosecutor, but I am now a financial advisor with a major financial institution. I'm also a member of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Central Connecticut. And on top of that, I'm also a landowner, and I have an accessory apartment. So I have about 20 years experience dealing with tenants. I think that my testimony is really limited to opposing any kind of income or cap and rent that is unreasonable. I think that some of the provisions in terms of notice, I agree with, but I think that interfering too much on a principal level with rent prices in a way that really distorts the market, I think will lead to a destruction of wealth. Looking on a larger scale basis, if people are not willing to, people are going to look at the value of their property and say, well, I'm only going to be able to get this much rent off of it. It's going to lead to less investment, I think. And also that can happen on a system-wide basis where you'll have less investment in larger projects. As much as there might be a practical way of trying to impose societal change in an area that I believe in too, there's obviously huge there's very big divides between the haves and the have-nots. I think that how we do it on a policy level does matter. I think that when we take a societal issue and put it on a narrow segment of it, however privileged that segment might be, I just don't think it's fair. I think that maybe, number one, you have some kind of carve out for people who are only own a certain limited number of properties, because I am not a billionaire, yet there are plenty of people that need the extra income, and so this is too broad of a brush. Also, I think it would be fairer to implement some sort of tax credit. Maybe if someone's rent is over a certain level, that they can take a deduction against what they pay in taxes. But I just feel that the way that just having a rent control that is too restrictive is going to disproportionately affect the middle class, and could be done in a more precise way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Seeing none, we will move to 157 is now back with us. Jewel McKeever. McKeever, sorry about that.
McKeever. Yes, dear Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jewel McKeever, and I'm a resident of New Haven and a member of New Haven Rising. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 4 as noticed for this hearing, including a winter eviction moratorium, limits on application fees and late fees, and other policies that promote housing stability for tenants. I grew up in New Haven and recently returned to New Haven after living in West Haven for 7 years. I work full-time, and my youngest son lives with me and only works part-time. Even with both our incomes, it's been a struggle to find a decent place that we could afford. As I have gotten older, my healthcare costs have gone up, and I want to look for a new job that will help cover my health care, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to meet my expenses if I take a pay cut. Even if I do find a new place to live that's more affordable, I worry that soon after my rent will be raised and I will be put into the same situation where I can't afford my rent. My car was recently broken into and I was forced to pay $2,000 for a new ignition, eliminating a big part of the savings that I had. If it had cost more, I probably wouldn't have been able to meet my monthly rent. I've considered leaving Connecticut because of the lack of decent housing and housing protections. Living in West Haven, I lived there for 7 years. My rent was increased just before I moved. I had a slip and fall on my property, and when I complained to the management, who did not treat the property with salt or anything, I was given a notice that my rent was going up in August and that it would be going up again in December. I strongly support Senate Bill 4 and think it would be stronger with allowing the following changes. The cap should be lowered to 2.5% to 3% to track pre-pandemic average rent increases. And it should cover apartments in between tenants so landlords can't push out the tenants to increase the rent. It should expand good cause eviction protections to cover all tenants so they have greater stabilities in their homes also, which I did not have at my last property. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Sorry for the technical difficulties, and you guys have a great rest of your night.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We're going to move on now to Tanya Hughes. I'm not seeing Tanya Hughes. How about Janet Pixley? No. Bryce Chenault.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg. I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Housing Committee. I stayed as late as I could last week to testify on HB 6588, though I had fallen asleep before my name was called at 4:15 a.m. So I was going to comment on that bill and also on the initially proposed bill for today's hearing on SB 4. Again, my name is Bryce Chenault. I'm the Director of External Affairs at Yankee Institute, a nonprofit public policy organization in Hartford dedicated to empowering Connecticut residents to forge a better future for themselves and their families. We oppose rent control measures because they exacerbate housing market shortages, reduce the quality of available rental units, and misallocate scarce resources that actually harms the very groups that this bill is intended to support. Such proposals may be enticing to current renters who stand to benefit in the short run, but this drastic increase in state authority will lead to negative consequences for not only landlords, but the rental community and the general public as well. When considering the effects of these types of proposals, I was reminded of economist Thomas Sowell's famous quote, "There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs." This insightful observation of the policymaking process ought to be emphasized much more often. One trade-off to consider is that rent control measures do reduce housing supply. Current providers are deterred from expanding the number of rental units, and potential providers become less likely to enter the market altogether. Milton Friedman and George Stigler, for example, found that rent caps incentivize landlords to sell rental properties to owner occupants, typically not to the very low-income groups that this legislation would be intended to support. This change in supply dries up overall costs over time, undermining the initial purpose of rent control. Decreases in supply are also found in almost every study that has looked to answer this question and can be easily understood by a basic supply and demand graph. Rent control also decreases the quality of rental units as owners respond to price controls by cutting costs. Daily maintenance tasks are decreased or cut altogether, and repairs to damaged parts of a property are delayed or foregone. This process ends up increasing the likelihood that quality apartments become worse over time and become untenable in years ahead. Swedish economist Assar Lindbeck once quipped, "In many cases, rent control appears to be the most efficient technique presently known to destroy a city, except for bombing." The point he is making is clear, even if the quote is hyperbolic. Furthermore, once a tenant secures a rent-controlled apartment, they become less likely to move. For instance, an older couple who might downsize after they don't have children living with them are more likely to stay. This leaves younger families with fewer options. Under price controls, people will increase the amount of housing space they occupy, negatively affecting potential low-income residents. Simply increasing the likelihood of rent controls can also have a negative effect. If existing rental property owners in Connecticut think that there will be a cap on rents in the future based on legislation like this, they are being incentivized to raise prices right now. Existing and potential investors are right now becoming less likely to build new or expand existing rental properties. Furthermore, after a cap is installed, property owners will seek to increase their prices up to the cap every year, knowing that their ability to increase rents to offset increases in costs will be limited. The new cap, in effect, will become the new floor for rent increases. To quote Thomas Sowell again from his book, Basic Economics, which is actually on the shelf behind me, in short, a policy intended to make housing affordable for the poor has had the net effect of shifting resources toward housing affordable only by the affluent or the rich, since luxury housing is often exempt from rent control. Rent control does not address the key cause of why a lack of housing affordability may exist, which is artificial barriers to housing supply. Instead of considering further burdens on the very people that provide the financing and maintenance of housing for millions of people, the General Assembly should work to lower tax burdens and streamline state and local rules and regulation that already limit the existence of affordable housing in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Representative Scott has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, Bryce, you talk about what's causing potentially, or what was bad about this bill and what was bad about the potential stock of affordable housing down the road. And I know you hit on it right at the end, but if there's one thing that you can talk about that would potentially increase affordable housing, what would that one piece, I mean, there might not be that magic bullet, right? But what was that one piece that we should be looking at that would potentially increase the affordable housing as we look into trying to pass some bills that, accomplish that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would look to try to decrease regulatory burdens that decrease the incentive for people to build all kinds of housing. I was also struck by when I was looking up just related information on what it costs to build really anything in Connecticut, and we're routinely in the top 10 for sure, but I think the top 5 most expensive places to build a road, to build a house, to build anything. So I would look to start there. I would encourage localities to say, hey, you guys should want new building and development here. When thinking about it, I was struck by a friend of mine who's a pastor at their church would say, a quiet church is a dying church, right? If you don't have young people in your church, he's thinking of kids, because I know, pastors will be like, hey, get your kid out of the church if they're crying. He's like, no, bring them in. Because if we don't have them here, young people here, encouragement and growing, we won't be here. Our economy will slow. You look at the data for the last decade in Connecticut of just the complete lack of growth. I think rent caps, as well intended as they are, will just accentuate that.
Great. Thank you very much, Bryce.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I just want to thank you for your testimony, Bryce. You made the most coherent and quick argument against rent caps that I've seen yet. Pretty much every one of your words in that 3-minute statement was on point and very well taken. The one thing I wanted to ask you, since you're here on behalf of Yankee Institute, which is a think tank among other things, and you guys do some thinking over there, presumably. Yeah. I got to tell you, I mean, sitting here through this hearing today and the one that we had last week discussing this subject matter, it's unnerving for me because I think that there's so much misunderstanding out in the world. And, in some respects, I mean, I could feel an anger. And there's an anger towards housing providers. There's an anger towards members of this committee. There's an anger towards me because I stand for free markets and for equal protection, the way our country was designed. But I'm beside myself and concerned about the future because so many people seem captivated by Marxist ideals that we should be determining policy based on folks' ability to pay. And history tells us that that doesn't work. Have you got any thoughts? Does Yankee have any, I don't know, material or thoughts about how we go about educating people so that your extremely reasonable, 3-minute explanation of what is the end result of the consequences of these types of policies actually makes it to people so that they recognize that people like me are not trying to benefit landlords at the expense of tenants. I am trying to protect our system from falling apart and hurting everyone, including tenants. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. There's a lot there. I suppose I'd be remiss also if I didn't thank Representative Luxembourg for the pizza that he provided last week. That was very courteous and very thoughtful. To your point, Senator Sampson, and perhaps maybe to, I haven't had a chance to meet everybody here on the committee yet, and I've actually been a homeowner for all of 4 months. I've been a renter for the vast majority of my life. Even growing up, I realized I had this epiphany when I was 25 that I'd had about as many bedrooms as I'd had years on this earth at that time. And I know what it feels like to walk out, for instance, of a Taco Bell empty-handed because I didn't have enough money on my debit card to buy it. I think of my dad, who never knew his father. His father left the family. His mother died when he was 13, living in a trailer park in my hometown of Cambridge, Wisconsin. I sent him my testimony that I was going to share here, and because I always seek his counsel, and his response to it was, "Love it, love you, good luck." I've been kind of distraught over as the same sentiment that you've expressed on some of the responses here. The constant critique or constant blaming, I guess, of free market enterprises to like why there are problems, when so much of this is from issues that are, albeit well-intended, but the regulatory and tax burdens that we impose at the federal, state, and local level that are barriers to this. I know Alexander Hamilton was mentioned earlier, and I'll do a brief aside. I know you guys want to move on, but he once wrote a letter to the then governor of New York asking him to overturn the presidential election and deny Thomas Jefferson the presidency. So, I mean, he's full of terrible ideas too. I think the free market definitely is the best path for solving the very issue that we're concerned with here, which is affordable housing for people that want to live here and grow and prosper and thrive in the Constitution state. And I'd love to work with the legislature, perhaps even host another forum in some way to talk about those ideas more fully.
Thank you very much for those comments, Bryce. It's absolutely true. I mean, capitalism is what's given us the quality of life that we enjoy in America, and we're the last game in town. If it goes away here, I don't know where it can pop up again. But thanks so much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Seeing no other further questions, thank you, Bryce. Next, we'll have Eli Sabin.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Housing Committee. Good to be with you tonight. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children in support of several bills, which are outlined in our written testimony. But for the purpose of time, I'll focus on two provisions that we've been advocating for throughout this session. First, HB 6781 includes a provision to raise the maximum housing code violation fine from $250 to $2,000. I won't say too much about this since I already testified on this issue in the public hearing on HB 6666 last week, but I will just say that we believe this is an amount that fits the harm caused by housing code violations and that could serve as a real deterrent against landlords who neglect their maintenance responsibilities. I also want to note our recommendation that the maximum housing code fine be tied to inflation going forward, and that the increased fine revenue be split with municipalities so they can expand their housing code enforcement capacity. The second topic I'd like to testify about is the natural person ownership disclosure provisions included in both HB 6781 and SB 4, which is based on language from Senator Kelly. Both HB 6781 and SB 4 would allow municipalities to require the disclosure of natural person ownership of rental property, meaning landlords would put an actual real person's name and contact information on file with towns across the state. We support this, but suggest amending the bills to require this disclosure rather than only allowing municipalities to require it. This type of disclosure is important because in many instances, tenants and municipal housing agencies must go to extreme lengths to contact landlords or property managers whose identities may be hidden behind a series of LLCs. This corporate structure inhibits the ability of municipalities to properly and promptly address housing code violations or emergencies that may arise at rental properties, and it causes confusion for tenants and makes it harder for them to advocate for the safe and sanitary housing conditions that they deserve. This means that housing code violations, which can be harmful to residents' health and quality of life, may go unfixed for weeks or months, and it often forces municipalities to exhaust limited resources and time on just trying to find the responsible parties. There's precedent for this type of mandated ownership disclosure in Connecticut already, as state statute currently requires that any person who forecloses on a residential property keep their name and contact information on file with the municipality's town clerk. Legislation to require the disclosure of natural person ownership of rental property should be modeled on this statute, which was similarly aimed at preventing blight and neglect by ensuring that local agencies can contact corporate property owners. Additionally, we can look to New York, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, which all have similar versions of this requirement at a statewide level. Some folks may be worried that creating a natural person ownership requirement will cause privacy issues for landlords, but we recommend addressing this concern by prohibiting municipalities from making the addresses of property owners public, which is the main issue that I think people might be concerned about. To conclude, we recommend amendments to HB 6781 and SB 4 to require natural person ownership disclosure rather than only allowing municipalities to require it. And we suggest the inclusion of provisions to make property owners addresses private. We believe that with these changes, transparency related to housing ownership will increase, and municipal housing agencies and tenants will be better able to advocate for safe and quality housing conditions. Thank you for your consideration, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eli, and I hope you'll send us those recommended changes. I understand they're in your testimony, but if you have it, we appreciate it. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Eli. Thanks for your testimony. I appreciate the comments very much, and I think that those are very important provisions that you've mentioned that actually go to a genuine problem that has been brought up repeatedly today and in the previous public hearing about deficiencies in certain types of properties, which I think across the board, everybody on this committee certainly wants to address that in some way. I will just express that I do have a small concern about the increase in penalties. And it's not so much about the penalties themselves, it's that the penalties are levied by a state agency or a municipal agency. And, whenever you have a situation like that, it is very difficult for the person that is the accused to sometimes get a fair shake in due process. You've got to go through the agency appeal process before you can ever get to a courtroom. Sometimes you try and go to court and they tell you, no, you haven't exhausted your administrative process first. But I see, there's value in this, in your testimony and in these types of provisions. If you've got any thoughts about a better way to handle how we increase the fines without possibly damaging the due process requirement that I think we would all agree should be there, I'm open to that. Otherwise, just keep it in mind, and maybe we can work on that to incorporate it into whatever the final bill is. So thanks so much, Eli.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator Sampson. So the way that it currently works is that the municipal agencies often do the inspections, and then they often don't have the capacity to actually prosecute these cases. So they pass them off to the state's attorney's office, which then will take a landlord to housing court. So, landlords do have an opportunity to go to housing court and defend themselves in front of a judge. And I do also want to note that in HB 6781, there is a provision requiring that, any municipality that would be to, have this penalty apply, the landlord would have to have the right to appeal to the zoning board of appeals of the municipality or to the chief executive officer of the municipality if there's no zoning board of appeals. So certainly there is, a due process opportunity and an opportunity for, these cases to be adjudicated. I will say that by the time that these cases usually get to this point in housing court, usually that means that landlords have not fixed properties for many months, and because the municipalities don't have the capacity, and the state's attorney's office, as I said, also don't have the capacity to prosecute as many cases as there are. As we've heard tons of testimony about housing code violations and conditions that tenants are living in. So often these cases, they try to settle them before and have landlords do the remediation before going to court. And so the court is usually sort of the last resort for the municipality to make sure that the fixes are made and that tenants have a safe place to live.
Excellent. Thank you. Very much on point, and I appreciate that additional information very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Eli. Any additional questions? Seeing none, we'll thank Eli and we'll move on to John Souza.
Good evening, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott. I really appreciate you guys staying up this late. It's been a long week, I'm sure, for everybody. I've heard a lot of great points tonight, so I'm going to skip around a little bit and hit a couple of bills. First, I want to say, why do they put so much stuff into one bill? Because I feel like I could support a couple things in some of these bills, but they should break them up a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's hard to support a bill when there's a lot of bad stuff, I think, and then just a couple good things like the app fees. I understand. I don't know how people do their applications, but I take an application one at a time and I process it. And if they meet my standards, because I always screen over the phone first, and they want to take it when I can, when I want to rent it, in other words, soon, I rent to that person. I don't take 20 applications and then take 20 checks from people. So I don't understand, I have no problem with a cap on an application fee as long as it covers the cost and maybe a couple bucks for, you have to spend some extra time doing stuff. The question is, how much is it? I don't know. If you do it online, you're going to pay, most people pay, the little guys pay an online service, 20, 30, 40 bucks. So I don't know how to solve that, but that's how it would be done. Same thing with, what was the other thing? Oh, late fees. I've always charged about 5% and rounded up to an even number just so it's easy to keep track of. The problem is if it's not enough money, people aren't going to bother even doing it, and they just go straight to notice to quit. Because that issue's been around for a while, so it has to be enough that it covers your costs to chase them around a little bit. It can't be $5 because they're not going to bother. They're just going to go notice to quit. So that's what I'm saying. I understand where they're coming from, and these things are good things. I think that I don't want people to be abused, obviously. So something that makes sense, that's reasonable, I think everyone will live with. Now, the rest of the bill, I have a lot of problems with, but the unintended consequences, for example, of getting rid of lapse of time. I go through this pretty regularly and it's getting worse. We went to no smoking in all my buildings, and there's still a lot of young people that like to smoke marijuana in the building. And, there's a lady next door with her kid, and he has asthma, and, they all complain, and I get on his case, but he says it's not him, but I know everybody else has been there forever. You know what I mean? So when his term is up, I need to ask him to move because I have to protect my other tenants. And that's really the only way I have to do it, because I can't bring a bag of smoke into court with me and say, here it is, Your Honor. And the people around him are working. They don't want to come down to court and testify, or they're afraid of the guy. Maybe he looks a little scary because he likes to smoke a lot of marijuana. So landlords don't use it flippantly. Believe me, they could still have 6 months after the court date, after the hearing and everything else, to find a new place. But at some point, a landlord and tenant, they have to be able to end their relationship. That's how I look at it. I get that, some people are abusing it maybe to some degree, but I don't know what we can do about that, but that's not the main purpose small landlords use it for. They just want control of their property to help their other tenants. We really strive really hard to keep control of a building. If you've ever lived in an apartment building and you want to, Bongo Bob lives above you and he wants to play his bongos late at night, but today it's actually like, what do they call that? They're playing video games and they got headphones on, but they don't realize it's 2 o'clock in the morning. They start screaming at each other. This is just happened this week. I was talking to somebody about this whole thing. I'm like, you got to control yourself at night, and he doesn't do it. Eventually he's going to end up having to move. So that's the kind of stuff,
Mr. Sousa, could you start wrapping up, please?
You got it. The winter eviction moratorium. you know, I get it. You're trying to help people, but that's not very fair to put the burden on the landlord's back. You know, if the state wants to put them into a hotel, they could pay for it, or the public can pay for it. Or you want to write us a check, that way I can pay my fee, you know, my taxes, my insurance. I get it. You want to help people. We all want to help people. Build more housing. We know that. And other than that, you know, I think that people should treat each other well. I'm hoping that the market goes back to normal in a year or two. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when it was hard to rent an apartment, there was more competition. And I'm hoping we go back to that. I don't know what's changed. The population of the state is the same, but you know, all of a sudden there's just more people that need low priced housing. And something's happening, but I don't know what it is. Sorry, I'll stop there.
Thank you, John, for your thoughtful testimony. As always, we appreciate hearing from you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, thanks for being here. I wanted to go back to the beginning of your testimony really, really briefly, because you were talking about the application fees. And I understand what you said. I know that I've talked to a lot of other housing providers who have basically explained that they feel compelled to take an application from everyone who shows interest. So they put an ad online or somewhere, and they get, 10 or 15 people. They give them all an opportunity. And it's because they're scared. They don't want to be accused of not giving someone an opportunity, end up in CHRO for some reason, something like that. I just want to know if you have a reaction to that, because to me, I think that's the reason why you have tenants that are upset that they're applying for places over and over and getting charged over and over. And you have housing providers concerned that they might end up in legal trouble if they don't go through the proper exercise and screen the tenants equally.
That's 100% true. So, it's a little scary. You're afraid you're going to get sued all the time. That's one of the problems. So if somebody comes in and says, I want to apply, we tell them, I have 3 applications. You could be number 4 if you'd like to be, but some people don't like to hear that. So people just take everything. They should, by law, if somebody gives you an application, you have to send them a letter telling them the outcome of it. You can't just say, never call them back again. That's, in my opinion, illegal from my understanding it. So they should get some kind of, letter back saying you didn't qualify, or it should say, I'm happy to rent to you, but somebody's in front of you. You'll have to wait for the next available apartment. And I do that occasionally.
Thank you. Any additional questions for John? I'm seeing none. Thank you for being with us, John. Next, we will have Sean. Is it Gio or Gio?
It's Gio. Thanks for asking.
Gio. Sean, welcome.
Thank you. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, other members of the committee. My name's Sean Gio. I'm Senior Policy Advisor at the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a statewide nonprofit housing policy and advocacy organization. I've submitted written testimony on several bills today, and I'll limit my verbal comments in support of HB 6781 with amendments. We ask you to support the policy changes included in this bill that would expand housing creation, safeguard tenants, and improve housing security. We support the bill's provisions that strengthen pre-tenancy inspection processes, housing quality and safety measures, and limit the impact an eviction may have on a tenant's ability to rent in the future. We also support the language that would create a common application for families seeking affordable housing and direct resources to the state's homeless crisis response system. The bill includes 2 priorities of ours and the Home Connecticut campaign, which are increased funding for the rental assistance program and funding to support housing inspection programs. We do ask the committee to consider some amendments. First, we'd like to amend the bill to specify an additional $72 million annually to the RAP program and include an additional $5 million to the Department of Housing for housing navigation services. This is to assist voucher recipients with finding homes, which you've heard a lot about, and how difficult that can be. Now, we also asked the bill to amend the bill to include $5 million to support additional housing inspection enforcement capacities. There's language in the bill now related to that, but we asked that money be directed as a pilot to municipalities that have a proactive residential rental licensing or inspection program in place already. Much of Connecticut's multifamily housing is old and leaving tenants vulnerable to negative health and safety consequences. These conditions often go unreported, or citations may go unenforced. As common current practice is the tenants are responsible for submitting complaints regarding unsafe or unhealthy living conditions. And tenants really are put in a precarious position when the responsibility of reporting housing code violations is left to them. So there are cities in Connecticut that have enacted this proactive licensing regimes. I believe Hartford and New Haven are two examples, which require the city to work with landlords to inspect rental properties on a regular basis in exchange for documentation the property is safe to rent. Such systems often reduce other municipal costs, including potential relocation costs due to emergency evacuations or preventable fires, other issues that could be corrected with a proactive inspection regime. And the last amendment I ask is the committee to amend Section 26 to remove modifications to Section 830G that would award 1/2 point toward a moratorium for each unit of a middle housing developed as of right within a 1/4 mile of a transit district. Under existing law, only housing with subsidy or deed restrictions that maintain affordability are counted toward a moratorium exemption from Section 830G. And there's nothing intrinsic about middle housing that guarantees affordability outside of an income restriction maintained through subsidy or deed restriction. In fact, I'm sure in many of our more expensive communities, the housing type, whatever it is, it would not be deemed affordable.
Can you wrap up, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll end right there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I just want to say happy Wednesday to the committee, and I've been on most of the day, and I am very grateful for your commitment to the state. This is difficult work. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? I have one. I'm hoping you can help clear up some confusion that I have. I understand that Partnership for Strong Communities has some concerns about 6777, which is on our agenda. And one of the concerns is the points towards the moratorium that you get in the scenario where a senior deed restricts their home as an affordable housing unit. Yet at the same time, under 830G, when a new affordable housing unit is produced and deed restricted, they get credit towards a moratorium. And not only is that not opposed by Partnership for Strong Communities, that's supported, as I understand it. And I'm wondering, can you explain that that difference? It's pretty stark to support one and oppose the other, when as I'm seeing it, the end result is in each case the same. You have a new affordable, deed restricted affordable housing unit.
Sure. So speaking solely about the moratorium points for a minute, the existing moratorium provisions would, for a home at restricted at 80% of the area median income, or I think it's the lesser of the area or state median income, that will qualify for 1 point. The proposed bill for that same type of affordable home would qualify for 2 points, right? So just when we're talking about the moratorium provisions, that makes this the homes that would qualify under this bill treated differently than ones that would be created, say, through an 830G development.
And so if that was amended to be one point instead of 2, would you go from opposing to supporting it?
We have other concerns, but I think that could probably be, I would say that we have some concerns with the way at least the way we understand the way the deed restriction language is drafted, which seems to make it non-binding. I'm willing to agree that, some of that might just be confusion in trying to understand it. Maybe there's some drafting that could go into that to improve it. Certainly, I understand the goal of the of the bill to try to expand the amount of deed restricted housing in a community. But I do have concerns if it's not a binding deed restriction, that it doesn't really increase the supply of affordable homes in the state, because in fact it's the resident that is currently living in that home. So I guess that's a long way of saying, Representative, that I don't think that there's probably things that could be worked out if you were interested, and I'm happy to talk more about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had this fear, that the only difference was one was dealing with new housing production and one was dealing with existing stock. And
No,
that made
not
me
at all.
concerned, especially given, I don't know if that's related to funders for the Partnership for Strong Communities or anything like that. I understand you get significant developer funding.
We get no
developers-
develop. I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but we don't have any developer funding.
Okay, well, I appreciate clarifying that for the committee, because I think we've heard that some of the affordable housing advocacy groups get funding from developers. So I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't playing into the disparate treatment, because I as I see it, an affordable housing unit is an affordable housing unit that's deed restricted. But I appreciate your testimony.
Well, if I could just respond, I'm agnostic to whether it's a newly constructed unit. In fact, we know that for very low income households, the most effective means to provide them with stable housing is through a rental housing voucher, and it's immediate. And that's why our testimony, is asking the state, and I've heard some bipartisan support, I think, tonight, that's around rental vouchers, and we're asking the state to really expand that program that uses existing privately owned homes. It's unfortunate that you characterize us as having that our views would be determined by our funders. No one is telling me how to feel or understand or analyze any of these bills. We analyze them as they come in. They come in very last minute. We determine them based on the language. That's how we determine how we may testify. So I just want to make that clear, that no one's directing me how to testify right now, other than the folks that I work with at the partnership, as we determine what makes the most sense for policy to expand the supply of affordable homes to residents in every community in this state, so that people can live in communities that they choose.
We appreciate that clarification and appreciate your testimony, and we look forward to working with you on this and other proposals in front of the committee. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for your expert testimony and for staying up late with us. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, members.
Moving on to Lana Melanikos Harrison.
Yes. Hello. My name is Lana Melanakis Harrison. It's a complicated last name. That's okay. And I am a tenant in New Haven. I am here to testify in support of SB 4, including a winter eviction moratorium and limits on application and other fees. I moved here to Connecticut, to New Haven, a few years ago from the West Coast, and I love it here. I love the architecture and the seasons and the bountiful natural space to enjoy. I found a good full-time job with pay that is considered decent, but I am seriously concerned that I will not be able to afford to be a resident of this state for much longer, given the continuous astronomical rise in rental prices we frankly all know outpace the annual rise in wages. And this is why I think in order to be truly effective, SB 4 actually needs to be stronger, including a 2.5 or 3% cap on annual rent raises and stronger eviction protections. I am a lifelong renter so far, and I've had to move a lot, largely due to landlord decisions. And moving is disruptive to finances, disruptive to a stable sense of home, and as was the case for me as a child, disruptive to education as well. And these are not issues that homeowners and landlords in particular are required to experience. They may choose to make housing changes, while tenants are forced to undergo such changes because of the decisions of others. I understand the initial concern that a more stringent rent cap would limit the amount of new construction, but the history of housing in America has shown that the free hand of the housing market just hasn't worked to meet our people's housing needs. And I don't understand why we keep insisting that it will. I am happy to give examples of how this has been the case and how government intervention has been necessary. I am actually currently a graduate student in urban planning, and my studies have demonstrated that the housing crisis that we face, that is most potently felt by tenants, is entirely of our own making and is absolutely resolvable if we decide to invest in adequate housing for all members of society. When we talk about housing for tenants, we're talking about shelter, a basic requirement for survival. And making that a matter of investments and profit is a decision. Choosing to maintain a wide margin for landowners to raise prices is not morally neutral. It demonstrates a blatant preference for those who already have the money to succeed and a disregard for those of us who are more vulnerable. And for those who oppose rent caps and who profess to be freedom lovers, I encourage you to ask yourself, whose freedom? Does the freedom to buy and sell property for a profit matter more than the freedom of someone to have a roof over their head? Is house as property instead of house as home really the value that we want to define us? And what does that say about our society as a whole if our political positions compel us to answer yes to those questions? I want people who already call Connecticut home and those who want to make a home here to be able to do so. And that's just not possible under the current system. And we can't wait for an unregulated market to just magically make that happen for us. We need rent stabilization and eviction protections now to keep people in our communities now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I would like to hand the reins back over to Senator Moore, and also note that I see number 130, John Engel, who we called hours ago, has now joined us. And I defer to you, Senator, if you want to give him a second bite at the apple or not.
All right, thank you. So, John, are you ready?
I guess I'm ready. Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Senator.
You're welcome.
I apologize that I'm late. I was in a, ironically enough, a planning and zoning meeting right here in New Canaan, which just ended 3 minutes ago. And so I'll just say by way of introduction, I am a commissioner on the Planning and Zoning Commission in New Canaan for the last couple of years. Before that, I was the chairman of the town council in New Canaan and a member of the town council for about 10 years. And before that, I was a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals in New Canaan. So I've had about 20 years of zoning and town experience. And I've given this a lot of thought. And I meet with the chairman of the housing authority here in New Canaan and struggle with this issue just about every week. I believe, and I'm a realtor. I'm a real estate agent in this area, and I sell from Bridgeport to Greenwich. I believe strongly that the solution is going to be something where the state works with the towns. I know that the towns are frustrated when the state does not seem to be recognizing of the particular needs of each individual town. And I think that the state's going to get a better outcome if it passes legislation that works with the towns. And specifically what I mean by that is, I think that if the towns are given a goal and that they are more that they can meet, that they're more likely to fund that goal. I say this from my perspective as a town council chairman and somebody who works with the housing authority. We are talking now about trying to put in place funding in a town like New Canaan long-term funding, maybe, putting aside 2 million, 3 million, some amount of money every year for the next 10 years as a commitment toward affordable housing. But we need to know that the state is our partner for the next 5 or 10 years. That's how long it's going to take to put these projects together, put it in the planning, acquire the land, and complete the projects. We need to know that the state is our partner, and we will commit the money, and planning and zoning will meet the Board of Finance, the Town Council, the Board of Selectmen, and help identify those places where it can be, where it should go in town and where it should not go, where it would be disruptive and where it would be beneficial. So I just ask you to look at 830G, see if you can give some more flexibility, and I'll leave that to you to define that, but more flexibility in the 830G to allow planning and zoning boards like my own to accomplish affordable housing goals in cooperation with the state. That's what we need. We just in the last 20 minutes had several applications for ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and the debate on our P&Z was, well, is this harming our affordable housing initiatives, or is it helping? We don't have a mechanism in place.
Mr. Engel, can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, sorry. We don't have the mechanisms in place. We don't have the tools as a P&Z in order to get credit for making beneficial affordable housing decisions. And those are the tools we need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. What time did your meeting start?
We started at 6 p.m. and we just finished at 12:20. And that has been typical of the last 6 months.
Thank you. And Representative Scott has a question for you, sir.
Yes, really quick. Thank you, Chairman Moore. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service to your town. You're burning the midnight oil, literally, just like us here. So I appreciate that for your town. I have a question about funding from the state. I want to try to get to the point, and I asked this question a couple of times about what we can do to better help the affordability housing supply. We heard testimony earlier about funding specifically to your town, New Canaan, was taken away previously. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that funding could potentially help add to that housing number, so we can potentially get that up in the affordability landscape?
Okay, I can give you a very specific. I have a pocket listing right now. An individual came to me and he says, I have 5 contiguous small properties downtown, and 4 of them have duplexes from the 1960s on them. So all told, you have 9 units of what is effectively affordable housing right now downtown. 9 units, a single house and 4 duplexes. Those are probably going to go away. So one of the things we need is laws that allow us to defend the existing housing stock. How can we put these 9 units into the affordable housing pool instead of having them be sold and redeveloped as McMansions? I've taken this to the housing authority, I've taken it to the town, and I said, town, buy these 5 properties for $5 million and convert 9 units, which are unprotected stock, convert them into 20 units. It will not substantially change the neighborhood. It won't be up for a massive debate. And so the town is willing to put $5 million. They're willing to bond the other $5 or so million. It would take $10 million to complete the project. But there is no mechanism right now to get those into the affordable pool. Does that make sense? I would tell the town a second way. Here's one we could do immediately, because I have another 90-year-old man who owns a bunch of rental properties. Can the town give him a tax break and ask him to contribute his properties, which are already affordable properties, into the pool in exchange for a tax break? We don't have that mechanism to offer him an incentive to put existing properties into the pool. If we did this, we would find affordable housing spread throughout the town in every neighborhood, not concentrating it in a few large developments downtown.
Well, for that senior person, we might have a bill today that's actually being discussed. I won't ask you about it. I'll ask you to look into it and provide any feedback you have. But Bill 6777 today very might closely give you a avenue for that senior resident you're talking about. So just check that one out, 6777. It's actually in the public hearing today. But I appreciate your feedback and I appreciate your thoughts on that. And I do agree there should be some simple ways that we can still get this done. And that towns are raising their hands to get this done. And I think we should be able to, as a committee, come up with those solutions to maybe, I don't even want to say loosen 830G, just make it close the loop, finish the job off. And I think there's a lot of these jobs that we can finish off and add to that housing stock. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Engel. I don't see any other questions for you, so I'll move on to Tom Patrickala, number 171. (172) is Liddy Hajari. (173) is Jennifer Perez Carabella. (174) is Merle Eaton. I'm sorry. 174 is Nick Postelvald. 175 is Merrill Eaton. 176, Peter McGinnis. Hi, Peter.
Hello, good morning, and thank you all for your service being here late at night. I'm giving testimony in opposition to 6633, an act concerning needs assessment and fair share plans. This bill, in my opinion, is unconstitutional on its face. The Connecticut Constitution provides for the separation of government functions into three basic branches, as you all know. Articles 2 to 5 of the Connecticut Constitution require the legislative, executive, and judicial branches to be separate. The lawmaking function is vested exclusively in the legislative branch. HB 6633 impermissibly delegates excessive authority to the Secretary of the OPM and the Commissioner of Housing, in that it empowers the executive branch to establish the methodology and bases for determining need and allocation of affordable housing. This is a key provision of the legislation, and these issues have to be and should be established by the legislature and not by some committee or administrator within the executive branch. The delegation of power to the executive branch is without providing primary standards as set forth in State versus Stoddard, which can be found at 126 Connecticut 629, in which the Supreme Court enunciated that the principles by which any delegation should be challenged. As stated in Stoddard, if the legislature fails to prescribe with reasonable clarity the limits of the power delegated, and if those limits are too broad, its attempt to delegate is a nullity. The delegation envisioned by HB 6633 are too broad and fail these standards as set forth in the Stoddard case and in subsequent cases. The legislative branch may not in any degree abdicate its legislative power to the executive branch. Any attempt to do so, although valid in form, is unconstitutional and void. HB 6633 is a complete abdication to the legislative branch. It provides no criteria, no process, no formula, no rational standards or methodologies, and therefore does not fulfill the primary standards that were set forth in the Stoddard case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You also. Number 177 is Carmen Launch. 178 is Karen DeVos Walton.
Good evening or good morning. I don't know what I
Good
should say to
evening.
you at this point. Honorable Co-Chair Senator Moore and Representative Luxembourg and all members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify and hanging in there long with you. I want to submit testimony, and I have submitted in written form as well, so I will not read that in its entirety, but you have that. But I am in support of HB 6633, HB 6781, and SB Senate Bill 4. As you know, I'm the president of Elm City Communities, the housing authority in the city of New Haven, and have come before you in previous sessions to testify on bills as well. I do want to speak to HB 6633, as I believe it's one of too few bills this session that take our housing crisis seriously and act in turn. HB 6633 would generate tens of thousands of new units of affordable housing in high opportunity communities all across our state, taking a big chunk out of our state's affordable housing shortage and immediately expanding opportunity for tens of thousands of our neighbors. Not only do we have a moral obligation to expand the supply of affordable housing statewide, but by expanding opportunity and reducing housing costs for tens of thousands of our community members, we also give our state's economy a boost. That's why at Elm City Communities, we joined the Growing Together CT, a coalition of organizations and advocates across Connecticut who are committed to solving our housing crisis and building a better future for our state. The Growing Together Coalition is fighting for two priorities: increasing affordable housing outside our cities and increasing state investment in our cities. HB 6633 would do the former, but it must be paired with significant investment in our cities that will also allow all of us to truly grow together. To that end, I've attached to my written testimony draft bill language for a proposal that our coalition calls the Housing Growth Fund. The Housing Growth Fund would direct money to the towns that are already building housing. There are places that are doing that, and we should reward them for the work they're doing to resolve our crisis and create an incentive for other towns to do the same. Some of the bills being heard today have incentives for zoning reforms, and those are useful and necessary, but the Housing Growth Fund goes a step further by rewarding the actual approval of homes and by funding towns' housing growth to build cycles of development and investment. It's vital that Connecticut invest in the communities that are building new housing in order to begin to revitalize our cities. I'm further testifying in support of Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 6781 as comprehensive approaches to address the burden under which tenants live in Connecticut every day. Over the last few years, tenants in Connecticut have had to live under rising rents and worsening housing quality. Their alternatives constrained by strong housing demand and little new construction. Fundamentally, Connecticut's housing crisis is the result of a desperate housing shortage with record low vacancy rates and sales inventories. Without enough alternative options for tenants, landlords can raise rents or defer maintenance with impunity, pricing tenants out of their home or forcing them to accept poor quality housing just to keep a roof over their head. The proposals in Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 6780 will not solve our housing crisis on its own. Connecticut needs an all of the above approach with significant zoning reforms, investments in the places already building housing, and significant increases in subsidy and better housing quality enforcement. It will take time to resolve our housing shortage. A home is not built overnight. And in the meantime, it's crucial that we protect tenants from being exploited by landlords cognizant of the shortage of alternative options that they face. We've not built enough homes, and that burden should not fall on those in our state who can bear it the least. So we have an opportunity to build a bright future, and I urge this committee to support HB 6633, 6781, and Senate Bill 4. Together, they'll begin to take the actions we need to solve this crisis. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you. I have a question. Where is the Housing Growth Fund? What bill is that?
We're asking for that language to be included in the Senate Bill 4.
you have a dollar amount that you're thinking? Is there
Uh,
a
the,
dollar
pro-
amount?
the proposal attached to that is for $50 million annually. And based upon the amount of housing production in towns, that would be divided up amongst towns. And we've done some analysis of the past 5 years or so, and it is a pretty wide swath of towns that are making efforts to build housing that would benefit in that way, and believe that we should be rewarding the places that are doing that as a way to really incentivize the behavior that we'd like to see.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. You
Danielle
too.
Dubin was next, but she spoke earlier today. So I'm on 180. Alexia Cousins. 181, Scott Dobbs. 182, Aka Woods.
Hi, good evening.
Is
Thank
it Aisha
you.
or how do you pronounce
It's
your first
Aisha.
Aisha.
Aisha. Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you. So good morning. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your hard work and for staying this late, this early. My name is Aisha Woods, and I am director of the Fairfield County Center for Housing Opportunity, a nonprofit collective impact housing affordability initiative. Some of my relevant prior experience on these matters includes being the city plan director for the city of New Haven. At the Fairfield County Center for Housing Opportunities, along with our many partners, we believe all Connecticut residents have a right to safe, affordable, and permanent housing in their communities of choice. So I'm here to testify in support of HB 6780, HB 6781, SB 4, with some amendments that were highlighted by Sean Gio earlier, and in support of HB 6633. I'm here in opposition to HB 5326. I did submit written testimony, so I will just quickly highlight a few points. I very much want to recognize the testimony from Sean Gio and also from Karen DuBose Walton, and we are in support of that. Just quickly on the tenant protections, from my personal experience as both a renter and a small scale landlord in New Haven, I know that fairness and trust and predictability are the best ingredients to a good housing relationship. And we have had a policy of never raising rent on current tenants, and that's worked out very well. My own family also benefited from rent control in New York. So I'm not an expert on the economics of that, but that's just kind of my personal view. Also, I just want to recognize the really compelling testimony we've had about tenants' lived experience tonight. This is truly an emergency situation that we are hearing about from so many people. And so I think we really need to consider these strong tenant protections as an emergency measure for our current climate. And then whether or not, as a long-term economic proposition, there may be debates about that, but I really encourage, supporting all of the tenant protection measures before you. Also want to highlight increasing the RAP funding, the state RAP funding, because just to keep families in their existing homes.
Ms. Woods, can you start wrapping it up, please?
Sure. I really want to support 6633. We've heard about the need for housing supply. I think there's an incredible opportunity here for visionary thinking about new forms of development. And you've heard about some of them, but I think converting single family residences to duplexes, missing middle, redeveloping commercial strip mall surface lots. So I think we should really look at this as an amazing opportunity to invest in smart, climate and nature-friendly, beautiful and livable and affordable places to live in across the street, and really to remove barriers to doing that. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And good luck with the rest of the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. I don't see any questions for you. So thank you. Camelia Bortolio. I thought she testified earlier. Okay. Karen Kanata, number 184. (185) is Sandra Hercules. 186, Abdul Osumu. Hi,
Yep.
Abdul.
Hello. Yep. Right. Looking forward to testifying. And going to keep it short as it's a bit late in the night. Dear Chairs Luxembourg, Moore, and other distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Abdul Osmanu, and I'm here tonight to comment on SB4 as I support enacting limits on late fees and application fees, as well as a ban on winter evictions. I say comment as though I support the proposed bill. This bill stops short of what can truly be a monumental step in the right direction in terms of keeping tenants housed and able to find a place, that's affordable to live in this state. I find myself in support of the addition of good cause eviction protections as well as a rent cap to the bill to truly address the housing crisis in full, and hope to see it pass and be successful in its implementation, thus ensuring renters have the proper protections that keep them from displacement and homelessness. In the state of Connecticut, we all know of the housing crisis. Those of us that are fortunate enough to not be at the mercy of an insatiable market that consumes all see it around us every day, or hear the jarring stories of substandard living conditions, as well as retaliation, to name a few of the things folks face. In the town of Hamden, where I'm actually a legislative councilman, and many municipalities across the state, we see instances where tenants have seen increases of rent at rates that spell unaffordability for many across the state, and homelessness at worst. The importance of expanding our housing supply remains something to be addressed. However, with rent caps, good cause evictions, and some of the other aforementioned aspects of what a really fruitful bill would look like, seeing that they have no measurable bearing on housing production, what truly stands as the reason to not enact these protections for the many that are hoped to inhabit the newly built housing that we're trying to produce? Holistic solutions are truly what is required of a SB4 that protects tenants and puts our state on the path to reining in the housing crisis that runs rampant and places tenants as second-class citizens. Propositions such as rent caps and good cause evictions are helpful for a multitude of reasons, whether it's to be the protection of tenants that have held up the end of their lease, or tenants facing eviction from landlords attempting to evade the much weaker accountability of measures that we currently have in place, that really are in place to just ask for living standards that oftentimes fall short of the 21st century standards of living that people deserve in what's one of the wealthiest states in the country. I know some of these struggles that are faced as in Hamden, even in the aftermath of passing our new fair rent ordinances, there's still much to be done to ensure a more humane standard of living. As this body too attempts to tackle the housing crisis, it remains imperative that this be done right the first time for our brothers and sisters in the struggle and need.
Can you start to wrap up, please?
Oh yes, our brothers and sisters in the struggle and need, our neighbors and community members at the risk of being uprooted from their homes. As you've heard, in many of these municipalities, we're seeing the worst of the housing crisis take shape in mega landlords that have a monopoly on housing in the state with no roots or overall value added that pales in comparison of those whose fates hangs in the balance. This call to action and to pass this bill through committee with a rent cap of 2.5% comes not only from me, but the others that have spoke last week as I was unable to, and those that have joined the fights as coalition partners alongside the 72% of CT voters that support a 2.5 rent cap and the 91% that agree on the principle of keeping residents from being priced out of their homes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions for Abdul? I see none, Abdul. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, y'all.
You also. 189 is Nathan Cummings.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, members of the Housing Committee, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Nathan Cummings. I'm a third-year law student at Yale Law School, helping to represent Open Communities Alliance and testifying in support of HB 6633. Our clinic has submitted detailed written testimony on the Fair Share bill. I encourage you to check that out. But I wanted to use my time tonight to talk about a particular thread we've heard throughout today, and which folks have expressed concerns about Fair Share based on towns' perceived lack of capacity to handle new affordable housing, whether that's in terms of municipal services, finances, or available space. These concerns are often couched in a professed need to protect the environment from the harms of new development. I'm here tonight to urge the members of this committee not to give in to these fears. If the state's communities reject a scarcity mindset and commit to growing together, there are more than enough resources in Connecticut to grow around. One particular concern many towns, particularly smaller and more rural towns, often raise to affordable housing proposals is that they lack adequate public infrastructure, particularly public water and sewer, to handle new development. And these concerns are understandable, but misplaced. Limited infrastructure is not a reason to reject Fair Share. It's true that a truly comprehensive long-term solution to the state's housing crisis will ultimately require at least some investment towards expanding and upgrading Connecticut's aging infrastructure, which imposes a range of costs beyond just constricting towns' potential to grow. But families in Connecticut are struggling to afford homes today, and there is still much, much more that towns can do to help build new housing without waiting for that to happen. Many places in Connecticut have low enough population densities, as low as 1 unit for every 6 acres in parts of Litchfield County, that they can easily allow moderate amounts of new multifamily housing on on-site septic with normally sized parcel acreages and leaching fields without first expanding services like public water and sewer. Further, new technologies like community septic and water systems offer a cost-effective intermediate approach that towns can take without the need to commit to large, expensive new public works projects. And there are already successful examples of those that exist throughout Connecticut. And denser residential development can ultimately help protect the environment by reducing suburban sprawl and long commutes. In other words, limited infrastructure and environmental concerns need not and should not provide an excuse to completely avoid providing housing. Towns need to ask themselves why infrastructure is absent or lacking in their communities to begin with and act accordingly. And in doing so, Fair Share would allow them the flexibility to choose between a menu of options based on their circumstances and needs. Nor should other concerns about potential impacts such as on physical characteristics, traffic, school capacity, etc., stand between this committee and Fair Share. The growth created by new housing can yield important economic benefits to allow towns to provide more resources and services for all their citizens. So Fair Share is both achievable based on Connecticut's current infrastructure and necessary to build a foundation for the state's future. Please vote yes on HB 6633. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions for Adam? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Nathan. Is it Nathan?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm
right.
sorry, I apologize.
That's late.
All right, so next I have Mariana Palaf. number 188.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and the distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Mariana Pelaez, or Mar, and I live in Clinton, Connecticut. I'm the organizing director of a regional climate, racial, and economic justice coalition called Renew New England. I'm also a member of the Nonprofit Accountability Group, an org based in Hartford that does a lot of amazing advocacy and mutual aid work. I'm also part of Seaside Sound Clubs, an environmental justice organization. I'm in support of SB4, and I also am calling for some ways it can be strengthened even further. Here's some quick data from the eviction map on ctdata.org that I linked in my written testimony. Just in Hartford, in the past year, over 7,000 renters have faced eviction. 40% of those renters are Black and 42% Latina. The site also shared that prior to the pandemic, landlords were filing approximately 20,000 evictions a year in Connecticut. The data also shows that eviction cases are disproportionately filed against women and even more disproportionately against women of color. Housing is an extremely intersectional issue, which is why I'm here. It's an economic equity issue, a climate issue, a racial justice issue, a gender justice issue, etc. While data is helpful to paint a picture of the problem, it's been through my involvement with mutual aid work that I've seen a lot of glaring examples of the housing crisis at work. Nonprofit Accountability Group, or NAG, hosts a lot of rent parties, which is basically community members coming together to raise funds for a community member that is struggling financially in some way. While I'm so deeply thankful for the friendships and communities and knowledge that this has built for me, it's unfortunate that people's ability to stay housed has to rely on a relatively small group of people that often have their own financial struggles to be able to pay the rent or deal with an unfair eviction or other things that come up, especially when Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states. Another form of mutual aid we engage in is helping folks look for apartments that are in their price range when they're facing an eviction or leaving an unsafe housing situation. It's appalling how few apartments are for rent in a city, affordably for rent in a city as big as Hartford, especially for folks that are single moms or in similar situations. Yet we continue to see so many vacancies and new luxury apartments popping up all over the city and across the state. Connecticut has a housing problem, and I think SB4 is a huge step forward, and I'm thankful to the Housing Committee for putting this together in such a big bill with so many amazing parts. Some parts that stood out to me as major and the most important are the winter eviction moratorium. I think it's so crucial. No one deserves to die sleeping outside during the coldest months of the year because they cannot pay their rent. I believe this portion of the bill could be strengthened by including some accountability measure to make sure that there is some sort of repercussions if the rule is to be broken. The second piece that's really important that I haven't heard uplifted much today is the complaint form that tenants can fill out if their landlords are violating the law. But I think there needs to be some sort of stronger enforcing body. Otherwise, I worry that tenants can continue to live in unsafe circumstances with fear of asking for help because of the possibility of retaliation and eviction as a result. I'm also a very strong supporter of the funding for retrofits, specifically with the focus on environmental justice communities. I think this is a huge step towards equity, and it's so crucial for combating the climate crisis and the housing crisis. Thank you for your time and all that you do.
Thank you, for Mariana. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Have a great
Next-
night. Thank you, everyone.
You also. Next is Josh Pawlik.
Hi, good
189.
morning. Good morning. I'm the Reverend Josh Pollock, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, it's good to see you both, ranking members and other members of the Housing Committee. I'm also a leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, or GIA. And as such, I'm offering testimony this morning on behalf of GIA's 50 congregations and thousands of their members in the Greater Hartford region in support of SB4 and HB 6633. I also want to point out that I own a home in Glastonbury and I own a rental property in Glastonbury. I've submitted written testimony on both bills. My testimony on SB4 pertains primarily to rent stabilization, which I understand is no longer included in the current language of the bill, but I hope can be added back in at 3% rent cap. I had hoped to testify last week on HB 6588 and had fallen asleep by the time my name was called, so I appreciate the opportunity simply to point out that rent stabilization would address the housing crisis in Connecticut in a very immediate way by ending the trend in extraordinary rent hikes we've witnessed over the past few years. In my written testimony, I tell the story of my experience of just some of the large owner predatory practices I've encountered over the past 8 months while working very closely with a disabled homeless parishioner who was looking for housing with a RAP voucher and a notice to quit on their record. I got to say, looking for housing these last 8 months was one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my ministry, and one of the moments in my ministry when I've never felt more desperate on behalf of this particular person. I also want to name that we ended up finding a unit owned by what we call a mom and pop landlord, who were really helpful and willing to rent to a voucher holder. And I want to say that I believe that small property owners or mom and pops are really not the reason we have rising rents in Connecticut. And I hope that rent stabilization will not unduly penalize them. I support HB 6633 because it offers a longer-term pathway for Connecticut to end its deeply ingrained patterns of race and class-based housing segregation. I suspect most of us know the truth of this segregation intuitively, but it's worth pointing out that 2/3 of Connecticut's Black and brown residents live in only 15 municipalities in the state. Segregation was morally wrong and inexcusable in 1896 when the Supreme Court ruled in Plessy versus Ferguson. It was morally wrong and inexcusable in 1954 when the court ruled in Brown versus Board of Education, and it is morally wrong and inexcusable today. As a person of faith, I argue that anytime we pursue policies that reduce barriers between groups of people and enable all of us to experience and benefit from the incredible diversity of our people, we are building beloved community. In more traditional religious language, we are manifesting what Scripture calls the kingdom of God.
Excuse me, Reverend, can you start to wrap up, please?
Yeah, I recognize that not everyone will be moved by moral and religious arguments on this matter. And I also point out in my written testimony that HB 6633 makes good economic sense, creating more affordable and market rate housing in every municipality in the state, which is greatly needed, creating tens of thousands of jobs, billions in state and local taxes, and billions in income for Connecticut residents. Please support rent stabilization and fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Senator Moore, and thank you, Josh, for your very thoughtful and compelling testimony. We appreciate hearing from you, and we appreciate all of your thoughtful advocacy around these issues.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jeff.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Next is 190 is Pamela Pell. Husan Hall Wong. Doris Maldonado Mendez. Hi, Doris.
Good morning, buen dia, Senator Moore. Good morning, Chair Luxembourg and Moore, and esteemed members of the Housing Committee. My name is Doris Maldonado Mendez, testifying in support of SB 4. I'm a Latina born with disabilities and adoptive parents of young adult twins with developmental disabilities and certified medically complex foster parent of a 5-year-old and a 10-month-old. I'm the statewide bilingual health information specialist and certified CHW for PATH Connecticut, Connecticut's Family to Family Information Center. I am also the chair of the Connecticut Council on Developmental Disabilities, a state agency, the guardian ad litem for children in placement, and co-chair of the Please Keep the Promise Coalition. The council's top legislative priority this year is housing access and inclusion. We are entirely appreciative. We are entirely funded by the Federal Administration for Community Living to support all efforts that will increase access to alternative home and community-based services to meet the needs of people who prefer to receive care services and supports in their own home or community rather than an institutional setting. Imagine having to live on just $1,062 a month, $1,062 a month, or imagine being told that you are not allowed to have more than $1,600 in savings for emergencies. Having to decide between healthcare and housing is inhumane. Surviving several disabilities, medical malpractice, domestic abuse, and couch surfing, I am forced to live and survive on $1,600 SSDI and $16 part-time work while paying for Medicare, housing, heating, co-pays, equipment, transportation, and dietary foods. Approximately 46,000 adults live with developmental disabilities in Connecticut, and we all need a place to live. About 36,000 of us are unemployed and receiving only Social Security and other limited cash benefits, or have earnings below the poverty level. Only about 6,000 individuals with developmental disabilities in Connecticut receive a direct housing benefit, and no more than about 12,000 receive assistance in finding housing. At least 18,000 of us who must find our own affordable housing do not have any assistance in doing so. The council appreciates the protections for renters, developments, and increased opportunities, but what about access and inclusion for persons with disabilities? The council strongly encourages equity for individuals with developmental disabilities by requiring local infrastructure and zoning regulations to take actions that replace segregated living patterns with integrated and balanced living patterns, address significant disparities in housing needs and access to opportunities that foster inclusive communities, to expressly allow the development of housing which will meet the housing needs identified in the state's consolidated plan for housing and community development, and to promote housing choice and economic diversity in housing through the express allowance of housing occupied by both low and moderate income households, to provide for the development of affordable housing opportunities, including multifamily dwellings, accessory apartments, residential buildings containing at least 4 dwelling units, mixed use buildings that allow dwelling units, cluster developments, and middle housing, which include duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, and cottage clusters and townhouses. There's nothing about us without us. I invite you.
Wrap up, please.
Thank you. There's nothing about us without us. I invite you to call on the council for support and information. We are charged to help you help our communities. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina? I don't know, it says Christina iPhone. I don't know what that is. 194 is Deborah Stoltz. $195 is Ivelisse Carrera. 196 is Maceo Silvas. 197 is Sada Primus. I see 195. Evelise, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Let me do this quickly. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying up today. Members of the Housing Committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking in favor of SB 4, HB 670, and 6633. I'm hoping also for amendments to strengthen all of them, and any new construction that is built under these laws be mandated to have sections that would be labeled affordable and subsidized, especially if on taxpayer dollars. Connecticut suburbs should be promoting racial equity, addressing housing segregation, improving affordability. And while we do have a housing shortage, the characters of all 169 municipalities in the state of Connecticut are built upon that of segregation. So when we talk about preserving the character of a municipality or of a town, you are asking to maintain character that is built off the segregation, off the parents and grandparents of many inner city residents. So that's just something to keep in mind. This type of segregation does perpetuate racial inequity. And right now, more than 80% of renters in Connecticut live in neighborhoods that are predominantly non-white. They're also overrepresented in evictions, and no-fault evictions many times are used against tenants when asked to repair certain things in apartments or when they make certain complaints. It is time to stop this. Thank you very much for the committee for allowing me to speak, and I am available to ask any questions, or you guys can get on to the next person since there is quite the line.
Thanks, Eloise. All right.
Oh, also, I am in favor of rent caps and caps between tenants as well. I believe that would be a wonderful addition to these bills between tenants in order to prevent anyone from evicting tenants, and mandating that rents be made public as well and published.
All right. Thank you, dear.
Yes.
I don't see any questions for you, so thank you. So
right.
I was down to 196, Ms. Dale Solvis. 197. 197. 190. All right, I'm down to 200. Joshua. Oh, you just spoke. I'm sorry. 201 is Nancy Wolf. 203 is Gail Lauderson.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and committee members. Thank you for staying up late. I'd like to give special thanks to Senator Sampson and Representative Paletta for your insightful contributions. Thank you for allowing public testimony on these important issues of housing. My name is Gail Lauritsen, and I've lived in Greenwich all my life. No, I've lived in Connecticut all my life, in Stamford, New Britain, and Greenwich. My husband and I are small, good guy housing providers with both affordable and moderate units. I believe all adults and children should live in safe, warm, and secure homes. Also, the data is clear that the birth rate in Connecticut is declining, and the economic policies of Connecticut, unfortunately, have resulted in an outward migration. Our many cities were built to accommodate and support dense and affordable housing. And in fact, we heard this afternoon, some of those very cities contain empty buildings and empty units, which can be upgraded to accommodate families and people with special needs and at reasonable cost, with housing vouchers to assist renters as necessary. For these reasons, I dispute the notion of a housing crisis based on segregation, and that pretends the solution is the disruptive destabilization and destruction of our charming and environmentally fragile small towns. In fact, any top-down legislation that interferes in the economy and administration of our suburban towns should be soundly rejected. I stand in support of HB 5326 and SB 877, and in opposition to HB 6633. I strongly support HB 5326, which would provide important fixes to 830G. Every community has housing that is low priced and low rents, but are not deed restricted or government subsidized units. This bill attempts to include these market priced, low cost existing homes in order to capture a truer picture of housing affordability in a town. I suggest offering reasonable incentives to the owners of those discrete units to maintain their affordable status. I support SB 877, and this hasn't been talked about today, to exempt municipalities with high proportion of watershed protection land from the affordable housing appeals process. In the interest of public health and safety, any bill coming out of the Housing Committee this year should be amended to include the language of 877, which states that Section 830G of the general statutes be amended to exempt from the affordable housing appeals process any municipality in which more than 70% of the land is within a watershed protection area. I believe the protection of the public drinking water supply is the most important mandate of the state. Water is necessary for our very existence and should be protected at all costs. I strongly oppose HB 6633, which is called the Fair Share Act. This provides for an unelected official in consultation with other unelected persons to determine how each town's fair share allocation of low-cost housing. Okay, I'm wrapping it up. In fact, please refer to the testimony of Kimberly Fiorello and Alexis Harrison because they said it far better than I could. HB 6633 must be stopped. And on a related topic, one last moment, I just want to say that I object to the wholesale characterization of landlords as predatory. Thank you for your time and understanding.
Thank you. Any remarks, questions? Thank you. 206 is Margaret Kearney. 207. Ann Minuski. I'm sorry, that's 205. 206 is Charity Lamigo. 207 is Jen Kruzansky. 208 is Sharon Wiley. 208 is Peter Benner. 208 John O'Connor. Thomas Gilberti.
Hello, can you hear me just fine? Yep, can you hear me just fine?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, let's get this thing started. Hello, my name is Thomas and I'm a constituent in Middlebury. I am testifying today as a student, but most of all as a person with a soul. I am testifying today for Senate Bill 4 with a rent cap and illegalization of apartment application fees. Senators and representatives, the reality is that the bill proposed today is a compromise of a compromise of a compromise. The initially introduced Senate Bill 138 included a 2.5% rent cap, the illegalization of no cause evictions, and regulates rent between tenants. House Bill 6588 testified upon last week had a 4% cap plus inflation, doesn't regulate rent between tenants, and does not end no cause evictions. And all of a sudden this morning, there was word that a rent cap would be taken out of the bill and that we, the people, would not be allowed to testify about rent caps because of that. I mean, personally, I don't even know if that's allowed under SGA rules. Luckily, it's still on. Mrs. Chair, the Housing Committee is playing with the lives of people in this state. I am testifying today not only because I have a soul, but because in around a year or so, I'll be out of college. And like a lot of college students, I will be looking into getting my own apartment on rent next year. On average, the rent in my area is $1,200 per month for a one-bedroom apartment. And this for me is actually terrible, especially considering that the starting salary for someone in my field is around $37,000 per year. So when you do the math, that would mean rent would take up close to 40% of my yearly income, which would mean that I'm well beyond the 30% threshold to be considered rent burdened. And unfortunately, I'm not the only one. Mrs. Chair, no person in one of the wealthiest states in the nation and the most prosperous nation in the world should not have to be going through the problems that real people in this state are going through. We must address this crisis and secure a better future for everyone, regardless of wealth or socioeconomic status. Thank you, and I'm glad to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Gildoherty. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for your testimony.
All right, you have a good rest of your night.
Next is Brian Chong. Gloria Govia. Annie Harper. I'm up to 215. WCD, they just have initials, WCTD. I don't see anyone with those initials. 216 is Mark Davis. And 217 is Carrie Nicewander.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Carrie, hi.
Great. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and members of the Housing Committee. I'm Reverend Carrie Nicewander from West Hartford. I'm speaking as an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, and I'm testifying in support of fair share legislation, House Bill 6633. This bill will make our state a more inclusive place to live and stimulate economic growth. In 2014, I was moving from Zambia to the Hartford area, and I wanted to find a good school for my kids. We'd lived in Africa for 3 years, so their early schooling was entirely in Zambia at a school with students from all over the world. I wanted my children to attend a diverse school in Connecticut where they would get a good education and study in an environment with other students who look like them. One of my sons is Black, the other is white. Every time I looked at school information in Connecticut, I found one thing to be true. The communities that these more diverse schools were in were also the most impoverished, and their schools suffered as a result. Because of their lack of resources, these schools had lower rankings, teacher ratings, and test scores than schools in more affluent areas. I was moving halfway around the world from Zambia to Connecticut, and I could not get my kids into a single school with a high percentage of children of color that was not under-resourced. Housing segregation creates poverty concentration like this and undermines educational opportunities. This predominantly affects kids of color who are left behind because of inadequate funding structures and a lack of housing choice. Fair share legislation will give people choice in where they live, increase diversity in our schools, and help end segregation. As a minister, I care deeply about issues of equity and justice, but I also care about our state's economy as a single mother raising her children in this state. I want my kids to be able to stay here after they graduate. I want them to be able to afford to live here. I want them to have jobs that can cover the cost of housing in Connecticut. But the reality is that there is a staggering lack of affordable housing. Can my kids stay here after they finish college? We know that Connecticut struggles to retain our youth in large part due to the lack of affordable housing, which leaves jobs unfilled and makes Connecticut the 6th oldest population in the country. Fair share legislation addresses 2 crises that Connecticut is facing. First of all, the reality of extreme segregation in housing, which creates educational inequity. Secondly, the reality of our housing crisis and its economic impact. In fact, fair share legislation will create 135,000 units of sorely needed affordable housing over 10 years, over 63,000 jobs, close to $10 billion in state and local tax revenue, and over $47 billion in income for Connecticut residents. More information is available in our Fair Share policy paper, which has been submitted to you. Thank you for your time, and I ask that you support House Bill 6633 to create a more just, equitable Connecticut and to improve our state's economy.
Thank you, Carrie. I don't see any questions for you, but I do see that Brian Chong is here with his hand up, so I'm going to take you next. Brian?
Thank you very much, Senator Moore. I
You're
apologize for getting on a second late, but to you, to Representative Luxembourg, and the rest of the Housing Committee, good evening. My name is Brian Chong. I'm a resident of New Britain and a member of the Cap the Rent campaign. I'm testifying in support of SB 4 and in support of a rent cap which I understand sadly is no longer in the bill, although I understand this hearing is still very graciously allowing folks like us to talk about what we believe, that it should be a 2.5% rent cap tracking pre-pandemic average rent increases, be in effect during lease transitions, and also include good cause eviction protections. As I mentioned the other night, I am born and raised in Hong Kong and came to Connecticut nearly 9 years ago as an international student, graduating from Kent School in Kent, Connecticut, and Wesleyan University in Middletown. And Hong Kong has very consistently ranked, since it got returned to China, as one of the freest economies in the world. I know that the subject of rent caps, among other protections for tenants, has been framed as an attack on a free market system that's supposed to magically generate generate housing and fix the problems that tenants are so deeply having right now. But I have lived my entire life in a society where the free market was supposedly empowered exactly to fix these problems, and where it has again and again failed tenants and failed the working class. Folks in both places, Connecticut and Hong Kong, like myself, who are young job seekers and fresh out of college, are unable to afford these rising rents as our wages remain stagnant and rental conditions worsen and fall into disrepair. In Hong Kong, which is again the freest economy in the world, this free market system has actually culminated in cage homes and coffin homes, named as rental units that are no larger than a coffin and structured as cages without actual walls to afford tenants the bare minimum security. These homes are illegally subdivided by quote unquote housing providers. I don't know what exactly they're providing here, actually, because this is really deeply inhumane. And most importantly, it's a direct result of a system where these housing providers, again, quote unquote housing providers, are given free rein to maximize profit out of basic human needs. I've seen this happen over the course of my entire life, and I can see this dynamic unfolding in a very terrible direction here in Connecticut, especially as unit sizes are also decreasing at the same time that rents are rising. I'm rare among Wesleyan University students that I chose to stay here in Connecticut after I graduated. And over the last decade, it's exactly because I've found and made a home here with the wonderful, compassionate people who have shown me the utmost hospitality and welcome here. This hospitality has driven me to work as an organizer for various campaigns supporting working families all over Connecticut, where I've been able to see the kind of hopelessness and despondency that people feel from losing the roof over their heads. And in my eyes, there is no reason why the richest state in the richest country in the world should have such deep pockets of instability, where people are being forced out of our communities.
Mr. Chung, could you start to wrap it up, please?
Absolutely. And on the note of forcing people out, that's the choice that a lot of our college graduates face. And while I have been able to find very wonderful people that have given me such a strong reason to stay rooted here, many Connecticut college graduates sadly do not. And I think that with a rent cap and good cause eviction protections, we can give these graduates a greater incentive to stay here, to find stability and community, and to contribute to our economy and society in the many great ways we're educating them to do. After 9 years, I'm proud to call myself a nutmegger, and every day I fight for more reasons to be proud of that identity, to be proud of being a resident of this great state, because I came here to search for a better life and a more hopeful destiny. And I will continue fight with everyone who has come to testify tonight to continue realizing this destiny of a better state and a better world, to stand in solidarity with those who are suffering right now. And I think with a rent cap and good cause protections, myself and many others will be able to champion these values of love and solidarity all across Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chong. I see no questions for you. I'm now going to 218, Peter Ramp. And then Francis Pickering.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I applaud you on your stamina tonight. I'm executive director of the Western Connecticut Council of Governments, and I represent 18 municipalities in Connecticut from rural communities of 1,800 people up to Connecticut's second largest city. We have submitted testimony on 4 bills today, positive testimony on opt-outs under 5326, positive for the concept under 6777, a mixed positive, negative, constructive critique of 6781, but I'm here tonight to talk about fair share, which we strongly oppose as we have in prior years. The United States has 50 states, and we often operate as laboratories of democracy with policy learning going on between the states. And affordable housing policies are no exception to this. States copy and paste all the time from the successes of other states, and they do not emulate the failures. Fair share has been in effect for almost 50 years following court order in New Jersey, and to date, no other state has adopted it. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is fair share hasn't actually made an impact on housing affordability. Since fair share went into effect in 1975, home values have increased 30% faster in New Jersey. Homes cost $100,000 more than in Connecticut, and rent is $200 per month higher. And with respect to integration statistics, New Jersey is not any better than Connecticut is. Fair share advocates also claim that Connecticut is failing to attract talent because of a lack of housing. Well, the reality is every state in the country is facing job shortages, worker shortages, and has vacancies. And 36 states have higher vacancy rates than we do. So it's not clear that fair share will help that either. What's interesting about fair share is that it's a very elaborate scheme to force the massive construction of housing units that developers do not have an interest in building because they cannot make money off them, because the tenants are at such low income. Now, I'm going to be clear here. We need to make sure these people have safe, affordable, comfortable, convenient housing. That is a human need, and we should respect it, and that's a priority for our COG. The challenge is the appropriate way to fund all of this off of the property tax through litigation, through housing advocacy groups, which this bill would provide for. That's what's been done in New Jersey. 60% of the housing units there under fair share have been locally funded, so taxpayer subsidized, largely through litigation and threats of litigation. We do not need more litigation against our towns. When these things are funded locally, what we do is we add to the property tax. We have the second highest property tax in the country, actually third now, third following New Jersey and Illinois. And we exacerbate the impacts of a tax that is widely regarded to be regressive with respect to income. It's also very deleterious for our state's economic competitiveness. Our estimates are, if we were to build 120,000 housing units under fair share, which would far exceed what the state has built in the last 30 years every decade. First of all, we don't have the capacity in terms of manpower and woman power to build that. But if we did, and that had to be funded, say at 50% local cost share for 30 and 50% AMI units, because no developer can make a profit on those, and assuming a very low cost of $250,000 per unit, including I'll finish up. Including infrastructure, that works out to $15 billion statewide. If we're a little more less conservative, that's $30 billion. So a range of $15 to $30 billion. That translates into a property tax increase for every household in Connecticut of $1,300 to $2,600 per year for the next 10 years. That is massive, and that's what we're talking about here. And so I'm happy to answer questions about the details of the bill. I understand there's a lot of support for providing housing for people who need it, and we support that too, but you need to read the legislation and do the math to see what the actual impacts are.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering. Any questions? Seeing none, I'm moving next to the next person. Ryan Wilkerson. 221 is Salman Kazaronian. Salman. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Sorry.
That's okay. You muted yourself again.
Extremely lag. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry about that. Chairwoman Moore, Chairman Luxenberg, and ranking members, Scott and Sampson, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Salman Kazarunian, and I've been a staff attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center for the last decade. I'm here to testify in support with amendments of House Bills 6781, although I think my comments touch on a number of provisions that are under consideration. And in particular, I want to talk about Section 11 regarding the use of eviction records and screening decisions. Providing tenants unjustly denied housing because of irrelevant and old eviction records with an avenue to challenge those decisions is a welcome and overdue step. Excuse me, I just got extremely tired. But a 5-year look back period is far too long, and this provision is unlikely to have a widespread impact without also grappling with the availability of eviction data. If you search the judicial branch's online case search for an eviction disposed more than 3 years ago, you're told the case is not found or is not electronically available. You get the same message for evictions more than a year old that were withdrawn, dismissed, or had a judgment in favor of the tenant that just removed from the website appropriately. Nevertheless, I can still provide extensive details about each of the roughly 101,000 residential evictions filed in Connecticut since 2017, with 240,000 tenants named as defendants in those actions, a figure that does not include the children who lived in those households. I have those details because we purchased them directly from the judicial branch for several years through a subscription that provides access to bulk civil data updated nightly. Other users of this subscription service include large national tenant screening companies and the data brokers that feed them. The overwhelming majority of landlords and nearly all multifamily housing providers obtain background information from those third-party screening companies, and consequently, they aren't limited to the cases available online through the judicial website. That means they have access to the eviction records of those 240,000 tenants I mentioned earlier and more. 25,000 residential evictions filed since 2017 were either withdrawn or dismissed from court, or the tenant prevailed. Like a criminal charge that doesn't result in a conviction, you can't tell by looking at those records whether a tenant actually violated the lease. Maybe they did and maybe they didn't.
Excuse me, if you want to start wrapping up now, please.
Sure. So regardless, those eviction cases give you no information about whether the 56,000 people who were subjected to those evictions were who present any sort of heightened risk of committing a lease violation. While traditionally background checks provided a person's financial, criminal, and eviction history to the landlord.
Excuse me, but you do need to wrap it up.
Okay. I suppose I'll just leave it there, Rick. I have a lot more to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Next is Gerald Fennell. Darnell.
Yes, thank you, Senator Moore. And I apologize for not being up there to keep you company, Representative Luxembourg, but you'll find in 4 decades that you can't keep going to Hartford at this late at night at my age. Let me just make a couple of points. I don't want to take up all my time if I can. Because of the ruling earlier, there's some testimony that people just, didn't give that I think is really important. One of them is Professor Robert Rosenthal, who has written testimony. He declined, based on your ruling, Senator Moore, to testify. So I suggest you read that ruling. My own written testimony was designed to sum up the argument that we have, and I have it hyperlinked to other testimony and to statistical evidence. 3 points I hope to make. One, I'm astonished that there are still people saying there's no housing crisis in this state. The estimate is that we need 85,000 units right now of affordable housing. There's no way we're going to have that. It's a distorted market. Point two, in a distorted market where there is no price cap, consider utilities. Consider wartime rationing. In a distorted market, there must be price caps or there will be abuses. Point three, there are second order problems of not having price regulation in this kind of market. And you can see that in my own written testimony. I use a out-of-state landlord, a equity group that's coming into the state, buying up more and more property, and they are using aggressive tactics to get rid of seniors. I show that 2 years ago, they came into Middletown and tried to get rid of, they sent out 24 eviction notices, non-renewal notices, to seniors that should be protected under Connecticut law. But because the only way to protect it is through defending evictions or going to Superior Court, these seniors, by and large, gave up. They took the opportunity to take that housing, put some remodeling of a not very extensive extent, and then increase the rent. To the seniors who remained living in this building, they increased the rent by 20% in 2 years. Now, let me just say there already is rent control in Connecticut for seniors and for those that are disabled.
Start wrapping up, please.
Yes, it's by a standard of fair and equitable. And I'll submit that that was not done by a 20% increase in 2 years. For other people, it's done on an unconscionable basis. And I submit that the rent increases are not conscionable that go 20, 30, 40%. I just submit to your consideration my written testimony to see all of this testimony gathered together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fennell. I'm going to read yours. I put a note next to it. I will look at it.
Thank you.
You have my word. Next is Luke Milankas Harrison. Next is Anthony Manganiello. Sasha Hayes Rusnoff. Paul Boudreau. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's definitely Wednesday. That's enough said about that, I guess. Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and esteemed members of the Housing Committee, my name is Paul Boudreau, and I am one of the co-founders of the Hamden Tenants Union, a member of Connecticut Tenant Union and a proud employee of SEIU State Council. As a full-time tenant organizer, I've had the privilege of talking to hundreds of tenants all over Connecticut, in Hamden, Hartford, New Haven, Windsor, Willimantic, New Britain, Waterbury, and many other cities in Connecticut. The stories I've been told over the past 2 years have compelled me to leave my career of 35 years and commit to a life of service to my community. I am also a renter facing eviction. I've never missed a rent payment in 7 years, never. But we have spoken out about the deplorable conditions we were all forced to live with, and my landlord is now in criminal housing court while he is forced to do rudimentary repairs. We went to our town's Fair Rent Commission. We filed our complaint in February of 2022. It was not heard until a couple weeks ago, February 2023. And it was a circus. In the end, we found partisan politics and commissioners who didn't even seem to have read the ordinance we had spent a year writing and passing. If you have any questions about the difficulties municipal fair rent commissions may have, please contact me or ask me questions after. As is the case with many things, leaving this issue up to poorly equipped and resistant municipalities to deal with is a recipe for inaction, and ultimately there will be much bigger issues to deal with, such as the burden of homelessness, as well as the burdening of an already strained housing court system, since almost all of these cases are being appealed. But despite all this, I will be evicted simply because my lease is up. Like so many others in Connecticut, who will be retaliated against for filing with their fair rent commissions or starting tenant unions and becoming organizers and just demanding basic living conditions. Without year-round just cause eviction protection in this bill, we will all just be evicted in spring. This is not relief, it's procrastination. And we will all be back here again to deal with an explosion of homelessness. We are asking that you protect us from the greedy corporate monsters you created with decades of handouts and deregulation. We are asking that the people we voted to protect Connecticut renters do their jobs and not side with out-of-state capital management groups that take billions of dollars from Connecticut out of state and out of our economy. We ask that you pass SB 4 along with HB 6588 out of committee, along with the amendments for year-round just cause eviction protection and a 2.5% rent cap to protect the many renters in Connecticut from homelessness and unjust economic hardship. Let me just finish by saying, Connecticut voters have entrusted you with the job of protecting us. So let me say this, if you can't get the job done, we will find people who can and we will vote for them. I want to remind us all that this land was stolen from Indigenous people and these cities were built with stolen labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you for that testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Angela Lloyd. 228 is Constanza Segovia. 229 is Carlos Mota. 230 is Jordan Force. 231 is Mario Chiappetti. 232 is Sharia Smith. 233, Sam Romeo. 234, Callie Hyman. 235, Victoria Ramus. 236, Brian Lamar. 237, Amy Alper Epstein. And 238, Tara Resteri.
I'm
sorry.
here.
Wait 1 second. I think we jumped the gun. Representative Luxembourg.
Darn it.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Moore. Tara, give us 1 second. I just wanted to make an announcement to the committee members and the folks watching at home. There is a technical problem that is going to be hitting us in about 8 minutes related to CTN coverage and a mandatory computer update. So for those watching, if we disappear for a period of time, don't worry. We will be back soon. It's just some computers uploading. But in the meantime, I didn't want people to be distraught. I think the YouTube live will continue on, as will the hearing. And then we'll be back on CTN after that disruption. And with that announcement, I turn it back to Senator Moore, and we're very excited to hear from you, Tara.
No,
Thank
Tara,
you,
I'm just
sir.
gonna poof. I'm just gonna disappear. Good morning.
I love it. First of all, I just want to say I have so much respect for all of your time. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and all the distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Honestly, since the meeting began, I've listened to 8 hours of testimony. I got on a plane, I flew for 3 hours, I landed, and I returned to participating into our democracy in my nutmeg state. So I will say, unfortunately, I'm speaking in opposition of the adversarial and punitive fair share bill of HB 6633, which I genuinely believe is overreaching and undermines existing efforts to address affordable housing that our communities are really attempting to address. I often say to my kids, 6 of them, which has happened in the past. What has happened in the past is the past. Let's not bicker about what has not been done, but let's move forward and address affordable housing needs in a cooperative way. Let's try to fix the problem that we have with good legislation that's not adversarial. I do believe that HB 6633 has unintended consequences, and it does support predatory developers. I've seen it with 830G. They're smart. Interest rates are increasing, building costs are getting higher, and developers are becoming more strategic in using what they have as their own stick and carrot, using scare tactics to threaten the development of enormous projects with affordable housing, and then caving to P&Z commissions to offer smaller market rate projects so that they're the only ones who really benefit financially, not those who need affordable housing. I know you might roll your eyes at using Greenwich as an example here, but we often tend to be in the firing line. Yes, I know we're at 5.4%. It is affordable. We do, however, and I want this to be on the record, consistently have 29% of our 62,000 population that are either ALICE or 7% below poverty. Under fair share, we have 2 options. Number one, we as a town need to build 3,404 units of affordable housing stock. And if you're going to use $450,000 in development per unit, that cost would be $1.486 billion over the 10 years proposed under this bill. And that's more than 3 times the annual budget of the town of Greenwich. Aaron Boggs said earlier that this would only result in a 1 to 2% annual increase in affordable housing stock per town per year. And that's not a big deal. It is a big deal. To have 15% increase in housing over 10 years with an infrastructure that's hundreds of years old has significant consequences. Where is the funding actually going to come from? Is it going to come from individual taxpayers? How is Hartford going to support that? What are we going to do with our schools? If we take option 2 under fair share and we use our developers to do the developing, then we are going to increase housing in the town of Greenwich by 17,000 additional units. That's more than double the current housing stock in our town. So there's the stick, right? If towns don't meet the requirements under fair share, either meeting the number of units or the deadline, then it allows for as of right development anywhere where the lots are connected to public water, drainage, or sewage infrastructure or not. So yeah, we have to think about these things in the bigger context. I really do want us to sit down and understand what is really right. Let's not be punitive. We have the same goal in mind. We need to do what's better for those that are in need of affordable housing, but we also need to understand what is affordable. Where are the jobs? What's the cost of living? It's not just about building housing. It's bigger than that. And we want to make sure that the right people benefit from building affordable housing, not developers, but people who need housing. Thank you.
Representative Luxembourg has his hand up.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Yeah, I just had a question. It seemed like part of your testimony was concerned about the cost. And I don't view in most of these cases the cost being one that the municipality takes on, but rather the developer is bearing the brunt of that cost. And I can't help but note that Darien, your neighbors recently purchased an island for, I think, $103 million. And so it's like, it falls a little flat for this member of the legislature who represents Manchester, Connecticut, and who has colleagues that represent other places. When we hear folks saying, oh, well, this is such a radical plan because of the cost of and 1 to 2% increase per year in affordable housing units, it's so expensive, it's so harmful to our community, and who's going to pay for it? I'm struck by that logic because one, you're not paying for it, and two, communities like Greenwich and Darien can find $103 million to purchase a private island, but can't make consistent investments in affordable housing, which would really, really make a difference for the state of Connecticut. So I'm wondering if you could respond to that question, help enlighten the committee.
Yeah, well, I think when you're talking about one of two options, right? So you're talking about the cost of, you're saying, oh, it doesn't have cost to the municipality, but that's under option 2, right? So option 2 is, oh, it's the developer that pays for that. But when the developer pays for it, the town is still paying for it because, I hate to say this, where does the poop go, right? So if you add under the developer building 17,000 additional units to reach the goal, you have 17,000 units of poop, right? Into the sewer system, into the infrastructure. So if you don't think that the municipality is paying for it, who is? And the municipality is paying for the development under option number 1, which option number 1 does fall back on the taxpayer. And there, to say that, Darien came up with the money to buy an island, great, congratulations, Darien, but we don't have the money to go. I mean, I'm on the Town Board of Human Services in Greenwich. I don't have the money to give to Meals on Wheels. I don't have the money to give to today asking for a, Pacific House to give $18,000 to enclose a dumpster. So, I think it's just unrealistic and a little short-sighted to get into the argument of, you're a wealthy community, so you should be paying, you have the money. We are doing the best that we can to take care of everyone in this community.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Representative Luxembourg?
Yeah, we just lost connection here, so I'm switching to a laptop microphone. I don't know if folks can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
I'm seeing nodding heads. Yeah, I understand this. We're doing our best. But from my math, the numbers don't validate that argument. 5% affordable housing units. I don't see it. 10% isn't the goal. 10% was the minimum threshold under 830G. 10% was never the goal. Like, oh, we hope everybody can get to 10%. 10% is like the bare minimum, not the end goal. And so if you're at 5% or 4%, you're so far away from where we need to be to have a more equitable and just society.
Look at the difference between the affordable units and the proportion of people within the community that we are also, supporting. It's 29%. And I'm looking at Annika. It's so great to see you nodding your head and being adversarial, but there's a bigger picture than that. And I think that this is the issue. We need to sit down together and have real conversations about what is actually happening throughout the state and not being Hartford versus Greenwich or, New Haven versus Greenwich. That's not going to help. It really doesn't help. It's just these types of bills are so adversarial. And I think it's time to actually sit down and talk.
But we're having a discussion of sorts, you could say, in this hearing. But I'm just wondering, since the fair share bill doesn't create any onerous penalties on Greenwich or anyone else as long as they have a plan and they're showing that they're working on their plan. I'm wondering why you feel it's so onerous. That's my reading of the
How
bill.
is it, how is there no penalty when if a town does not, if a municipality does not meet the 3, 5, 7 or 10-year goal, that they then all of a sudden have as of right building within the community without any consideration to the property, to the infrastructure, to the zoning issues that are already in place?
Do you, I guess I would ask, do you feel like 3, 5, or 7 years is too fast of a timeline when we've had years and years and years and years of no significant investment in affordable
But see,
housing?
this is what I'm talking about in terms of the past is the past and the 3, 5, 7. Take my 3, 5, 7 to 10 now, right? And let's sit down and actually look at what property is really available. Let's look at what transit is available. Let's look at the watershed. Let's look at the available, and let's actually sit down together and really, do you want us to build, do you want building of, 1,000 units in backcountry Greenwich where nobody can get anywhere or be anywhere? That doesn't make sense. There's no property that's available around transit that is, I mean, we're looking at it. I mean, I'm on the Affordable Housing Trust. I am on, like, I evaluate these properties that are below in the flood zones. So then we go and we build it in Havemeyer and everything floods out. And then what? So I'm saying to you, let's have a real conversation and really evaluate what's possible so that we can meet the need and not just like shake the head at the people in Greenwich and be like, oh, you guys haven't done enough. I get it. I get there hasn't been enough done, but we have to actually go forward and not backward.
Okay, Miss Terry, I wasn't gonna say anything, but this whole thing about not going backwards, going forwards, until you go backwards to rectify the things of the past, you can't go forward. So, you might be able to teach your children, oh, don't look back, just keep moving forward. But for my children, they better look back, otherwise they're gonna repeat the past and they won't learn for it. And we carry out that history no matter what it is forward. You just can't wipe
That's
it
fair.
out.
Absolutely fair.
But the other piece is that, and I've listened to all these arguments, and I live in the poorest city, and I'm born here, and I have no intention of leaving. This is probably where my ashes will be hanging out right here in this city, because I love it with all the things it has. But when I hear people put in front of it the watershed, there's no transportation, there's no things. They will never be there if you don't put people there. The argument will always be there's no need to put it there because there's no people there. So if I were to go to the governor and say, we need to have transportation to go up in the back of Greenwich, he'd say to me, well, why? Everybody there has cars, right? We're not going to do that. So something has to be in place to address those other issues. And I know that there is a lot of open land in Greenwich. I've been through the backwoods all the way to New York over and over again, and I see open fields with no development. And I'm not saying you have to build, that we need to build these large high rises. I heard somebody talk about they're building, I think it's like a tiny house, quads of tiny houses. I mean, it's got to begin someplace. We can't keep kicking it down the road because there are people who are homeless. There are people who want to live in houses. And if we keep putting it off until something else, let's sit down and talk. This is the time to sit down and talk. I mean, when you have 400 people, we had almost 400 people a week ago, right? We got another 300 and 400 today. This is the time to talk and hear those things. But we can't hear people say how they need housing, how they need subsidies, how they want to see certain things happen for renters. We can't walk away from that and say, oh, well, there was a couple of people who didn't like it, we can't do it. We have to address everybody's issues, and we got to start right now, or I don't know what's going to happen to a lot of people. we can't put it off any longer. So yeah, there needs to be discussion, but I think those discussions take place here from all those people that we hear from. So
Agreed. Agreed.
I've been really silent and listening to everybody, but I get to a point where I'm starting to hear things that don't set well with me, and and then I can't go to sleep, and I got to go to sleep at some point tonight. So thank you. All
I
right,
hear you.
Representative Luxembourg.
Very, very briefly, I align my remarks with you, Senator Moore, but also very briefly, we seem to have gotten through the tech challenge that I alerted you about earlier. And so that's now in the past for our hearing. And the only other thing I just wanted to ask is, I don't think it's just merely looking at the past. And I think Senator Moore has pointed out why looking at the past is so important to this discussion. As I understand it, in the very, very recent past, I would argue the present, Greenwich has actually fought 2 or 3, maybe even 4 830G, affordable housing developments that could have gotten your numbers up. And as I understand, spent millions in legal fees to block exactly the type of affordable housing that's needed. So that wasn't like years and years and years of not investing in affordable housing in Greenwich. That was like in very, very recent times blocking any and all efforts to have affordable housing. So you have to forgive us in the legislature if we're like, hey, you want to have a serious discussion. Why is Greenwich blocking all affordable housing efforts that come in front of you?
Well, I think you have to be specific because there actually had been in the past year, in the past 29 years, that have only been 7 projects under 830G, and in the last 18 months, 18 830G projects came up in Greenwich. The last 2 that were fought by the planning and zoning, one of which was a project that was for 220 units with 119 parking spaces on a property that was not on sewer. That was next door to the high school. That would have been, it doesn't work and makes no sense. The other one was a 336 unit project with 200 under, no, those aren't the right numbers, but that again was in a historic district that was going to tear down 13. So there's always, you can easily, if you want to get into the details, we'll get into the details, but this is a 2:15 is not the time to do it. But we also are supportive of a number. We're negotiating and working with developers right now on a number of affordable projects that are going to be more, one of which is in the historic district right on Greenwich Avenue, which should be a 4-story building with 240 units. That's at 240 Greenwich Ave. There are a number of projects that are in pre-application and application in front of planning and zoning. So the 2 that you're talking about really were nonsensical and didn't make, one's not on sewer. Okay. And the other one. So again, the devil's in the details. It's easy to look at it from, oh, you guys rejected these things, but there are good reasons for it. And that's why we have a planning and zoning commission.
Tara, have you all submitted your housing plan to the state?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you, Tara.
You're welcome.
So let's see. Are you jet lagged, Tara? You've been traveling?
Oh my God. I can't believe we had a bet. There was a bet going on as to whether I would make it, and I made it. That's astonishing.
So next I have Caitlin Duffy and then Anika.
Good evening, everyone. It was suggested earlier today that fair share would be a boon to litigious lawyers. And thank you for having me, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and members of the Housing Committee. So earlier today, folks suggested that fair share was a boon to lawyers, which I thought was hilarious because it meant that the speakers at the time did not realize what I know, because I study this and I've been working on this for 20 years, which is that Connecticut already has the most land use lawyers per capita in the country. There's a Brookings Institute study on this from about 10 years ago. And the reason we have the most land use lawyers per capita in the country is because of our exclusionary zoning and hyper-local control. Thanks to our outrageous zoning laws, and you just heard from the last speaker that there is always a reason why affordable housing cannot be approved. Extraordinarily large lot minimums, massive setback requirements, teeny tiny height limitations. We are a full employment state for lawyers and planners and consultants, when we should instead be protecting tenants and chasing developers, nonprofit, for-profit, and governmental. As a result of our policies, landlords of the very little amount of housing that does exist have extraordinary market power. Government controls how much supply the private sector can provide. Zoning officials require an acre or two, or in that Greenwich backcountry you just heard about, 4 acres per unit. Those setback and height requirements limit unit production. And when you limit production, you turn the units that do exist into a scarce resource. People who do own housing get to lord it over those who don't. Landlords reject tenants simply on the basis of an eviction record, even if the tenant won the underlying case. Landlords charge $50 or $100 per application and make tons of money just off of the applications from multiple applicants. Given all of that, why wouldn't a landlord evict a tenant paying a reasonable rent, charge thousands of dollars in application fees, and constantly seek new tenants willing to pay exorbitant rents? And from a tenant's perspective, how could you possibly complain about mold or heat or a broken lock when the alternative is no housing at all? We need to do something about the fees and the rents and the abuse in the short term, and in the long term, we need to do something about the supply. There are some folks who want to solve that problem with vouchers, but you've heard over and over again that there is not enough supply to the point that even people with vouchers cannot find housing. An earlier speaker asked, what's changed? Well, what has changed is steady decline in housing production. It has reached a nadir over the last decade. It's all because of the zoning. Over the course of the 1960s, Connecticut built over 200,000 units. In the 70s, we built 180,000. In the 80s, we built over 170,000. In the 2010s, we built under 50,000 homes, and it's not because there aren't developers looking to build it. Fair Share doesn't require towns to build the housing, just to permit it to be built by addressing the local overregulation through zoning. Option 1 does not, despite what folks have said, require the towns to do the building and the funding. It simply requires them to issue the permits.
Could you start to wrap up, please?
Okay. Today's hearing has been disheartening in a lot of ways, but the hardest part has been listening to legislators fawn over local officials who demand credit and a pat on the back for approving 12 units here and there. This is not the USSR, Representative Sampson. Petty tyrants ought not decide how and where housing is built. That's not how you build your homes. That's not how you build an affordable state. Pass Fair Share, unwind the ridiculous local overregulation. The scale of the problem is enormous, and the solutions need to be at least as big as the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next is, my numbers are off here, I'm sorry. Tyler Terrell. Kimberly Okiki. 244 is Zachary McKeon. 245 is Sarah Gian. 246 is Jeffrey Alvarado. 247 is Jessica Stamp. 248 is Brian Mezek. And 249 is Corey.
Good morning.
Jackie?
Yes.
Don't you feel like you hit the jackpot as I go through those names, like my numbers being called? Yeah.
Quickly.
Good morning.
Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and members of the Housing Committee, good morning, and thank you once again for your time and graciousness during this hearing. My name is Corey Mackey, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Leadership and Justice, the home of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. GIA is comprised of 50 congregations, synagogues, temples, mosques, churches, and meeting houses. We agree on a set of issues that come from the stories of our people, the thousands of people that make up our congregations, and the communities in which our congregations exist. One of the issues that rose to the top in our 50 congregations was affordable housing, in particular rent stabilization and zoning reform. I'm here tonight on behalf of GIA in support of Senate Bill 4 as it originally posted, asking for the rent cap to be restored, though we would like to see it at 2.5%. I'm also here in support of House Bill 6633, the Fair Share Bill. For the last 8 years, our organization has been fighting slumlords in Hartford. As a result of tenant organizing and with the help of GIA congregations, over 250 families were freed from slumlord conditions. The properties were sold and have been renovated. Those 250 families were given vouchers to move anywhere, and the vouchers held higher value because they were emergency vouchers. Over 60% of those 250 families sought to find housing in communities in Greater Hartford and were blocked every step of the way due to a number of factors, not the least of which was the lack of affordable housing anywhere outside of Hartford. GIA supports House Bill 6633 not just because we think it's the right thing, but because the tenants whose lead we follow, the tenants whose desires and discrimination become our desires in our fight, want, need, and deserve housing choice. Opponents today decried the unintended and adversarial consequences of fair share and accuse it of being a stick. We've been beating our residents with exclusionary zoning sticks for hundreds of years, and fair share turns those sticks into plowshares with intentionality. If that's adversarial, it's because there are adversaries to racial and economic segregation in this state, and that deserves a good fight. We've heard over and over today that local communities are the ones best suited to increase affordable housing in their towns. If that's the case, what does it mean that they have not done it? Either they are not the ones best suited, or they are best suited and are getting exactly the results they desire, exclusionary towns. Either way, we need a new approach. The current local zoning boards and our current tools are not enough. The way to advance affordable housing in a way that changes the root causes of this crisis, that address the root causes of our racial and economic segregation, is through creating a legal obligation for towns to do so through fair share. Fair share, once passed, will still take time. So we also need to pair this with rent stabilization to help folks right now. We need to attack this crisis on all fronts. Please do the right thing and move both of these out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. I see no questions for you. I'm going to now go to 250, Mary Ragucio. 251 is Stephen Poland.
I am here.
Yes, you are.
I'll start right away. All
Yes,
right. Dear Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and members of the Housing Committee, my name is Stephen Poland. I am a resident of New Haven. I am a high school special education teacher. I'm a proud member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933, and the Connecticut DSA. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 4. We all know that it has winter eviction protections, that it has limitations on rental application fees, but we all know that it needs to have a rent cap, and a rent cap of 2.5 to 3%. As a teacher, I see this impact my classrooms every single day. I see it impact my classrooms in terms of how my students show up. I'm just thinking, sorry, I apologize. My students show up rough. Rent increases, evictions impact how my students come into the classroom. I see radical declines in academic performance. I see conflict with peers. I see chronic truancy. And you have to understand, like, I work in a therapeutic special education high school. This is my students, all of my students are coming from public districts into my school, and they can't be in their public district schools. The goal is to get them back into their public district schools, but they can't be there. They can't be there not because they're not academically capable, but because they have emotional and behavioral disabilities. And a lot of that stems from the trauma that they experience at home. They have parents who are working 2 to 3 jobs. They are not responsible for these conditions. Parents are not responsible for these conditions. Parents are being thrown under the bus. I'm a teacher, like it's over 35% of my income goes to rent, and I'm a teacher in these conditions. We working class people, my students, myself, my colleagues are being thrown under the bus. The buck is being passed to us for things that we are not driving. We are not responsible for any of these conditions. If real estate speculators and landlords need to work something out in some other separate bill, they can do that. But what we need right now is for you to step in and do what the state does when the market is out of control.
Excuse me, Stephen, can you start to wrap up, please?
I can absolutely start to wrap up. I have heard people on this committee who have deeply entrenched interests in the real estate industry as lawyers, as landlords, repeatedly say over the course of this hearing today, and I've been on this hearing all day during this blessed snow day, that government intervention is a problem. There is no single white person in this country who has property that is separate from government intervention. All of us have property due to government intervention. And we need to deal with that history. We do. We need to deal with that history. It lives with us today. It lives with my students. It lives with me as a teacher. And as a teacher, I would be, sorry, it's 2:30 in the morning. It would be irresponsible of me to not teach that history, right? To not teach that history of how we got here today, of the living conditions that we have in the present moment, and how we interact in society today. So I ask you to please pass a rent cap and pass these winter eviction moratoria and the rental, application fees.
Thank you, Mr. Poland. I appreciate your words. Thank you. And thank you for being a teacher and looking out for those children. I appreciate that also. You care a lot about them. I don't see any other questions. I'm moving on to 252, Peter Myers. Hi, Mr.
Hello,
Myers.
Senator Moore and chairs and ranking members of the Housing Committee. Good morning. Thank you for your work on this all day. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding Section 9 of Senate Bill 4. Section 9 of this proposed legislation creates a tax credit for businesses or individuals who make financial contributions to a workforce housing development in a federally recognized opportunity zone. CBIA's members have found that the lack of affordable and workforce housing in our state is one of the factors contributing to our workforce crisis. We have been working with various municipality associations across the state to create a plan that would incentivize the building of workforce housing. Respectfully, we are providing suggestions that would improve Section 9 of this proposed legislation. The Connecticut business community would ask that brownfield sites be added to the qualifying areas to build workforce housing. We suggest that this legislation be amended to utilize the funds in Section 32-765 of the Connecticut General Statute known as the Targeted Brownfield Development Loan Program. CBIA would recommend this loan program be shifted to a one-time grant program that could be utilized by eligible developers to remediate brownfield sites before the construction of workforce housing begins. We feel that adding brownfield sites to this legislation would help to solve two of our state's problems at once. It would create more available low-cost land that could be used for workforce housing, and it would help to clean up our state's brownfield sites. Another suggestion CBIA would have for this legislation is to increase the tax credits and to add a second level of workforce housing development. For contributing to the current proposed legislation, a business is eligible for $5 million in tax credits annually. Given the cost of constructing workforce housing development, we suggest increasing the tax credits that a business will be eligible to receive for contributing from $5 million to $10 million for a level 1 development. Additionally, we suggest adding a second level of workforce housing that would consist of 40% market rate, 40% workforce, and 20% low income for businesses that want to contribute to a level 2 workforce housing development. For businesses that want to contribute to a level 2 workforce housing development, the tax credits would be raised to 11 million annually. By increasing these tax credits, this would greater incentivize large Connecticut businesses to invest in the state's workforce housing. Lastly, as CBIA has stated many times this legislative session, our state currently has over 100,000 jobs open. In order to fill those jobs, we need to keep our state's workforce, our skilled workforce in state, and we need to attract skilled out-of-state workers to come to Connecticut. We feel that incentivizing the building of workforce housing is a creative way to achieve that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. You submitted written testimony?
Yes, I submitted several pages of written testimony with proposed language, and I'd be happy to chat with the chairs and ranking members further to provide greater detail of exact language there if you'd be interested.
Thank you. Representative Scott has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Peter, I did actually take a look at your testimony. I do read all that testimony. It's a lot, especially when I see people are getting ready to speak. I do try to pull it up just to have it in front of me to refresh my memory. And this brownfield piece does ring a bell. And this is exactly the kind of legislation I do like when we're talking about affordable housing. This is that carrot, not the stick, right? And we've talked about that a million times today. It's a carrot of getting people to hopefully be incentivized to turn these negatives, which are these brownfields, right, into positives, which could be this affordable housing. It could be your workforce housing, wherever it might be, that could be adding to that that housing that we might be lacking in the state. Talk to me a little bit about the brownfields, though. So you might not know the exact answer, but can you give me an idea, how many brownfields do we have in the state? Like, how bad of a problem is it? So I'm trying to get my head wrapped around how many different locations are there that we could potentially, theoretically be adding to?
I don't have an exact number offhand. I could tell you it's a substantial amount for a state our size. The benefit of these brownfield sites is oftentimes the land is cheap, and because they're brownfield sites, they're really not being used for anything else right now. And part of this grant program, the business or entity responsible for contaminating the brownfield site would not be eligible to receive the grant to clean it up, which is definitely a positive there. But we will be looking more, this is utilizing land that is not being utilized. And everyone is talking about the high cost of land. This is low cost land that we could use this grant program to clean up, to put and totally remediate the brownfield situation there, then put workforce housing there, which would make use of land that's not being used. Again, carrot, not a stick, and two birds with one stone there.
Yeah, is this all public, or this is all private land, and not necessarily owned by any town, city, municipality?
It varies from situation to situation. On my best knowledge there.
Great. Listen, I hope we can talk a little bit more about this as we go forward. I think this is a great little piece to the puzzle, and again, it's a big puzzle. This is one great little piece that hopefully we can keep pushing along and make even some better edits to this to make it. I appreciate you thinking outside the box and thinking about where dollars can come in to fund this. That's always helpful too, so we don't have to open up the purse strings too much. So I appreciate you throwing that as an option out there to us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your questions. Absolutely happy to talk further. And once again, thank you all for staying up so late. Really appreciate it.
So, Mr. Myers, I have a question. So
Sure.
There's already a fund existing, and you're saying add additional money to that fund?
It's currently a fund for a loan program. We would be asking it to be switched. I believe the statute is in my testimony. I believe it is, to give you the exact number, section 32-765 of the Connecticut General Statutes. That's the Targeted Brownfield Development Loan Program. we would be asking that to be switched over to a grant program to greater incentivize the development of remediation and development of that land. But yes, the funds are already there.
A grant being something you don't have to pay back versus a loan.
Yes, exactly. That would be the goal of that piece there.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening, and I'm sure I'll see you at the Capitol tomorrow.
Okay, so next is 253 is Kim Norton. 254. No, I'm sorry, 254 is Kim Norton. 255 is Paul Mag. 256 is Joel Fishman. 257 is Betsy Guerra. And 258 is Dana Benson. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dana Benson. Me and my family have lived in Easton for about 50 years. I'm a registered Republican, and I'm a local activist in community affairs here in Easton and Weston and Reading. So as you're the stewards of the public interest, and teachers are the stewards of their children and their care, reservoir towns like Easton are stewards of the water. And I want to have a serious conversation about water. All people, past, present, and in the future, need water. High density housing in the watershed is dangerous. There's 150,000 people in Bridgeport, yet 96% of their water, their drinking water, comes from Aquarian's 8 reservoirs. 4 of the major reservoirs are in Easton. So Easton was set up to be a water town. Its zoning was designed to protect the water. And unfortunately, an unintended consequence of 830G is it has empowered predatory developers to force high density projects into reservoir towns like Easton. They use the threat of getting their high density projects approved in Hartford to water down, and that is a pun intended, by the way, water down local zoning rules crafted to protect our water. For example, if we look at Ledyard, Connecticut right now, developers using 830G to propose 26 units with 26 separate septic systems, 26 wells, because there's no city water there, there's no sewers, on a 9.5 acre parcel. Not in the watershed. It actually borders the water that is in the reservoir that supplies water to Groton, Connecticut, the US submarine base, General Dynamics, and Pfizer. Local zoning requires 1.5 acres per house. This developer is proposing 1/3 of an acre per unit. Some of the proposed septic systems are within 100 feet of wetlands that directly drain into Groton Utilities Reservoir. So my question is, how is that safe? It can't be. 3 units per acre in the watershed. This project will create 6 units of affordable housing. So the question is it worth the risk to the health of everyone who drinks that water in Groton for this project to go forward? And I think we all know the answer is that it's not.
Mr. Benson, may I ask, are you speaking to a specific bill?
Yes, I'm going to get to that shortly. Chemicals have been found in the groundwater in Western Connecticut. Serious problem. We have chemicals right now being found in groundwater in Easton near our village store. We've got 700 houses up at Lake Candlewood leaching into Candlewood. They don't know what to do with it. Phosphates is coming off, sewer going in, but they don't have it because they're on septic, et cetera. So the point is, water's a real thing, right? It affects everybody. So,
excuse me, Mr.
What
Benson.
I'm trying to get to is 85 to 90% of Easton's watershed.
So, Mr. Benson, it's time for you to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap. So what we're asking is that you consider that it is in the public interest of the state of Connecticut that any bill coming out of the Housing Committee this year regarding state law 830G should be amended to include the language of Bill Concept 877, introduced by State Senator Tony Wong, which says that section 830G of the general statutes be amended to exempt affordable housing appeals process from any municipality in which more than 70% of the land is within a watershed protection area. There are 14 reservoir towns in Connecticut that qualify. They are the densest watersheds in Connecticut. And this is the important point. Exempting these 14 towns from 830G's appeals process would not exempt them from their obligation to achieve their 10% affordable housing quota. I'm going to say that again.
I'm gonna have you wrap up.
Would not, I got one more sentence. Can I have one more sentence? Is that cool? One more? Just one more? Okay. What it would do is take the option of risky, high-density projects like the one in Ledyard off the table for developers, and it would make it harder for them to erode local zoning designed to protect the water. They would meet their affordable housing requirement with low density solutions. Thank you.
Representative Luxembourg.
Yeah, I just, my reading of 830G is that any significant threat like that you described, the municipality would win any 830G appeal.
It was earlier testified.
And any project like that would also have to get through the local Inland and Wetlands Commission. Am I right?
Yes.
So I find it a curious argument. On the one hand, you don't want the state of Connecticut driving the train because you want local control on these decisions. But then when it comes to protecting the municipality, the local controls that are in place, like the local Inland and Wetland Commission, aren't sufficient to protect you from this danger. I don't get it.
Well, we've done a good job for over 70 years. We're on the ground. We know what's going on. Number one. Number two, the gentleman testified earlier, 3 out of 4 cases that go to the court and the developers win, right? And the point is, what they're doing is they're using the threat, okay, of going to Hartford. What the guy talked about earlier, with the predatory, right? Predatory developers are using the threat to get these towns to water down their local zoning and take a less onerous project. And in the end, we're playing with fire. Okay, we're talking about 14 towns across the state. There are 85. High density housing is not suitable here. So I'm not sure if I quite answer your question. Maybe you could rephrase it. What is your argument?
He doesn't have an argument. He just, what he's saying.
Well, he found something curious. What was your curious?
I guess there are times when it's, you don't want the government, and then there's times when you do want the government. Let's be consistent. Is that not your argument, Representative Luxembourg?
I think that is for sure part of my argument, but also that under you're looking for protection from a current legal scheme. So I have a two-pronged argument. One is the protection you're looking for already exists. You'll win any appeal under current law if there's serious environmental or water safety. Public safety is one of the stated reasons why you could successfully block.
I'm sorry, I'm not asking
development already. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And you have the additional layer of protection locally of an Inland and Wetland Commission that any project has to get through. So what I don't understand is, why don't you just, these predatory developers, as you describe them, why don't you just accept in a development proposal that is real affordable housing? I don't get why.
Well, let me speak to that. Can I speak to that? Do you mind? Okay. In Easton, right, Judge Berger ruled in the Saddle Ridge case. Is an interesting case. We literally, it creates an unfair burden on us. The volume of inappropriate projects that are coming in to the town, right, because of the law, the state law, right, that the citizens had to spend literally decades of their own money fighting it, until finally Judge Berger ruled that what the guy wanted to do, subdividing on the watershed, was dangerous to the water supply. So that's one problem with it, right? Yes, we have our local, we carry the burden as a small town of 7,000 people, of defending inappropriate, because we're a target, because we have what they want, right? We have the land, as Fairfield fills up, they look at Easton. And what I'm trying to say is they're looking at these other 14 towns too. It's not just us. And you're smiling at me as if you've heard this a million times before. So why don't you explain it to me? Once the water goes, it goes. Then you've got 150,000 people in Bridgeport, and you tell me where you're going to get the water from. And we're shipping 15 million gallons a day down to Greenwich. If that water goes, then what happens? Just because it hasn't broken yet doesn't mean it can't get broken. You've got groundwater contamination right outside the schools in Weston right now. That's brand new. Okay, this is serious business. I'm not saying we don't want to do affordable housing. What we're saying is we want to do it our way, which is accessory units, lightly dense, but we can't have these high density things because it takes up, number one, it's dangerous. Okay, it's dangerous. I mean, think about it. 96% of Bridgeport's water is coming from our reservoirs. We have to be very careful what we do up here. And this is placing an unfair burden on us because we're the target. We have the land. And when they come in, we have to burn up Easton's time and money, right, to fight these people. And the guy said before, 3 out of 4 get lost in Hartford. So, do you hear what I'm saying?
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Benson.
And I believe that there were probably 200 or 300 people tonight asking for this. I know it's not, as an amendment to amend anything coming out this year to exempt 14 watershed towns.
Thank you,
over
Mr.
70%.
Benson. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so that was 258. 259 is Jason Ruse. 260 is Elizabeth Bakuski. No. 261 is Sarah Swetoff. 262 is Robert Hammersley. Hello, sir. I see you. You got to unmute yourself.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, folks. I'll try to be brief. My name is Robert Hammersley. I am the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission in the town of Southington. Just a little background on the town of Southington demographically, and I think this is in response to some of the comments that I've heard recently. Demographically, the town of Southington falls virtually in the middle of every single demographic that you can think of. And with regards to our Planning and Zoning Commission, we are part of the group that are an elected body by our electorate. We go for elections every 4 years and are elected as opposed to being appointed, which a number of cities particularly tend to go that way. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed bill 5326, specifically lines 211 through 220. And just some background on how I come to that. Southington, while it was doing its affordable housing plan last year and was ultimately adopted in May of 2022, there were a number of things that came that were presented in the context of that affordable housing plan. One of the things that stood out to me as being a startling fact was that Southington currently right now is at a 5.34% of affordable housing of our 18,143 units in our town. Roughly, I think 967 of those are considered affordable. However, there's this nuance called naturally affordable housing, which I think is what 5326 is seeking to sort of bring into the fold for the state to consider as affordable. With regards to that, we had 8,000 units, roughly about 8,000 units that fell at about 80% of the area median income, about 4,100 units that fell at about 60% of the area median income. All totaled, that results in 13,067 units that either are considered affordable by the state statute definition or are naturally occurring affordable. And when you look at that number what it results in is that the reality is that 72% of Southington's housing stock is actually affordable. And I think that provides for a fair and realistic picture of what we're talking about. If you're looking for affordable housing, we're there. But yeah, we don't get the benefit of having hit the 10% minimum, and I recognize it's a minimum. I personally am a supporter of workforce housing, affordable housing. I'm the parent of 4 kids, and a number of them are starting out their careers in their middle 20s, and they're looking for that type of housing. I want that type of housing in my town. We do have that type of housing in my town, as I said, and I think that the adoption of the provisions under 5326 would go a long way to recognizing efforts that we've made and continue to make over the years. Real quick, a story I'll share with you in virtue to this whole idea of predatory developers is that we had a developer that came into our town about 10 years ago under an 830G application. That application was initially denied, went to court, and then it was negotiated, and the application or the negotiation resulted in an agreement that they would move forward with their development with a component of affordable housing being a part of that. 10 years later, they still have not developed their development, but for the affordable housing piece of that development. And we have no recourse currently to do anything about that, as far as I understand. Our town attorney is looking into that. But recently it came to light that they were, unofficially said that they have no intention of developing that affordable housing because, air quotes, they can't make any money off of it. And I think that's unfortunate. I don't think that is what the 830G or the affordable housing statute was intended to do, but yet this is the reality of what's happening and what's happening, in our town, in my town, what's happening, and the reality of what could happen moving forward in the future. And I think that I think
Mr. Hammersley, I need you to wrap up. You're well.
Yeah. I'll just say, I think the statute needs to be tweaked. I've been an advocate of having a conversation with people, and I invite conversations with people that I agree with or don't agree with. But I think ultimately it requires a partnership with people from all sides to come together and figure out what they can do to make it a little bit more beneficial to what it's intended to do, and that's to provide diversity of housing for residents throughout our state, and for me particularly in the town of Southington. So with that, I'll finish off.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Next is number 263 is Rick Bush, and Sarah Preo, Gabrielle Robles, Nicholas Barrett, Elvis Novos, and then there is Nariman Mogatari.
Yep, I'm here, Senator.
I'm sorry, because I had your name the other night. I thought I had it down, but I guess not. Thank you.
Representative Luxembourg got it perfect. It's
Yeah.
Moqtadar.
Yeah, I know.
Nariman Moqtadar. You can call me Norm. I'm a resident here in Hartford. I'm a renter. Thank you so much, Chairwoman, Chairman Luxembourg, and the other members of the committee who are here and have been here doing this work. I'm here to speak in support of again, all the efforts you're making in support of affordable housing, but in particularly Senate Bill 4 and its winter eviction moratorium. I'm also a big fan of decreasing the fees. I've been unsuccessfully trying to move out of my current apartment for over a year now, and paid an awful lot of fees while unsuccessfully searching for a better place, which evidently, a 760 credit score is not enough, but I digress about that. The winter eviction moratorium is critical, and it could be made even stronger by creating an end to no cause evictions in general. But we bring up the winter eviction moratorium now. I mean, it's winter right now. It's cold. And I think we tend to sometimes have too much of a disconnection between the notion of eviction and the notion of someone becoming unhoused and being on the street. It's a very stark contrast, and it really rings through my head every time I hear this notion of both sides being brought up in this committee over and over again, in this hearing and the last one. For one of these sides, the consequences are significantly more dire. And we know that these actions we take can have direct positive effects on this in this front. Evictions are the worst symptom of this housing crisis. And it's a shame that we have to be taking these steps to be treating that worst symptom of the crisis. But these are steps that are critical to take and that we should take. I can highlight some of the benefits that we can stand to have from taking these sorts of steps. You can look at a report that was prepared for the CT Bar Association by the research firm Stout. You may have seen it. It highlights Connecticut's Right to Counsel program, which they studied from January through November of last year. And they found that it increased representation of people facing eviction by 176%, and that roughly over 70% of those people were able to stop their evictions through this process, and that the state saved probably an estimated 5.8, they said, to $6.3 million that they would have otherwise spent through providing emergency services, child welfare, healthcare services, and whatnot.
Excuse me, Norm, can you start to wrap up for us, please?
Yeah, sorry. So yes, we must treat these symptoms, but we must also do what we can to push to actually solve the existing problems that we know these systems these things are just a symptom of. We have skyrocketing rents. We have a 20% average increase in rents over the last several years. That's unconscionable. We need to undo this. That's why also passing a 2.5% rent cap is critical. I urge you, please do this. Do this week. Do this Thursday. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I don't know if Representative Luxembourg is smiling because he got your name right and I didn't. I don't know what that's about, but thank you. All right, so next is Sharon Terrell, Kevin Harris, John Guzlowski, Claire Way, Elizabeth Rosenthal, Oswaldo Chin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being there and staying up all night long. Thank you very much for your service, and we appreciate what you guys all do up there. And thank you for your service once again. My name is Oswaldo Chin. I'm calling from Danbury, Connecticut. And I'm calling in support of HB 6633 and a big supporter of SB 4. And mind you that I'm a pop and mom's landlord, and I do own a multi-family home, and I use one unit, and the other two I rent. And every time I do wanted to raise the rent, I got to think of my own self first. And therefore, I do not raise the rent unless something significantly has to happen. Otherwise, I don't. But what's happening in Connecticut is, actually in Danbury, is tragically. We are facing a mega condominiums building in Danbury, and they're important people. None of us can afford to live in some of those units that have been built. And it's just, I just want to end up with this story. A coworker, he used to live in one of these condominiums, but it was, this condominium was bought, I think, from this equity hedge fund managers, whatever you call them. He was asked to pay $1,000 more of rent. Otherwise, he had to leave. And he wound up leaving town. Now he lives like 2 or 3 towns over. And probably he might not be able to be working in Denver anymore. And that's outrageous, because you can just say, oh, I need to raise your rent to $1,000. So please pass the SB4. And I just finished with this. When we ask, do we want the government to be on our side? If you ask to I would say a person that is prosperous, he or she might say, no, we don't want the government. But when you ask a mother, a single mother of 1 or 2, of course we want the government on our side. So please pass SB4. And I'm a big supporter of HB 66. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for staying out so late, and I'm not going to take any more of your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chin, Representative Scott has a question for you.
Yeah,
Sure. Appreciate it.
Just really quick, it's not even a question. I'll be fast. Oswaldo and both of you, Giovanna, who's going to be speaking next, you're going to be the last one. Listen, thank you both. I want to say thank you both for sticking it out and gutting it out. We're sitting here gutting it out, but thank you, because we want to hear what you guys have to say. So thank you for doing that. And I know it's late, so thank you for staying here and telling us what you have to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Rachel Massaro is not here, so Giovanna Shea, you win the big prize.
I'm Giovanna Shea. I'm number 276, and I'm here. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Representative Scott, all the members of the Housing Committee. I'm the Litigation and Advocacy Director at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and I'm speaking this morning in support of the eviction records protections in Section 11 of HB 6781. And I'm here this morning supporting eviction records reform because at Legal Aid, we hear from our clients every day that they cannot find a safe and adequate place to rent because an eviction was filed against them in the past, even if that eviction ultimately was withdrawn or dismissed. And no matter the cause of the eviction, even for a no-fault basis like lapse of time. So I've submitted some written testimony on behalf of legal services. We have a suggestion of shortening the look-back period of Section 11 from 5 years to 3 years to match the period of time that eviction judgments are currently on the judicial branch website, the public-facing judicial branch website. We also propose some additional language, removing records of evictions withdrawn, dismissed, or in which the tenant won within 30 days from the public-facing judicial branch website, and ensuring that the judicial branch records that are sold to tenant screening companies do not include records that are removed from the public website. I'm going to leave you this morning by quoting from the statement of a tenant who submitted some written testimony, and these are her words, quote, "I support HB 6781, but it needs even more protection for tenants. Even though I had an excellent tenant history and I have a voucher, I've been rejected from at least 20 apartments because I had an eviction for lapse of time at the end of last year. I had lived in my house since 2013, no issues. I always paid on time and took care of the place. But last year, my landlord decided he wanted to sell, that it would be easier if the house didn't have anyone living there. I couldn't move in time, and he filed an eviction. At court, we agreed that I would move in 60 days. I kept paying my rent. But after the court agreement, I had landlord after landlord tell me they would not consider me because of the eviction case, even though the landlord gave me a really nice reference. I am now homeless, looking for a place where I can use my voucher. Because I moved out, as I agreed I would do, The landlord agreed to open the judgment and he withdrew the case. But even now that the case is withdrawn, it still shows up online and landlords are still rejecting me. I was a good tenant and this eviction record feels worse than having committed a crime. Please make sure withdrawals are not available for so long on the public record and can't be used against tenants." End quote. She explained it better than I ever could. Please pass eviction records reform and HB 6781, Section 11, with the additional language proposed in our legal services testimony. And thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you, Giovanna. Is there anyone else? Representative Scott?
Yeah, real quick, is part of your testimony or part of your written testimony talk about if a landlord gets evicted or a landlord has a problem to protect the tenant in that scenario? Because that's a scenario that is absolutely, there's no reason, there's no discussion that needs to be protected and that needs to go to another step. Is there anything that's currently in law or currently protected or something that we can do in that scenario based on your testimony?
Wait, Representative Scott, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood what scenario. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Sure. In a case when the owner of the property, the landlord,
Right.
the housing provider, they're getting evicted, they're not paying their mortgage, something's happening to them specifically that's now forcing the tenant to have to get out, and they're ultimately evicting the tenant. The tenant's getting dinged for that scenario.
Oh, like after a foreclosure.
Correct, yes.
So, okay. So, this does not speak specifically to that as the basis of the eviction. It doesn't include anything specific to that. But I think what you're alluding to is just the broader problem that the data that is being sold to commercial subscribers, and I've seen some of these tenant screening reports, it has like a docket number. It doesn't say what the basis was. It doesn't say what the situation was. It doesn't say what the outcome was. A tenant screening company owner was interviewed in a spot we did on WFSB last Friday about eviction records. And he said the data that they pull from the judicial branch website, based on the analysis that his company was able to do, they couldn't tell if the tenant had won. So that's sort of the situation we're dealing with, is that this data is being sold to commercial subscribers, and a lot of times it is winding up in reports and there isn't any context, which I think is what you're asking.
Yeah.
There is nothing about the outcome or the basis, and that is extremely difficult to address.
Okay. All right.
So thank you so much, all of you, really, for your service.
All right, well, Representative Scott, I want to thank you for hanging in there with us, and Rep. Luxembourg. Every single time, it's the three of us. We're like the Three Musketeers. All right.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bye.
Giovanni. So we're going to end this public hearing. I don't see anybody else waiting to speak. So I'll close this hearing out.
Drive
Just
safe,
be
Mr.
careful
Luxembourg.
traveling home.
Yes, drive safe.
All right, take care. Thank you all. And Mr. O'Neill, is he still here? I
Yeah.
don't know how he does it, but thank you so much. Rick.
Special thank you to Clerk Rick O'Neill,
He's amazing.
hero of the Housing Committee.
Yes.
He is amazing. All right, thank you.
Great.